and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to dry? I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to dry? I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life. They say, hey, I can't stay late playing on my video games. You got things to do. You need to wake up early and read the morning news. Maybe I'd fit in if I tried a little more just to look like them. Maybe I'd fit in if I tried a little more just to act like them. Play my video game. 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 They say, hey, I can't spend all my money on my deadbeat friends. They need things to do. They need to go out and look for jobs, and you do too. Maybe I'd fit in if I tried a little more just to look like them. Maybe I'd fit in if I tried a little more just to act like them. Play my video game. Play my video game. Play my video game. Play my video game. Maybe I'd fit in if I tried to look like them. Maybe I'd fit in if I tried to be like them. Maybe I'd fit in if I tried to look like them. Maybe I'd fit in if I tried.
Hello and welcome to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. I am your host Lexi. I am joined here by Jacob Jim Mountain and Daniel Glovely today. I'm so sorry, my excitement is getting to me because I am so excited to see our matchup in League of Legends today from the University of Nevada. This is my third time being your host, so thank you for bearing with me. And yes, do you guys share my excitement today?
I absolutely do. We actually have University of Nevada here in-house with us up on the stage. So it's always great to be able to have those players in-house with us to physically be here and share in the excitement and the energy in this room.
Yeah, it's very nice. Normally when we're in here, the arena, it's usually just people cheering on Boise State, as they should, I would say. But it is always nice to have people here, you know, when the other team makes a great play, to hear cheering for that as well. It really adds to the competitive spirit, and I'm glad that happens. And certainly for this game, it is a reason to be excited because Boise State, in terms of League of Legends, has been on a tear lately. In the past two games against Colorado State and Wyoming, they have gone 2-0 in both of them, with great performances.
In fact, just last night, we saw Boise State almost completely shut out objectives across the entire game, followed by an absolutely crazy Elder Dragon steal right at the end game that really turned things around from what looked like a dangerous situation.
So it is going to be interesting to see what Boise State is interested in terms of draft, because if we look back in the history, we can see, I want to say, a little bit of a pattern emerging here. Take a look at the top lane, for instance, Woojin in the top lane. In 3 out of the 4 past games, he's gone with Maokai. In the jungle, in all 4 of the past games, Can't Get Dopamine has gone with Ivern. And that's usually because, you know, Olaf has been banned out instead. But we have seen a pattern emerging with the picks that our players are comfortable with. In this game, Boise State versus Nevada. It is the Broncos versus the Wolfpack today on the first day of February in this Hardwood Rivals matchup. So, Glovely, based on what we've seen in the past, what are you looking at in terms of draft? Do you think we're going to see more of the same from Boise State?
I mean, I certainly wouldn't be surprised. There are still some very high-priority picks available. We've talked so much about Ornn and about Olaf and how powerful those champions are in the meta. And not to mention, 10.2 hasn't dropped yet, so Red Hot Sakali, of course, is still always available
Red Hot
to
is
roam
amazing.
across the map with. But he's proven that all of these players have proven that they have much deeper champion pools than most teams give them credit for. I'm not entirely sure what you'd want to ban out. Maybe just the champions that you think are overpowered, or the champions that you think would disrupt whatever sort of strategy that you want to pull off in this game.
Yeah, look at Dean choosing Ornn to go support in the bot lane. These players are so flexible in what they choose, and they can choose these picks where you think, does that actually work? And then they play them in ways where it all comes together. So it is going to be interesting to see how this works out as we get to Doc's keys to the game.
Doc's Keys to the Game are brought to you by Boise State University. At Boise State, you can choose from more than 200 areas of study. You'll have the chance to combine minors, certificates, internships, hands-on research, work opportunities, and more to make your educational experience unique. Visit boisestate.edu for more info. Let's get into it. Doc's Keys to the Game versus University of Nevada. And so the draft is critical. And make price cry. First Dragon, first Tower, and Elms equals vision or objectives. Would you guys like to shed some light on those?
Well, when we're talking about price, we're talking about University of Nevada's bot laner. Primarily a marksman player, of course, as many of them are. Doc actually has something of a friendly rivalry going on back and forth with him. They've had some great chats with each other, and so it's going to be interesting to see exactly how much emphasis Boise State puts on that bot lane, because we've seen what happens when Boise's bot lane gets ahead. The Broncos have been on a tear between Gimmick and Dean. The two of them have had so much influence on so many Bronco wins.
And another thing is making sure the eliminations count toward objectives, because that has been something that Boise State has been excelling. When they have good engagements in team fights, they've been able to really use that to dominate the matches.
First ban of the game, Kassadin for Boise State. Great champion in terms of being able to scale up over the game. Ornn, of course, banned away from Boise State. We've talked so much about how powerful that champion is right now. Really kind of a sleeper OP. And something that Boise State has used in both their top and bottom lanes to great effect. So no surprise to see that banned away.
Yeah, you're really targeting two players, not only Woojin, but Dean as well. Going to see what the next ban is coming through here. Sometimes they like to take their time. Sometimes they like to troll us a little bit. Rek'Sai is going to be the next ban.
Rek'Sai, we've seen that's a very good jungler in terms of control of vision because of her passive. Going to be pushed away possibly for that reason, but also because it's a strong pocket pick. Xayah going to be the answer on the other side, and Olaf, of course, taken off. One of the most powerful junglers and champions in the game right now as Akali is banned away from Red Hots.
No doubt a targeted ban right there. Red Hot still has the Yasuo open to him, though, if he chooses to use it.
The Yasuo, the Kiana. We saw a Fizz ban against him last night, so maybe he's been practicing something in solo queue. So he still has a lot of options for that mid lane. And it looks like Caitlyn is going to be the pickup for the first champion here. Lots of combination there with some of the other champions they've played. We talked about last night the Ivern enabling Caitlyn to be safe and protected and giving her additional headshots in the middle of team fights because of the ability to get additional headshot charge when you're in a bush.
Soraka is going to be the first pick for Nevada, and like you were saying on the Caitlyn, just very dependable. I remember in the past few seasons when the Caitlyn-Morgana combo was certainly atop of the meta.
Well, we'll see.
Mordekaiser is going to be next on Nevada.
Mordekaiser, great top laner in the meta right now. Very strong bruiser, juggernaut, especially into melee matchups. Ivern is going to be the pickup for Boise State.
Well,
so that's
what a
not
surprise.
too much of a surprise. Great champion in terms of setting up your lane and just very safe, very quick jungler, able to give additional utility to your team. And we saw Boise State use it to great effect last night to keep their carries alive, even in the face of hard engage.
Daisy, give me your answer due, and she has certainly come through with that. It looks like Sion's going to be the next pick for Boise State.
Great engagement on that champion. Again, we saw it last night. So nothing too surprising here coming out from Boise State. The Broncos are drafting currently an almost identical composition to something that they played last night. Although some of those champions are still up, could still be banned away. On the other side, Rengar is actually going to be the jungle pickup, and that's not something I found in my notes.
That is not something you found in your notes. A little bit of a pick there. Rumble is going to be banned out.
So we saw Rumble being played as both a mid laner and a support yesterday. He's such a versatile champion right now because of the different lanes he can be played in. Nocturne actually going to be the ban from Boise State. According to my research, that's actually a mid lane ban as opposed to a jungle ban, as most people would assume.
Mid lane can be so crucial with how Red Hots has been performing and whatever he chooses there.
Indeed, Yasuo going to be the next
there you
ban.
go.
That's not a big surprise. Everyone knows how much Red Hots loves that Yasuo. So that champion is going to be taken off the board. Boise State has one final ban. It's going to be Vladimir as Nevada makes their last pick.
Nevada makes their last pick. I want to note that I said that Maokai was the favorite of Rujin for 3 out of the 4 games. For that one that he didn't get Maokai, Sion was the pick, as you were saying, Lovely. As we move on to the next pick here, Thresh is going to take that away from Dean, one of Dean's favorite supports.
I mean, we've seen what that champion can do. It's great for engaging, great for picking off targets, great for protecting your team. There's very little that Thresh can't do. He doesn't have a whole lot of damage, but aside from that, almost everything in his kit is very useful. Braum being hovered on the other side, that's not something we've seen from Dean. He usually prefers more aggressive champions. So it is going to be locked in. So that is a Braum. Great champion for just creating a wall between yourself and your carry to protect your backline. So great champion if you're wanting to run Siege, and that might be what Boise State is setting up here.
I do like those engage moves, stand behind me, those ones where the support just comes in, can really mess up, get some great engage on the match. Diana is going to be the 5th and final pick for Boise State.
One final pick on the game. St. Daniel is going to have to decide what is going to be their next champion. Now, something interesting that I've noticed is that Soraka and Thresh have both been locked in. So that's 2 support options. Lucian going to be hovered here. Potentially the final pick is going to get locked in. So Soraka and Thresh, which means one of those 2 is going to go elsewhere. No, actually the Lucian is going to go up into the top lane. Oh, never mind. It's going to be Thresh top. Boy, maybe it's too early for me to be deciding. Lucian,
it's way
Thresh,
too early
Soraka.
in general.
I think they're just trolling me at this point.
They might just be trolling. They have had a bit of a history with trolling us. It looks pretty standard for Boise State side. And what are you looking at in the final compositions here?
Looking at the final compositions, there's a lot of pick focus from Nevada.
Okay, there's a lot of switch in between.
A lot of switching here. Rengar being in that jungle role, not a big surprise. I actually predicted there would be a lot of switching because they had so much versatility in a lot of the research I did on their team. So the Lucian up top lane, it's not something that we haven't seen before, but it's certainly a very rare thing. You're going to have a lot of high-pressure bullying against that Scion in the early game. Doesn't have as much sustain as something like, say, the Maokai, which Boise State decided that they were going to pass over for this game.
And if you're just joining us, this is the Boise State Game Pansy Sports Arena. Today we are facing off University of Nevada in the Wolfpack versus the Broncos. We are very excited to bring this to you. And before we get into it, I will read you a little thing about our chat. You are watching a broadcast of League of Legends. This is our field, and the Twitch chat is the stands. We encourage all of you to cheer, support, and even critique. But no one has the right to flame, harass, defame, troll, or verbally abuse any viewer, player, or broadcaster. Just like in the stadium, if you're not a good fan, you'll be removed. Please cheer responsibly.
So as we are looking at how this is going to turn out for Boise State and Nevada, what do you think the mindset for Boise State should be going in here? They have had a good record so far, 2-0, but sometimes Boise State has been vulnerable to overconfidence.
It is important to recognize that if you're doing well, it's great to have that confidence, but don't push yourself beyond that. Boise State, we've seen the Broncos get overly aggressive. We've seen them make maybe jungle advances that they shouldn't have gotten. But if they are intelligent about the way they play, if they are smart about getting their objectives, I think they've got a really good shot at this game. Their composition, as it is, has a great way to zone people off of their carries. They have so much protection on this Caitlyn. They have the Diana to be able to clean up anything that the Caitlyn isn't able to get. And on top of that, Diana's roam potential to help out the other lanes is going to be such a huge impact.
Mm-hmm. And definitely one thing that Nevada has to look out for is how good Boise State has been in their organization and time management. Sometimes we've seen in the past games against Wyoming or Colorado State, Wyoming and Colorado State did have good engagements and team fights against Boise State, but they didn't necessarily turn that into getting objectives, into getting towers, whereas when Boise State has been getting wins, consistently they use it to turn it into a dragon, a Rift Herald, some good towers. Boise State has been really disciplined in that regard.
Now, there is one champion in this game who I think has a lot more influence over it than you would think at a first glance. The mid lane Mordekaiser coming from Nevada. It's going to be Skull Chaos on that pick. You wouldn't normally think that'd be such a threat against a Diana who has the ability to roam from lane to lane, but Mordekaiser can actually force a lot of lane pressure, does have the area of effect wave clear, especially if he manages to pick up a trade against Diana. And if Diana's trying to flee, there's no way you're getting away from Mordekaiser's ult. You're going to the Shadow Realm with him, whether you like it or not.
Do you think we're going to see any steals today with Boise State? They were able to get quite a good objective steal last night against Wyoming.
I mean, the name of the game is objective control, so whoever has more pressure on the map is going to have more ability to rotate to those objectives. If Boise State manages to get ahead, I think they're going to have a much easier time than Nevada will in securing those objectives because of the tools that they have to work with.
Now, how do you think Woojin is going to be doing early game versus how he scales to mid game, late game? Because he always does that well in being a great late game player, but sometimes we have seen him when there have been aggressive ganks, especially on the Maokai, he's been able to get caught out early in the game.
I am a little worried. Lucian is an early game lane bully, even in the bottom lane against other ranged champions. He's going into a melee matchup against a Scion. And you create so much pressure as a Lucian against that because there's nothing Scion can really do to reach you consistently. It's going to depend a lot on whether he decides to go for harass or farm, and the way that Woojin handles the harass that he ends up getting.
It is interesting to see Can't Get Dopamine go again on the Ivern. I know that in the first couple of picks against Colorado State, it caught us a little bit off guard, but he has gone with that consistently in the past games and has shown how good he can be on Ivern.
Yeah, it's a utility jungler, and Ivern has a great way to just clear through his jungle very quickly, passes off additional buffs to his team, gives his team that utility, and it's proving to be an absolute boon for Boise State because of the way that they can use the Brushmaker to give their team additional protection, shields on their Caitlyn, and Root Collar for engaging with champions that don't have easy engages.
So as we go into the initial loadouts here and what the teams have picked, is anything standing out to you, Lovely, right now?
Looking at a glance, nothing too crazy here. We do see that Conqueror has been picked up on the Diana in the mid lane, so not really an assassin type, someone who wants to fight you over a long period, which I think is a great choice into the Mordekaiser, especially since he's going to want to fight you over long periods as well. Probably going to build Nashor's Tooth fairly early on that for the attack speed, just to get more additional attacks off over the course of the fight. Little taunting going back and forth there in the mid lane.
Yeah, it might get a little bit chippy early on. We're going to have to see. One thing, if you were looking at the stage, is that we do have that divider in place because Nevada is on stage with us. Like we were saying, it's always great when another team takes the initiative to come here. We actually saw them here last night kind of doing a bit of scouting when we were going up against Wyoming.
I mean, I can't blame them. As far as I'm concerned, getting information ahead of time and being prepared for what the opposing team is going to bring out is crucial to coming up with a strong game plan. And I will say, they did a good job of surprising even me.
Boise State, yeah, and one thing, they did get to see that steal. So if you're scouting, they can know, just be a little bit more, be a bit more prepared for that. Maybe they won't get quite caught us off guard as Wyoming did last time.
Early game starting, and both junglers have opted to start on the top side of the map. It looks like there's not going to be any cheeky invades or early vision, so it's just going to be your typical horizontal jungling as the lanes start setting themselves up.
Now, we have been talking, Glovely, about the changes to the Drakes and the bonuses they give. For instance, the Ocean Drake now just giving a buff to health instead of mana regeneration. And the changes to the Mountain Drake no longer giving objective bonuses. Based on the compositions we're seeing here, the drafts that we're seeing here, does that affect anyone in an adverse way or positive way?
I think as far as their teams are concerned, there's not any junglers that are particularly more powerful, or any champions really. I do think Rengar does benefit if the Ocean Dragon happens to be the third one, but not in a crazy way that ensures he's going to win the game or anything. Meanwhile, we see an engagement from Red Hot's doing a great job trading back and forth in the mid lane, but there's also the same sort of pressure being exerted top onto Woojin, so both teams need to be careful.
Yeah, you were really right about Lucian being the lane bully. He has pushed Woojin all the way almost back to the tower, and look at that farming stat, 16-6, so he's definitely making his presence known there.
10 CS isn't the world this early in the game, but it is a really hurtful stat to look at. We look down in the bot lane, and this Thresh Soraka lane, of all things, is doing a great job. Soraka actually being used as an AP carry here with the Thresh supporting, so they're going to have that extra utility going into the later parts of the game.
And it looks like there's a fight here developing in the river. It looks like Hate is just going to be able to flash away. No, the First Blood is going to be able to go over to the Ivern. A great start for Boise State.
That little red buff burn is going to do so much. Flash committed from Gimmick does manage to get the stun. Ivern is here. Unbreakable goes up to try and block up the damage, and it looks like the Broncos are just going to back off.
We were talking so much about early game aggression, and it's nice to see that going over to Boise State, especially with some of the more aggressive picks Nevada had.
And you'd be surprised at just how much damage an Ivern can put out. It's not the kind of matchup you would expect for an Ivern to beat out a Rengar, but we did see that the buffs were still on the Ivern. He clears stuff so quickly in the early game when he gets to those buffs, able to use Smite to take those camps instantly.
It is also going to be very interesting to see how Boise State is on the objectives that has been such a strong suit for them in the past couple of games.
I'm still very intrigued by this bot lane. Soraka is not the sort of champion you typically see being used, but it is very great at poking and harassing and sustaining itself using that Starfall and the additional rejuvenation that you get from it. And since you're playing as a carry, you typically want to max that anyway because it's your primary source of damage.
And talk about the choice of supports. We see Dean's favorite being played on Nevada's side instead, and we're seeing him use Braum, like you said, Lovely, something he's not necessarily used to that much.
Yeah, and he hasn't really been able to play it aggressively like he prefers to. When you do use Braum aggressively, it is possible you jump to your allies with the stand beside me. Meanwhile, there's an engagement up in the top lane. Can't get Dopamine. Takes out Endpoint with some help from Lujin. Great job by those team members.
Yeah, Can't Get Dopamine has been such a great jungler with the ganks. And again, we've been talking about the aggression coming through for the Lucian, but thanks to Can't Get Dopamine, the aggression has been on Boise State's side instead.
I really do like the fact that this Ivern is getting ahead so quickly. He doesn't really need the gold or items himself in terms of getting power, but he gets all those items for utility. His items are already so much cheaper, so by the time that he builds up the items he needs for that later game, he's going to bring so much utility and protection to his team. Meanwhile, Red Hots goes in on the mid lane, does get caught. They're going to trade back and forth. Neither of them are going to be able to do that much damage to the other. Can't Get Dopamine walks through the lane just to say, hello, just a reminder that I'm here.
If I walk inconspicuously enough, they're not going to notice me. It looks like Ivern is the only one with a bounty on him, though, 150 gold bounty. In terms of gold, Boise State has pulled into a 400 gold lead, a nice start, but we have seen it can go back and forth, especially in the last two games in Colorado State versus Wyoming. There were times in the mid-game where it went back and forth, but Boise State has always been able to pull it out at game.
We look at that top lane, and the gold lead is ever increasing. Meanwhile, in bot lane, Gimmick has actually decided to go for the Executioner's Calling, trying to reduce some of the healing that Soraka gets for free whenever she lands a Q onto one or more members.
Lujin is just going to do a little bit to clear out all the minions here, is able to get the hit on Endpoint as well. Just being able to clear a little bit. It looks like something, there's a bit of strategery going on here in the river.
Yeah, Boise State looking to set up some wards, make sure they have vision around that dragon. But they're in a dangerous situation as there's a jump over the wall with the blast cone. Gimmick has been caught out and is unable to get away from 3 members of Nevada. So that's going to be an elimination over to them.
And especially since the Drake has spawned, Nevada is going to turn that right away into getting that Infernal. We were talking about how crucial it is for Boise State with their time management and objective control. Nevada has taken that to heart, able to pick up the first dragon.
One of the downsides of taking the Executioner's Calling on the Caitlyn so early is that you give up a lot of damage that you might get from another item, like, say, the BF Sword. Great item. Also, Boise State was trying to set up vision. It was great that they were in the area, but they really needed a bit more vision and pressure and knowledge of where the opponents were. Looks like the ultimate has been used. A lot of damage coming out from that Mordekaiser, but Red Hots is responding in kind. Can't Get Dopamine is there. Trigger Seed keeps him alive. Root Collar misses, so there's not going to be any eliminations in the mid lane.
No eliminations, but Can't Get Dopamine has been there consistently to help out his lane, Boise State's laners whenever he can. Such a great pick on the Ivern. With that last engagement, though, Nevada has come into just about a 1 gold lead. And Red Hots is going to go again, trying to get the elimination here on the Kled, but it looks like he's in danger. Is going to run back under tower and live to fight another day.
Soraka ultimate coming in huge to give him the health he needed to sustain, and of course the additional shielding that he gets as a result of that passive on his W. Going to keep him alive even in the face of a very dangerous engage. Red Hots is not likely going to be finding any easy eliminations in that mid lane, which is going to make it so much harder for him to roam and influence the other lanes.
I should say that is a Mordekaiser in the middle lane. I did catch my error there. I was looking purely at the gamer tags and the big capital letters at the end of Nevada.
I mean, I can't blame you if you thought a Kled could play mid lane. I've seen it happen many times. Looking now at the vision across the map, Boise State has some good vision put in place around the major objectives, one on the Baron Pit, one on the Dragon Pit. Not a lot of vision coming out from the side of Nevada, though.
Not a lot of vision, and that actually has been something in the past couple of games that Boise State has faltered at a little. In our mid-game report cards, we've consistently given them Bs in that.
It's entirely possible they just haven't been able to set it out yet. Wujin going to take a lot of punishment from that press the attack Lucian, but we can see that the damage is slowly starting to decrease now that he's picked up Ninja Tabi. That's going to reduce a lot of the incoming auto attack damage, make it easier for him to farm. And now we're going to have a bit of a replay here.
This is a bit of an instant replay here. It looks like it was against, yeah, we saw Can't Get Dopamine, who has been so great with the ganks, and he tried to get M point here. Actually, no, this was an elimination against the Lucian. This was great for Boise State. Normally, Wujin's weakness is that he has been able to get caught out, but that certainly isn't the case this match.
Meanwhile, a fight breaks out in the river, and they've caught out Red Hots, unfortunately, not able to get away against 3 members. That bot lane has been roaming up with the mid and jungler and doing a great job of controlling that area.
Has been, and Can't Get Dopamine is going to land to the root there, just try to get away a little bit of safety.
Wujin now tries to land the decimating smash, ends up getting press the attack in return. He's going to walk away. So Lucian actually has very low mana right now, so Wujin does have the ability to pressure him, trying to get back some of that farm deficit that he's been pushed into. Not quite able to press his advantage, though, is going to go in with the decimating smash, isn't going to convert it into anything.
We see Nevada has a gold lead of a little over 1K right now. What do you think is the main strategy for Boise State to get back in this game?
Boise State really needs to regain control of the Dragon down in that bottom lane. They need to have the vision, they need to have control, and they need to have more knowledge as to where University of Nevada is setting themselves up. They're trying to get their different lanes ahead, but they don't have a strong pressure point anywhere. They need to... Oh, looks like Red Hots is going to be caught out. Fighting against in that mid lane is taking a lot of damage from the Mordekaiser, but as soon as he comes out, he will be in tower range. Doesn't have as much support as he'd like. But there are multiple members on both sides. Wujin does end up teleporting down, falls to Skull Chaos, Can't Get Dopamine, forced to back away with little to no health. Now Wujin and Dean are sitting underneath the tower here with Can't Get Dopamine. Gimmick is still down on the bot lane, but there's 4 members now for University of Nevada in that mid lane. They're going to take probably at least 1 tick off of that turret.
Getting some damage. We see Wujin getting stunned there. We saw great initiative from Nevada. Boise State with support coming in just a little bit too late there. They are still trying to keep alive. You see the root coming onto Price there. But it looks like both teams are now going to disengage, especially with the second Dragon coming up.
With Red Hots eliminated and Gimmick there in the bot lane, Boise State didn't have a lot of damage to really do anything to Nevada. So doing a great job there as to determining where they could siege and for how long, backing off at just the right moment.
And here we see Red Hots was unfortunately caught out by Nevada, and Boise State was able to even it up, and that is something that they are able to do against Skull Chaos there, is even if the engagement in the team fight doesn't go their way at the beginning, they have been really good in getting picks here and there to try to even it up.
It was ultimately a 1-for-1 trade, as Wujin did manage to pick up Skull Chaos on the backside of that fight. 3 members now trying to catch out Dean, but he is a Braum. He is very tanky. Does drop Glacial Fissure, manages to find one. Isn't able to convert into a stun. Jumps over the side into the Dragon Pit. So there's fights on either side. Gimmick shuts down that Rengar. Price is now running for his life, but Dean is trapped in the pit with the Dragon, isn't able to get out. Gimmick and Can't Get Dopamine going to create some pressure as that Mountain Dragon is there. Red Hots, though, barely manages the death sentence. Now there's Brushmaker in the way, so it's going to be very hard for University of Nevada to see, and they do drop a Vision Ward. This Dragon is getting very low.
For a possible steal here. We see Skull Chaos is able to slay Dean, and Boise State is going to be able to get the Mountain Drake right there, and the Ocean Drake is going to be the 3rd one to spawn, so that's going to be the one to affect the map there. But Nevada was able to shut down Ivern there. A great engagement from Nevada despite not getting the Dragon. They are able to make it 4-6 overall, and they have a sizable goal lead.
Can't Get Dopamine is the one who managed to get out, but they might be able to have enough pressure to be able to get a tower. We look at this fight here. Boise State is trapped here in this barren pit. Red Hots is able to flash out of the way, and Wujin ultimately does end up escaping, but they do have to sacrifice their jungler for this. That redemption coming in huge, the only thing really keeping Wujin alive through all of that.
And right now we see Shelly is going to be spawning in the upper objective pit right there, and Nevada is going to make quick work trying to get the objective here, maybe get a bit of a charge onto one of the towers there, especially as you said, as the turret plating is followed. Try to push up any of these lanes. We see Wujin up here trying to challenge. He is going to get a little bit chippy with St. Daniel. We see the Ivern coming up for maybe some additional support. Dean is going to be there as well, so this is a full team engage right there. We see the root coming on, followed by the stun, and it looks like Skull Chaos is going to actually be the one to take out Dean. A great engagement. Red Hots is going to slay OBV instead, and now the double kill is going to come out on the Thresh, so great job for Boise State, able to turn that engagement around as they can, and they are not done. Skull Chaos is next on their list. He is just going to try to flee, but it is not enough. Red Hot's coming through like he does. A great engagement from Boise State, and now they're the ones looking to take that Rift Herald if they choose to.
Unofficial triple kill going over to Red Hots, and now you better believe he's going to absolutely abuse that. Look at the way that they're able to layer their crowd control onto these targets. Can't get dopamine. Force zoning out of the fight just enough to keep himself safe. Throwing important crowd control into the fight wherever he needed to. We see the root caller. We see the trigger seed going out, keeping his teammates alive. And then Wujin just tanking so much, creating so much pressure just with sheer force of presence. Glacial Fissure committed in the bot lane, and Gimmick's going to pick up Price. Now Red Hots is being caught out in the mid lane. It does look like the Mordekaiser is going to come down, is able to take Red Hots out in return, but that's still 2 for 1 for Boise State.
2 for 1, able to get some hits on that bottom tower as well. It looks like the Rift Herald is going to be summoned, and actually Nevada was the one who was actually able to get the Rift Herald, and Shelly is going to charge right at that turret, able to take it out, so first tower is going over to Nevada.
No charge damage from that last charge, but they are going to deal so much damage to this tower, so that's 2 towers off of that 1 Rift Herald. So great play by University of Nevada, making the most of that objective.
Yeah, that has been a big story, is how much can you make out of these engagements and how much objective. We see St. Daniel is going to be coming up with Endpoint as well to maybe just get the top lane tower as well, and Nevada is really just making quick work of these lanes.
3 towers and no answer from Boise State. Spread too far across the map and not able to get up there in time to engage. Red Hots is going to catch the wave, but Boise State now here in the mid lane trying to do something to answer in response, but there is a Soraka in the way.
One of the great things we have seen about Boise State is how well they can scale up into the late game. It looks like they are trying to get a bit of a tower themselves. Skull Chaos is going to come in, but he is going to get caught out by Boise State as the damage just goes wailing on him. Price is now coming down. Red Hots is going to join the fight as well. It is a full team fight. Skull Chaos just being so tanky, taking so much damage. OBV is going to be the first one to get the elimination on Gimmick, and a double kill is going to come onto Boise State. A great engagement so far from Nevada, and now Endpoint is also going to can't get dopamine, and we've been talking about how much Nevada has been capitalizing on this. They've already pushed all the way to mid lane. What objective do you see them getting here?
At this point now, they have so much pressure down in that bot lane. Dropping both carries was huge for them in that fight because Boise State's remaining members just don't have the damage output to be able to answer to them. So now they have pressure in the bottom lane. They're probably going to take at least 1 tower off of that fight in addition to the 3 eliminations they got, and they're going to steal away this red buff as we see here on the screen.
We have seen Boise State's objective control, what has been such a strong point for them, just starting to fall apart for them here in this match. Nevada has now have about a sizable 2.5K gold lead. We see a 150 bounty on 2 members of Nevada right now. How can Boise State start to come back and get their footing? Where do they need to start?
A lot of focus might be down here on this bot lane where they do still have more turrets, and more importantly, where the 3rd dragon of the game is now spawning. Boise State has been pushed behind an objective, so they need to be able to control and take some back. But right now, it looks like both teams are trying to set up around that bottom lane, so I'm suspecting a fight will happen soon.
Boise State has had good engagement and has had good team fights, but it is going to come down to this as a key moment. Nevada has already engaged the Ocean Dragon right here. Boise State might be looking to steal. All 5 members are set up here, so both teams are really eyeing this as a key objective that they need to take.
Both teams have the potential to siege and poke each other, but now someone has committed to the Baron
Look out for possible steal. No.
It looks like red team is going to steal the dragon, or take the dragon, so Nevada is going to take claim of it. Boise State now trying to do something. Endpoint is able to take out Red Hots. That's 1 carry down, 1 remaining. Can Gimmick survive through this fight? No. Rengar does a great job of getting to a double kill for Lucian as he takes out, can't get dopamine as well. Triple kill now, taking out Dean on that Braum. Lucian the only one to walk away with half a health bar as the rest of Nevada is alive and well and ready to start destroying Boise State's base.
You see a bunch of cheers coming out from Nevada, but they are actually going to find Wujin. looking to put the point on this, take out every single member of Boise State. Woojin is fleeing for his life as Skull Chaos is able to pick up the ace.
An unfortunate turn for Boise State, losing the all of the members of their team and the Dragon. Now a turret. Inhibitor is going to be left alone as they back away. We're looking at this team fight, and look at the way Red Hots is so spread out from the rest of his team. Boise State split across the map. Gimmick doesn't have a tank between him and the other members. The Mordekaiser coming around the backside. The only one really trying to stop him was Can't Get Dopamine, and as soon as he's gone, there's nothing stopping that Rengar from pouncing on top of him. The pressure that they are emitting over the course of these fights is just incredible.
We have talked so much about how Red Hots has been the one in the past few matches to just completely delete and annihilate health, but now he's finding himself in that position, and it ain't too fun.
Usually what happens is he has a great laning phase, or at least a moderately good one, and then is able to use that to roam. But the Mordekaiser is shutting down that roam potential so hard by forcing him to stay in lane, by having so much pressure, so much ability to push the minions, and of course that ultimate to continue pressuring in the fights, that there's nothing that they can do in response.
We definitely hear some spirited conversations between the teams in the back. Unfortunately, due to the delay, we aren't quite sure what is going to happen, so we're going to have to wait a few minutes. But the mood here in the arena is rising. Like I said at the beginning, it's not necessarily in Boise State's favor. Nevada certainly has their own cheering section as well, making themselves known almost to infinity.
We have an 8K gold lead from University of Nevada. They're doing a great job here in their play, in their objective control, and they're using that lead to win these team fights, to put them in their favor. When you have a 4-2-10 Mordekaiser, that is a terrifying force transitioning into your mid to late game. We are now here around level 12, level 10 for most of the members of both teams. And now Dean's going to get caught out. Does throw up the Unbreakable, is able to block a lot. Not quite pinned down. Glacial Fissure trying to zone off members. They tried to get off, but he's able to get out. Does pop the ultimate, has the ability to jump over the wall if he wants to, but doesn't have enough vision and doesn't have the confidence to jump in. Is going to end up using that ultimate defensively just to get out, but Boise State also forced to back away. Both teams are poking at each other now. It looks like they're trying to find a flank around the backside. There are 3 members. There is protection around Gimmick, but no one is able to commit to an engage quite yet.
This isn't the Boise State that we have seen in previous games. They are just trying, they're playing very passively. They are not getting the engage. Skull Chaos is going to find out Red Hots, lay some damage on him. Meanwhile, we see a little bit of a flank coming down from Nevada onto Boise State. It's going to be able to catch out Woojin. Shut down, though, from Boise State onto the Mordekaiser. That could be real crucial, but Skull Chaos is going to get Red Hots instead. OPV is on a rampage. Right now, it is 4-for-4 against them, and Woojin, unfortunately, is taken down. That allows Nevada to take the ultimate advantage in this engagement. Like you said, Glovely, now a 7.5 gold lead from Nevada. They are going to use that to go right onto the inhibitor.
It was a great job by Boise State to keep their carries alive, but unfortunately they were just out of position as a result of that engage. The Mordekaiser is doing so much to keep Red Hots and his Diana from just ripping through the health bars of Nevada and creating that kind of pressure. 2 members actually ended up having to be committed just to deal with that Mordekaiser, and in doing so, they left the other members of their team vulnerable.
Yeah, talk about realizing the strength on Boise State, which has been Red Hots in the mid lane, and them picking such a great counter to him. He hasn't really been able to gain any footing or traction this match.
A very unfortunate situation for him. He does like to roam. Maybe we'll see that Mordekaiser banned out in the next game because of how it's controlling the lane so well. Maybe we won't. Maybe he has an answer to it. We'll have to see in the future. But now the teams are preparing for this Dragon.
Right now, Woojin is going to engage. He is able to get the stun. Skull Chaos's health is going down rapidly, but now Red Hots is going to get caught in. OPV gets the unstoppable. He is Daisy also comes out from the Ivern right now, but Boise State is fighting one man down. They are trying to get Skull Chaos here, who is starting to get low on health, but Boise State has to watch out here, and Skull Chaos is going to can't get Dopamine in head. Boise State tries to get engaged. Woojin is running away, but OPV is able to get the double kill. Woojin is still using his ability here, but it's just going to be too little too late.
Passive isn't going to be enough. Teleport actually being used to get into the base to pressure this as quickly as possible. Dean, the only member left alive now. Unfortunately, not able to block off that death sentence that did end up catching out Gimmick. There's so much pressure here from Nevada. I don't think there's a way that Boise State can come back from this.
Nope, Nevada is just going on all in, putting down those 2 Nexus turrets, now going on to the Nexus, and Nevada coming in strong. The Wolfpack has found their prey against the Broncos and is going to take the first match.
Boise State really had a hard time finding engagements onto targets that they needed to get. We actually saw that Soraka had a 22-stack Medjai Soul Stealer by the end of the game, just because of her ability to survive through those fights, had a great front line, was able to stand back, keep her teammates alive, continue pumping out the damage, and just get so many assists because the rest of the team did all of the damage and tanking that she needed them to.
Yeah, Boise State was definitely caught off guard. Nevada came through with the draft, through the gameplay, and the objective control. They were just really dominant in every way, shape, and form that match.
And we definitely saw a change in kind of attitude after Boise State tried to come out strong, and then Nevada had that momentum, and they just kept going, And what kind of approach would you suggest they take to kind of take back that momentum and kind of break down the energy?
I think Boise State needs to be able to draft for that pressure that they like, to be able to get the momentum in their favor. You need a lot more control in that bottom side. And while they did do a great job managing to catch out that Rengar early, it was the second engagement when they tried to get vision in that area that really cost them. 3 members taking out their bot lane and taking that first dragon really turned the game in the favor of University of Nevada. You need to avoid situations like that.
And just resetting their minds, taking a break, which is something I think we can do right now.
And it looks like we're going to take a break, maybe take a breather. We have a high energy here because we have University of Nevada joining us inside the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. So we're going to take a quick break. Don't go away. The energy is pretty crazy, so I foresee a very exciting match to come.
Boise State Esports is brought to you by Game Pants Arenas and Equipment, Omen by HP, and Archon Clothing, makers of official licensed Boise State Esports apparel. All right, and welcome back to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We had an exciting match that we just did with University of Nevada. They had some incredible momentum, and they took it away from Boise State, so I'm pretty excited to see what's coming up. As far as draft picks and changes for this next match, what do you guys foresee Boise State changing to kind of get that back from Nevada?
I think the biggest problem with Boise State was that Mordekaiser in the mid lane. It shut down Red Hots from being able to roam and put pressure across the map so hard. That's a champion that you need to get out of the way just so that you can free up your mid lane to have more influence upon the game. I'd also suggest finding a top laner that's going to have a much easier time against someone like this Lucian. We see here that Woojin got bullied out so hard by the pressure that Lucian was putting down. They did do a great job here. Can't get dopamine. Did manage to find out this Rengar in the early game, doing a lot of damage between the red buff, the summon Airy, and just the auto attacks that he gets. Ended up using a flash there. But Boise State did not have the pressure that is usually characteristic of them, and that caught them a little off guard because they're used to having the ability to roam freely from lane to lane because of that vision, because of that lead advantage. And once they lost that, they fell so far behind in the team fights as a result.
Yeah, we did see Can't Get Dopamine here on the Ivern, and this was starting out, this is what we've seen from Boise State in the past. They were on to a pretty good start here, but like you were saying, because the Mordekaiser was so oppressive in the mid lane, that means Red Hots wasn't able to roam like he used to. We saw Gimmick also here getting caught out, so Nevada really did came to play, and we saw here the pressure just pushing Woojin right up to the tower. It was just rough there for Boise State.
It was really that catch out on Gimmick that turned the game around for Nevada because they were able to pick up that first dragon. And that first dragon is such a crucial one when it's all about damage, and all of their members are able to do at least some form of decent damage for the sake of their team. Soraka doesn't really have to worry about eliminations, but anytime you can get something onto her, it's always a boon for your team. This was that dragon fight now. Boise State was kind of funneled in there without a way out. That's the downside of setting up your Ivern composition the way that they did. So now we're actually going to have a quick interview, and then we'll go right back into game.
Thanks, guys. It's fun to be here on stage. I'm here with Adam Tarr, who is maybe most the dastardly guy we've ever had on this stage. We've got a long history, Boise State and Nevada playing. We played last. No, we didn't actually get to play last in Las Vegas, but both squads are trying to get back to the championship in Las Vegas. On the campus of UNLV, which is a special kind of sweet when you're playing on their stage and they're not. So, you guys made the drive up here. Tell us a little bit more about how this team has been able to be able to travel and come.
Yeah, so it all started last year actually when you reached out to us and offered to come see your new arena, which is a spectacular arena. And, you know, we're like, hey, this is a good opportunity to get closer as a team and get closer as kind of a friend group in a sense. And so we just said, you know, we're going to make the drive and kind of just went for it.
Yeah. So you heard it here. Team bonding is coming up here and trying to kick our butts. Okay, second question. Team played fantastic. You'll want to turn down the other mic levels. There you go. The team came up here, played a fantastic first game, but you've got 3 squads here. You've got Overwatch, you've got Rocket League, you've got League of Legends. What can we expect for the rest of the day? Now be careful.
I would expect close games, but as a Nevada alumni, I think we're going to take all 3.
Okay, you heard it here first. He's going to take all 3. This is awesome having you guys up here. We absolutely love face-to-face competition. The crowd is fabulous. Back to you guys on the desk.
You can see there, I know one of Doc's keys to the game was to make some choice members on Nevada break out some tissues, as it will. But right now, as it's looking for Boise State, the tissues might be going to the other side, it looks like. And this is what we like to, talk about is our position here. We like to say we're biased, unbiased, and the fact that, of course, this is a Boise State broadcast, and so we are going to be loyal to Boise State in that in that way. But when we see other teams really put Boise State back on their heels, we're going to call Boise State out for their subpar performances.
Absolutely. We shouldn't hold them accountable, and they can hold themselves accountable. A very rough game for Boise State in Game 1. Draft didn't go their way. They lost objective controls, and that snowballed into team fights, and they had so much difficulty just finding a foothold in the game. They were able to take 1 dragon, but it wasn't enough to make the difference.
And we definitely, coming out of this, I thought, hey, we have the home field advantage. This is super exciting. We get to see them while we play. But, I think that might have played into a little bit of intimidation factor. We see who we're playing, and they're here in person, and they're excited, and we're excited. So, I don't know how the in-person factor is affecting this. How do you guys think?
I mean, if you could hear the crowd, which they can pick up some background noise on our microphones definitely, if you heard who was cheering the loudest and who basically had the reason cheering the loudest, it was Nevada in the cheering section that they definitely brought. They are making their presence known here, not only through their performances, but in the audience as well. And for this first match, it is paying dividends for them.
I'll admit, it can be a little disheartening to be on your home turf and hear the other team being the one getting the cheers and attention. However, this is still Boise State's home turf. They are still playing on the blue turf. So I don't think we can count out their morale just yet.
Yeah, not just yet. We have a lot of Boise State energy that we can kind of rile up. And, you know, this isn't too far into it, so we still have the next one to make our redemption.
And the next draft is going to be crucial, Glovely. What do you think, you know, we've been talking about the Mordekaiser, but are there any other aspects that you think Boise State could tweak in order to have a more favorable outcome, shall we say, at the very least for this second match?
I do think that if they're going to commit to that top lane tank, they need someone who's got a little more sustain in the face of something like a Lucian, who's going to bully you very hard early on, which either, to me, means you either take the Lucian off of the table and force him onto a champion that can't pressure as hard, or you try and look to a champion who's going to be able to sustain through a lot of pressure. Something like a Maokai, or, you know, my favorite, the Might of Demacia, Garen Crown Guard himself. I mean, I will push for that forever, but I don't think it's going to happen. But I think the Maokai, at the very least, is reasonable. Maybe we could see a Vladimir, or even one of the enchanters that Wujin played earlier in the season, like the Jana or the Karma.
I just want to give a disclaimer, though. Glovely will find any reason or justification whatsoever to have Garen as a pick. Joining us on desk, we have a new fresh face, or if you've been watching for a broadcast, maybe not so fresh, because he has been here for so many broadcasts, including last night's broadcast. Michael Fisher, it is great to have you with us on desk. You were able to miss that first match that Boise State had against Nevada, but maybe it was a good thing you weren't here for that, because it was not a pretty sight, at least for Boise State.
Yeah, I mean, I got a text from Doc that said we need our good luck charm in the arena ASAP, so I came down here as quickly as I could right after I saw that L. So I'm here to turn everything around. I'm here for the reverse sweep. That's the entire reason I'm here right now.
Well, reverse sweep is big words. We have your word against Nevada's word. We're going to see who comes out on top here. It is definitely going to be interesting. So have you picked anything out from just kind of peripheral hearing about what Boise State needs to do, or do you want a quick refresher? We actually don't have time for a refresher because we're going to go right into the draft here.
And I think the first thing to point out here is I saw last game Can't Get Dopamine was on that Ivern. Nevada immediately taking that away from him, so it's going to be a very different game already for Boise State. I'm going to be very curious what he's going to play. I mean, the Olaf's still up, the Jarvan 4 is still up. Nevada can't ban both of those. They could first pick one if they wanted to, so I'm very curious what Nevada has in mind if they want to target that Ivern down.
Mordekaiser is banned away. Boise State taking my advice there, and I'm glad that they have. That's going to free Red Hots up so much to roam across the map. Losing that Ivern, I do think, is going to be a bit detrimental for them, but they do have other jungle champions that they've used in terms of having tanks, in terms of having aggression, in terms of having support. Ornn going to be that last ban by University of Nevada, and Soraka going to be the response. So there's a lot of powerful picks still up, including one that we've talked about all season.
Yeah, and we're going to see, it looks like the Akali is going to be the first pick for Nevada, so that's basically their way of having a fourth ban if you take it away from Red Hots before Boise State can even pick. But I think the Broncos are in a great spot because we did lose that Ivern, but you still have that Olaf up, who we've been talking about is still a menace this season. You still have the Jarvan 4, who can make a lot of plays as well. So I think Boise State is going to get their choice of jungler. They're going to get the Olaf. So I'm going to be curious if that Ivern ban was really worth it for Nevada.
And Pike, the other pickup for Boise State. We've seen that Dean likes that champion sort of as a variation on his Thresh. Has the hook, but also has a lot more aggression and a lot more assassination potential. So very different change from that Braum in the previous game that he wasn't really able to do much with. Annie being hovered by Nevada.
Oh my goodness, Doc, someone alert Doc. Annie has been picked by Nevada. So now Doc has to make a decision. Is it his personal pride against the school that he is aligned to?
Or does he side with the Annie that's now been picked up? So that champion has great burst potential. We've seen it be used as both a support and a mid laner over the entire course of League of Legends history. And actually, we had a bit of an error. So it looks like we're going to go back out If I had to guess, that Annie was probably an accidental pick. So no, we are probably not going to see Annie.
and a single solitary tear comes from Doc's eyes.
You hate to see that. That was very unfortunate. They were hovering it for Doc and then didn't realize that there was a timer. That was what they were doing. That's what I'm being told in my ear. They were hovering it. They were honoring Doc for letting him be such a gracious host. And then they forgot that there is a timer even in custom games that counts down and locks you into a champion as soon as that timer ends.
So we are going to see picks and bans be exactly the same all the way through, both teams being good sports about that. So Soraka, then we're going to see Akali picked up by Nevada, denying that from Red Hots, denying that ability to roam across the map. We'll see Pike and Olaf in response from Boise State as Nevada picks at what is actually going to be their next pick.
I'll be very curious. I mean, I think the Annie could have worked. I do think she has a role. I don't know if it's against Pike, but I mean, I think it could have been something you could have pulled off. But I understand Nidalee going to be picked in a Misfortune as well. Those are both interesting picks. I'll put it that way. I think Misfortune definitely needs a team around her, and from what I see from Nevada's first 3 picks, that is not what she has.
It is a champion, however, that Price is very comfortable on playing on. A lot of that champion being played, not just in his overall match history, but also a lot of focus in the last week. So maybe something more of a comfort pick than necessarily something they're drafting for the draft. Jhin going to be the pickup on the other side for Gimmick. Lots of long range, lots of pick potential, and lots of damage on that 4th shot.
Nocturne, the first ban there away for Boise State. Really hard to say. I'm guessing that has to be a Nidalee jungle. That's where she sort of thrived in the last few seasons, so I'm a little confused what the Nocturne ban was targeting, unless it was a Nocturne top.
It's a Nocturne mid, actually. We discussed that a little bit in that previous game. That is something that Skull Chaos has run, at least in his solo queue game, something I warned Boise State about. But now we are getting through the bans here. Maokai going to be the ban from Nevada, trying to keep Woojin from being able to comfortably sustain himself in that top lane. Boise State, one more ban. Leona is going to be taken off the table, and that is arguably one of the strongest supports in the meta.
Yeah, I think that is a very good choice, especially against Pike. Pike is one of those that if you can lock him down, that's really where he loses his ability to go invisible, his ability to be cheeky and not be able to be caught and heal up with his shield, so I can totally understand that. And then the Galio ban being taken away by Boise State. We, of course, know Red Hots has loved to play that when his typical assassins have been taken away from him. Or really, Boise State showed a lot of that comp last year, but it did acquire a couple other members. Now we get the Teemo hover.
Yeah,
now remember Boise State, there is a timer you have to watch out for.
Yeah, don't start with us. We're not having any of that.
You never know. They could lock it in. This could be Teemo. No, it is going to be the Scion most likely. Yes, it is locked in. Great champion in terms of being able to engage and scale. Annie being hovered now. I think they're just
they're playing with fire again here.
Literally not mentally, but literally because Annie uses fire.
It's unbearable.
Nope, we're not going there now. We're not going to the pun.
Why not? I'm on fire.
Nope, we're done. It's going to be Thresh. Thank you, Nevada, for stopping Glovely's train of puns there. Thresh is also an interesting choice. He can't lock down Pike as much as Leona can, but he still can definitely slow him down, and it's not someone who you want to hook in if you're Pike because he's sneakily tanky, especially when he gets some more souls into the late game. And then Vladimir, the last choice there for the Wolfpack. That'll probably be their top laner, which will be very difficult because Scion isn't going to bully you out of lane, and he's especially not going to bully a Vladimir out of lane.
Well, he's certainly going to do some bullying to Scion. Maybe not to the same degree that Lucian was getting, but they don't need to worry about having a marksman top. Victor going to be the last pick for Boise State. We've seen Red Hots play that champion. Maybe not the aggressive assassin that he usually takes, but does have a lot of area of effect crowd control, and he is playing into an Akali, so unless he's playing into that Vladimir, they do have the ability to flex those champions around. So he will use that just to keep himself safe, to provide some additional lockdown for his team, and to zone people off of Jhin.
I have to say, if you're Boise State, you hope it's Vladimir into Victor because Scion can get to the point where he's at least tanky enough to survive the Akali burst. If you just let him go against a Vladimir, he's just going to sustain the whole time. He'll back when he needs items, and he really won't be able to shut down. So I think if you're Boise State, you're liking the fact that it is appearing to be an Akali top lane, something we haven't seen in a few seasons because I think Riot really wanted to make her that mid laner she was really intended to be.
Not as much sustain as she did in her previous incarnation, where you used to just build tank and then allow the passive damage that she was able to get out of her kit to tear through those opponents. Not something that we see anymore, but she does put a lot of pressure on the map. The one downside I will admit that the Akali has in the top lane is that she isn't able to roam down to the bottom side of the map, where control is so important in this current meta.
Yeah, you are tuning in for Boise State versus Nevada here at the Game Pants Esports Arena. The Wolfpack took the first game of this 3-game series, so the Boise State definitely needs to flip the script here. So now that we've seen the picks and bans on both sides, I'll ask you guys, what do you think of the teams and who do you think has the advantage here?
Well, I think the best way to determine who has the advantage is to look back at this midterm progress report and see how they did. We're going to start. Let's have you start, Glovely, on draft.
Looking at Boise State's previous draft, I didn't think it was bad, but it didn't do what they needed, especially that Braum. I'm going to give them a C+.
Yeah, I'm going to give them a C as well. Allowing that Mordekaiser to completely shut out Red Hots really didn't work out in favor for them.
From what I saw, I'm going to give them a C- because they didn't get the job done, but it's Boise State. Going on to the vision control, I'm going to give them a C- again. Boise State is barely slipping by right now for me.
Barely slipping by. I'll be a bit more generous and give them a C+, because there were times when they were all right, but it's a plus, okay? They're going to have to settle for that right now.
I'm going to give them a B. They did a great job of setting up their vision. It just didn't matter. Now, going on to objective control, Boise State had a hard time taking anything, only grabbed one dragon and lost they managed to get the dragon early on, but they lost so much pressure after that, so I'm only going to be able to give them a C+ at best.
A D from me. I'm sorry. Nevada was so good in leveraging their wins. Boise State was really only able, I think they only got one actually instead of one dragon, so I have no choice but to give them a D.
I'll give them a C-. I think getting one dragon is important, but you didn't get much else after that. Time management, I'm going to give them a C- because they didn't manage their time to get the W.
Time management, yeah, Nevada was the one who had all the pressure. I'll give them a C.
I'm also going to agree with a C. There were a lot of situations where Boise State members weren't where they needed to be at crucial moments, and it cost them hard in the long run. Looking at team fights, I'm going to give them a D. They lost almost every single fight, and they didn't have the pressure as a result of what they were losing across the map. It pushed them into a deficit.
I'm going to have to give them a D+, because the plus is for the few good engagements they had at the beginning, but it just fell apart. I will say very quickly, I know Doc is saying that in my ear that they won 40%, but that means in any grading scale, 40% is not a D. I think we're being generous here.
You know what? We're grading on the curve here. We're going to give them a B-. 40% bumps them up, so that's what we're going to give it. That is your midterm progress report. If I had to pick one thing at the bottom, let's go with it's a pleasure to have in class, but they needed some improvement. So in case you want to come down and, during a break you need to have something else keep on your mind, it's the Fighters of the Storm cabinet. If you get the high score, you will get a prize. Once again, it's Tapper is the game. Once again, I cannot get over the fact that I'm somehow never allowed to play, because I'm always casting. All right, I'm going to get off the caster desk, and I'm going to go play. You guys finish up the cast until I get the high score.
Finish up the cast? I am not going to let you get away that easy.
Oh.
You were serving your time on this desk like everyone else.
I thought I had it. I really thought I had it. Well, in case you want to check it out, 301 South Capitol, we got League of Legends. We have Nevada up in the house, a fantastic ability for them to come up here, to have them here, and you can play Fighters of the Storm. You can watch me kick the high scores butt when I get a chance. But let's get to the game we're about to see. League of Legends, Game 2. Boise State needs a win. How do the Broncos get that done from what we've seen in their draft, Lovely?
I think that they need to take advantage of the fact that, yes, this Misfortune on the other side is a comfort pick, and it is a powerful pick in the meta, but they don't have options to set it up. I think only the Thresh really has anything for potential lockdown, and the box isn't reliable enough to keep them in place, as opposed to something like, say, Jarvan's Cataclysm, or even a Braum Glacial Fissure to hold people in place. There's a lot of focus on pick potential on the side of Nevada. So I think Boise State, if they can set up team fights, I think they've got a much better chance of being able to run them down.
And well, I've seen a ton of Nevada fans in the chat, Jim Mountain, so let's give the Wolfpack their due. Make you switch sides for just a little bit here. How do the Wolfpack finish it off in Game 2 with their draft?
How do they finish it off in the draft? You know, after a performance like Nevada had, I would just say just keep doing what they're doing. I mean, they were able to disrupt Boise State in their lanes. They were able to see that Red Hot's, hey, in these past games, he's been able to be such an unstoppable force. They picked what they needed. They weren't able to give him any sort of momentum whatsoever. They just need to keep looking at where Boise State has been strong in the past and countering that exactly to have complete control of this game.
As we hop into the game here, I think that the one thing that is going to be very interesting to me is going to be that mid lane. Victor has a mid-game power spike, but it requires him to back multiple times. He's got to upgrade his Hex Tech core, I believe, 3 times overall. The third upgrade is very expensive. He can't just do that in one back unless he is just getting fed out of his mind. So with Teleport, it's going to come down to when is he going to blow that? Is he going to blow that for his first Hex Tech upgrade when you upgrade the laser and give you a lot of wave clear so you can prevent Vladimir from roaming? That's going to be key for me for Boise State is how can Red Hots manage having to back so often on a champion that needs those upgrades as soon as possible?
You can't really shove a Vladimir out of lane. It is entirely possible that early on he can pick up the Morello Nomicon, and that will give him some form of sustain that he can use within the lane because of the ability to shut down the healing that you get off of the Vladimir. But unfortunately, that isn't necessarily the kind of tool that you can always use. Maybe you pick up an early Luden's Echo to create more wave clear for you. Has actually gone with the Phase Rush, so is going for a bit of a safer lane, able to proc that to give him additional movement speed to get away from the Vladimir or to later on in the game engage onto fights that he otherwise wouldn't be able to keep up with.
Yeah, and we're going to see the play here on from St. Daniel. Gimmick, though, and Dean are going to jump onto Price. It looks like for now Nevada definitely won that trade. Gimmick couldn't get his final shot off, the crit guaranteed by that champion, so he is going to lose that trade, and that's going to be very key. That is how you play. Wow, that character's name is escaping me right now.
Jin.
Jin, thank you, Glovely. That's how you win on Jin, is by getting that. We're going to see a flash away from Price. He's going to dodge the stun. Death Sentence and Ignite's going to come on to Gimmick. He is still very low. He has that crit shot. Nevada realizes that, and the Wolfpack are going to disengage. I don't think he landed more than one final shot in that fight, and that's the difference why Price has so much more HP than he does.
And that was really the problem there. Not able to get that fourth shot because of the zoning presented by the Fresh. Able to back off very quickly with those minions. And sometimes the timing is all that you need to really face off against a Jin. Force him to use that fourth shot on a minion, and that gives you a window of engagement where he's a lot less powerful.
And we do see Kiki Dopamine was trying to sneak up on Asura, but nothing is going to come of that. He is just going to go for some counter jungling there. Nidalee, not one of the quicker junglers in her original clear. She takes a little bit to really get going, needs a lot of ganks to get those items. So Kiki Dopamine realizes that and is going to try and shut down her farm as much as possible. We'll have to see where she ganks it. If you're Kanki Dopamine on this Olaf, is there a lane you're prioritizing, Lovely?
Ideally, you want to try and get someone ahead. I would like to get the bot lane ahead myself. You've got a lot of power down there with the Jin and the Pyke, both of them great at eliminating champions across the map and creating pressure through the roam, through the additional range on their ultimate abilities. So getting that bot lane ahead also gives you pressure over that Dragon Pit, which we've talked time and time again is so important in this meta because of so much power coming from those dragons.
We will have to see right now a very sort of let's get our CS, not a lot of fighting going on here. This is the interesting thing that you're not used to seeing. Usually Woojin playing those tanks is sort of under his own turret with someone pushing, but Akali doesn't have as great of AoE as a Scion does, at least early when she doesn't get the heal, she doesn't get the bonus damage from her Q on minions. So right now Woojin is the one who's actually keeping Asura right under his turret and trying to shut down that Akali, which is huge because we've seen personally an Akali that gets really fed can do whatever she wants. Roman Nid is sitting in that bot bush. Little does she know that Kanki Dopamine is there as well. We're going to see the hook on to St. Daniel. Kanki Dopamine wants to jump on the back line. Undertow is going to come out. The shield and the flash are going to save Nevada, and now they want to turn it around. Kanki Dopamine, the teleport is going to come down there by Skull Chaos, and now Kanki Dopamine is caught all alone, and that is first blood there on a gank gone wrong for Nevada.
first blood, but they did end up committing a teleport in the mid lane for that. That's given some pressure to Red Hot. It's given him the opportunity to back up a bit. They do find a little bit of poke damage onto Dean, but overall, the Boise State bot lane is doing just fine in spite of all of that.
I think that was a great job by Boise State. I don't think if the teleport gets committed by Skull Chaos, I don't think Can't Get Dopamine dies. But I think, once again, the problem here is with how Victor works, Red Hots can't afford to use that teleport because he has to go back to base, upgrade his Hextech core, and then come back to the lane immediately. So that does sort of limit his ability to roam with Skull Chaos, especially with teleport early in the game.
If you haven't noticed right now, with Fish being the good luck charm that he is taken a little bit more of a center stage, where I'm going to go back to a little bit more of a supervisor role. And as supervisor, I see Nevada with a little bit of a gold lead and a good elimination to their name. But how far behind do you think Boise State is right now, if they are far behind? Looks like Skull Chaos, though, is going to get caught out here, maybe.
Yeah, that was an attempted gank by Dean. The Death Sentence is going to come out. It's going to land on Red Hots. He's going to get ignited, but Can't Get Dopamine's going to get the first kill. Roman Nid goes down. Red Hots will go down as well. Once again, Nevada and Boise State almost have the exact same ideas. Dean rotated mid right as Roman Nid was trying to gank on Red Hots. So both teams, it's almost like they have the exact same plan. They're both in the arena, and it's both like they're on the same wavelength right now.
But look at where those eliminations went over to. One elimination for Boise State went over to Can't Get Dopamine on this Olaf, and that's going to propel him forward. The other one went to Thresh. St. Daniel isn't going to be building a whole lot of damage items. That's not going to be a huge boost for their team.
It was a great re-engage there by Skull Chaos. Dean just couldn't quite land the hook in there. I will say the one thing, though, for Nevada that does sort of make up for that is they had two people get assists. Both Roman Nid and Skull Chaos got assists on that kill. Only one assist for Boise State. It was on Red Hot. So a little bit extra gold. And once again, Boise State's going to set up the gank. They're going to land the hook onto St. Daniel. He's going to get rooted and ignited. There's not much he can do. He is dropping very low, but he's actually going to get out. Price turned that fight around and picks up the kill, and he wants more. Dean taking a lot of damage. He's going to get poked down. That was an amazing turnaround there by Nevada to pick up that kill. I thought St. Daniel was dead to rights.
Unfortunately, Can't Get Dopamine just didn't have the damage to eliminate him early enough and wasn't able to close in on that fight. Didn't have enough move speed or any abilities to use to get back. The undertow was still on cooldown. So smart of Price to be able to realize that and turn the fight around in his favor.
I think that Boise State was not expecting that Thresh to be that tanky. I think they thought he would go down in the root and ignite, but Price is going to get hooked. He's going to get rooted. Here comes the bullet time. He's going to survive the ult from Dean. Gimmick trying to get the kill, but he's only level 5. Price is going to flash away, and here's Roman Nid trying to clean it up. He's dropping very low, and he's going to die. Gimmick is going to pick up that kill, but he's still not level 6 for the curtain call to try and finish off Price.
Bit of an emote flash there. It is all okay. I have to highlight that emote.
Sometimes you leave me
play.
speechless, Globally. Sometimes you just... This game never leaves me speechless, but sometimes you do, and that's impressive.
Thank you. I really do endeavor to provide my best puns.
Boise State, though, I think they're doing... Both teams are really doing a great job of when a fight breaks out, the team that got engaged on is usually the one that's coming out on top, which you usually don't see in League of Legends. So I think Boise State did a great job there, re-engaging. Roman Nid might have got a little bit too aggressive. He saw low health bars and he saw red, but it didn't quite result in a kill. But for Boise State, the inability to get a kill bot lane over the last few minutes might really hurt them. But in the meantime, though, they are going to pick up a Cloud Dragon, something that it's not going to come back in the game again, but having that, especially on all of their champions, is huge because that 10% ult reduction on Can't Get Dopamine for the Ragnarok is huge. The curtain call for trying to get a finisher, stuff like that can be a huge game changer for Boise State.
Plus the Plasma Storm, the Unstoppable Onslaught, a lot of powerful ultimates on their team, gaining the benefit. On the other side, though, Nevada not really able to do anything about that dragon. There will be 2 more dragons, of course, that they can potentially take advantage of. I imagine that the Infernal Drake would probably be the most advantageous one for their team, given their setup that doesn't have any tanks. So as long as it's not the Mountain Drake, I think that whatever dragon they want to go for next would be a good thing. But Boise State able to take that dragon, actually because they lost their jungler so early. Once they turned the elimination around, the one who came up first was Can't Get Dopamine. They have bot lane priority. They can move in and take that dragon at their leisure.
As we are seeing here up in the top lane, Asura trying to do everything he can just to try and farm. I do believe he's losing by about 10 CS to Wujin, trying to get some pokes on, but that Scion health pool is just so huge. It's so hard for Akali to lane into that. I honestly thought that Nevada might try a lane swap here as we see Dean coming up, scanning for wards, nothing there, but have to fall back to the turret because Akali does have minions pushing her back. But I'm really surprised to see Boise State jump onto Shelly that Nevada didn't want to swap and put Vladimir up there and let him just out-sustain Woojin, because I do think Akali has more power when we talked about Globally, when she can roam, when she can go gank mid, when she can go down to dragon fights, as opposed to leaving her up in the top lane and just sort of get bullied around by a tank where she's losing by 15 CS.
I also agree with that. I think it would have been a much more favorable matchup into Red Hots. Looks like there was actually an attempt. Did it steal? No. Boise State still continues to get it. Can't get Dopamine. He's the one who picks up Roman mid. And now there's a fight up in the top lane. Unstoppable Onslaught committed, but not going to be able to find enough damage. Akali is not the tankiest champion, but she is quite slippery.
Yeah, that was a fun little smite battle there. Can't get Dopamine, wins that and wins the fight. And now we see a full-on tower dive by Boise State, but St. Daniel's there. The hook and the ignite just eliminates Can't Get Dopamine, and Boise State can't get a kill for it. The Broncos thought they could pull a tower dive off on Asura, and it once again goes against them because Nevada is right there. I swear these teams are on the exact same wavelength. Anywhere Boise State goes, Nevada is, as the bullet time is committed. Gimmick is going to survive. Here comes the curtain call now. Almost, he said, anything you can do, I can do almost as well. My bullets might be less, but they hit a little bit harder, and he is going to get the heal out, but can't quite find the kill.
The curtain calls, it says hello, and Price hangs up. But Dean is coming around from the backside. Red Hots is the one who picks up Price, doing so much damage with that death ray, but St. Daniel is here. Does manage to land Death Sentence onto Red Hots, who takes half his health and damage, is able to get away in spite of the aftershock. And now they're going to clear out that ward and back away a little bit richer.
That was huge for Boise State. That kill goes on to Red Hots, an assist goes on to Gimmick. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for Boise State. Doing a great job, but St. Daniel has been everywhere Dean has been. Dean, we know, loves to roam, loves to change the fights in other lanes, and he's been doing a great job. The issue he's run into is almost every lane he's tried to turn a fight around for, St. Daniel's been right behind him to try and either hook someone in or turn the fight for Nevada. So it's just incredible that both of these supports have the exact same mind where, all right, we're going to go to one lane. Here we see Dean. He is going to come. And look who's right behind him. It's St. Daniel.
I have to wonder if he's just focusing on following Dean. We know that Dean likes to roam and influence his lanes like that. It's possible Nevada thought the exact same idea. They thought, hey, we'll take this Thresh. It's his best champion. So regardless of what he picks into it, if he wants to roam, we're going to punish for anything that he can't pick up. And he hasn't been able to convert any of his engages into eliminations, and St. Daniel has been picking up the scraps and turning them to gold.
Just like the Mordekaiser last round, an example of Nevada really being shrewd in their counterplay and finding specific strengths of Boise State's players and how they take those away from them.
This looks like a gank coming up in the top lane. Can't get Dopamine and Dean are both trying to find Asura. He's going to commit that Twilight Shroud very early. Try and get away. Gets hooked in. He's going to get the Ignite, and Dean is going to pick up the kill for Boise State.
Nothing Azura can really do there in that top lane. So great play there, setting things up, funneling Akali actually into the wrong direction towards Boise State's tower. And now they're going to go into the mid lane. They do commit the ultimate, aren't able to pin down Vladimir. Poole is going to keep him safe. And that's a champion that's just so hard to gank, but it does give Boise State priority over the bottom side of the map.
We're going to see that instant replay here. Boise State knew they had to try and shut down this Akali. That's what they do. We're going to see Can't Get Dopamine come from the river. Dean on the other side was right there, but we're going to go right back to live action. A fight's broken out. Price has to flash away. He's dropping very low. Teleport is going to be committed by Asura. He's going to jump onto Red Hot, who uses the heal, and he's not going to survive. Asura, though, finds himself all alone with 4 Boise State members. He is going to go down, and that is going to be another kill for Boise State. Skull Chaos wants to jump back in on Can't Get Dopamine. He's going to pick up that kill. Here comes the bullet time. The flash away from Price is going to dodge the hook by Dean, and Nevada will survive with 2 very low health members and 2 dead on both sides.
3 members of Boise State now as the turret plating falls. They have priority over this bot lane, and they are looking for blood, trying to find someone on the backside, but it looks like Nevada has backed away. So they're going to have to be content with shoving the lane and potentially picking the tower, but there is still a Vladimir in lane. He might be caught out, does still have the pull up. Decimating Smash lands, channeling through the pool, but he's caught out. Red team is summoned the Rift Herald. Skull Chaos just barely caught out by Gimmick on that 4th shot. Woojin has the tankiness to hold out against that tower, but not also against 2 members of Nevada, so he will go down in exchange for that Rift Herald.
Very unfortunate there for Boise State. Right as Woojin flashed, Gimmick had gotten in range to get that final shot off. If Woojin doesn't flash, he probably is in death sentence, but I understand why he did it, trying to secure that kill. An Infernal Dragon has spawned. It's what Nevada might have wanted later, because now it's not going to spawn again. There's only going to be one. Boise State realizes that Nevada, once again, is like the first dragon, their jungler already respawned, so they are going to get it for free. But now we're either going to see a mountain or an ocean the rest of the game. It is going to be the ocean, and I'm not sure that that's something that Nevada wants, because an ocean drake is going to allow Boise State to survive any of this burst that this Nevada team drafted around.
At least it's not a mountain is what I would be saying in Nevada's position, because they have no tanks to take advantage of that. Now it looks like there's going to be a bit of an engagement back and forth in that top lane. Pressure is going to go over to Boise State, who picks up the first turret. So good for them, picking up that first gold turret of the game. The other turret is going to be swapped on the bottom lane for Nevada.
Yeah, Boise State barely won that first turret trade, and this is what I was talking about with sending Akali top lane. At 15 minutes, she doesn't have her Hextech Gunblade, which is almost required for Akali to do anything in her kit. It just functions so well, and not having that done means Asura right now, he can't 1v1 Red Hots. He really doesn't have that 1v1 potential we've seen. So being shut down by Woojin, I think, really put Nevada's top laner behind, and I'm still very surprised they didn't want to put her in a lane that might have allowed her to farm just a little bit easier.
Since we have a spare moment, we can look at the items and we can see that Gimmick has actually decided to pick up 2 Cloaks of Agility, that getting that additional crit chance. It was actually possible for a while to get 100% crit chance just by buying Cloak of Agility. So much pressure being put on this mid lane now as St. Daniel is roaming up, but there are 5 members of Boise State looking for their opportunity, and they do have pressure on the top side of the map.
Yeah, the Cloak of Agility build is interesting because, as you mentioned, it can allow you get to 100% crit. The problem is you basically have to wait until you get 2,000 to 3,000 gold every time you back to upgrade those items to not lose the crit. So I think that does sort of slow you down in the mid game, because it means Gimmick can't go back as much as he wants to upgrade maybe into a different item there. He has to wait to fully finish the item. We are going to see Herald Ina, the second Rift Herald that was added, go over to the side of Boise State. Yes, it is an entirely new Rift Herald. It is not Shelly 2.0. She does not get to just respawn for free. That would be cheating. So Boise State, while they do get that, has to sacrifice all this pressure mid, and that might end up being a turret for Nevada. We see Dean. He is trying to make some sort of play. Price going to get lanterned away there so he doesn't get rooted, and Nevada going to disengage as 5.
The fear of that Pike is really creating a lot of pressure. Just that one champion and just a little signal saying, hey, Dean might be around here, was enough to force off multiple members of Nevada. That's the terror of an invisible champion, but now Dean is taking a lot of damage. Price chunking him out is going to be able to back up and use his passive to heal himself up of most of that damage, but great chunk there. And now Boise State is going to summon the Rift Herald.
Rift Herald is going to get summoned in the bot lane. Asura tried to come over. Didn't expect Kankadomi to jump on him there. We are going to see that tower go down for the side of Boise State. There we go. Took a little bit longer than I was anticipating, but now Boise State may be caught in a very bad spot. Ragnarok going to be popped. Kankadomi is going to go down. The lantern's going to go out. Here comes Price. Here comes St. Daniel. Red Hots is all alone in a 1v4. Going to have to flash away. Use that Q for some extra movement speed there. And Nevada going to have to disengage, so the Wolfpack only pick up 1.
Yeah, what happened there? It almost looked like Can't Get Dopamine walked into that.
Actually, before we get to that, a Death Sentence is going to come out. Red Hots maybe got a little bit over-aggressive there. He's going to get picked off while the rest of Boise State was roaming down. Red Hots maybe trying to start that fight just a little bit too early. Ooh, that Death Sentence barely missed. And Dean, here comes the rest of the squad, though. Boise State says we want to pick up some kills to make it a fair trade. Unstoppable Force going to come in. Unfortunately, can't land on anybody there. The Lantern is going to save Roman Nid, so Boise State unable to get up any kills for that.
So to answer your earlier question, Ket Kadopami walked into that bush thinking everything was fine. They didn't actually have vision in that area, and unfortunately walks into multiple members of the University of Nevada. So great positioning by there, being in the place they need to be to cut off his escape. Unfortunately for Boise State, not really able to do anything with it, and Red Hots probably could have gotten out there safe, but again, just feeling very aggressive, didn't have his teammates. He did know that they were coming down, maybe just wanted to ensure that he had the vision, but ends up getting caught out by that death sentence, and St. Daniel has been nailing them throughout the game.
Yeah, those death sentences have been huge by St. Daniel. I see where Red Hots was going for. I think he wanted to prevent Nevada from backing because he knew that cavalry was on its way, but by doing that, he did get a little bit too close. As we saw that death sentence come out, we're going to see a little bit of an invade here from Nevada, just trying to keep tabs on the Boise Boise State jungler as Dragon is coming up within the minute. The Ocean Dragon, the only thing we'll see for the rest of the game, going to provide some of that passive healing that I think is very huge for either side. I favor it a little bit for Boise State because it is a more pick comp by Nevada. We're going to see another Death Sentence come out here. Not going to land. The Spear is going to put some damage, though, so Boise State has to be very careful. These bushes have become very dangerous because they're either going to get a Nidalee Spear, a Death Sentence, or both.
Both teams trying to create pressure around this Dragon Pit now. University of Nevada in a better spot, but Boise State has their top laner moving down. They do have the ability to charge in with the Unstoppable Onslaught, and they do. Here comes the Pain Train. It doesn't find anyone. No, it does end up finding someone on the backside, but Nevada ends up picking up the Dragon, and now the fight's out. Asura is brought down by, brings down Red Hots. Gimmick is also brought down now in the mid lane, and both teams are struggling across the map.
Now, this is a divide and conquer fight, and unfortunately for Boise State, they were divided. We're going to see a killing spree over there for Price. That is going to be a Dragon and 4 for Nevada. Unfortunately for Boise State, when Woojin committed that Unstoppable Force, he went right through the team. He landed on Price, which is probably who you want to pick, but then Boise State lost their tank for all of their squishy frontline members. Red Hots and Gimmick just got ran down by Asura, and I think that might end up being a Baron here for Nevada, or at least they're going to fake the Baron and then back because they don't want to die to it.
Really, that Akali had so much influence and free roam on that fight because you didn't have the tools to pin her down in place. Red Hots did commit the gravity field, but it wasn't enough to hold her down for the rest of the team. They really needed Woojin to be able to get in there with his own crowd control, to just be a body and block this Akali. But now she's going to be 3-2-2, have plenty of gold, and now has that Hextech Gunblade in such a threat in these fights.
Yeah, she had that going into that fight, and you can see just the power spike an Akali gets when she finishes that Hextech Gunblade. It's almost like you aren't allowed to build anything but boots. Riot will not allow you to build anything but boots until you build that Hextech Gunblade on Akali because it just scales so well with her kit. It just matches everything she wants to do so well here. Dean is going to land a hook onto Price. The Ignites is going to come out, and good night. The Price is right for Dean and Boise State.
And you said that I'm the only one who makes fun.
I was going to say, you lost your criticizing lovely privileges.
It just set itself up too perfectly there for me not to say. When you have the name like Price, you've got to come up with things. Here comes another gank. We're going to see Dean. He does have that ultimate reset by getting a kill, just going to use it. And it's going to cost him his life. He's going to go down, and now the fight is going to be turning Nevada's way. We're going to see the Ragnarok come out there. It's not going to be enough. Red Hot is going to pick up a kill, but Roman Nid picks up a second one. He is dropping very, very low. He's going to go down. Now it's Skull Chaos versus 2. The sustain from the Vladimir is going to make it very hard. Meanwhile, Asura is trying to jump onto Gimmick. He's going to finish him off. Boise State trying to kill this Vladimir, not able to do it. Another divided fight ends in a 3v2 favoring Nevada.
It's hard to do anything to a Vladimir through all of that sustain. Boise State committing to a very aggressive attempt on that bottom lane. Didn't even end up taking the turret, so I do question their choice there to not just control the objective once they had the pressure. Dean here does commit the ultimate, doesn't land it, just barely outside the X, misses the Q, and then takes so much damage in response from the Nidalee and from the turret. The Ignite is what ultimately confirmed that elimination. Red Hots did manage to get St. Daniel down, but that's the support. Double kill onto that Nidalee, and while they do end up chasing the Nidalee down and give that elimination over to Woojin, at this point they commit so much just trying to deal with the Vladimir, and there is an Akali who has been caught out. Dean is going to be the one who shuts her down, takes that gold for himself.
Yeah, that was a big shutdown for Boise State. Would have hoped that gold might have gone to someone else, but a kill is a kill. So Boise State has the 5v4. They still need to get this tier 1 mid turret. So that is going to be their primary focus. Dean might be able to try to find a pick here. Price immediately says, no, you can do me once. You're not going to do it to me a second time. So he will fall back. Boise State, though, able to get that turret, and that's exactly what the Broncos needed to keep this game very close. And now we're going to see a potential fight. Woojin thought he might be able to get a pick. Dean tries as well, is going to get a hook on Roman Nid, is going to get rooted, but Boise State is going to disengage and just keep their gold lead just above 1,000.
Dean continuing to harass, but he's on his own. No, Woojin is there, is forced to dash away, so neither side able to commit either of their abilities. Death Sentence does find Red Hots, and now he's been played into a bullet time. Forced to back away, but Gimmick is the one who manages to pick up St. Daniel, so that's actually a victory for Boise State.
That was a great turnaround there by Boise State. St. Daniel not as tanky as he was hoping he was going to be, even with all those kills and assists. So Boise State turns that around, and I think we're seeing the power of the Pike. That ultimate is just ridiculous. It's basically an execute once you hit a certain percent. It's about 20%, and then it resets. So we've seen a lot of Dean picks up a kill and then tries to use that ultimate reset to start another fight. Sometimes it's been successful, sometimes it hasn't, but it's keeping so much pressure on Nevada because even though they have the kill lead, they're a little bit behind in gold. Anytime Dean gets a pick, that member could be dead if there's one other person for Boise State behind Dean.
Let me tell you, Pike is a powerful champion, and I hate to go up against him in solo queue, but it's also worth noting that Gimmick is starting to hit major power spikes, has finished the rapid fire cannon to give him additional range across that map. And of course is going to be slowing people with that Storm Reader surge, gets the healing off the fleet footwork, and now they're finding out in a Kali in the jungle there. A Nidalee can't get dopamine. He's going to be the one to pick up that kill, and with the jungler down, they now have free reign over this Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, Boise State set up a perfect gank there on Roman Nid. Ocean Dragon going to go over to the side of Boise State, so that is one apiece now, basically nullifying any advantage that Nevada has, because both teams are going to be healing equally now. It's almost as if neither team has an Ocean Drake because the sustain will be so even. Boise State, with the jungler still down, might even be trying to set up a Baron here. Yes, they are. Nevada has no wards in the area. We saw the sweeper come out from Dean, so we'll see what the Wolfpack want to do. It does look like a teleport came down from the top. And now we're going to see Red Hots get engaged on the flame. The Death Sentence and the Ignite is going to be a dead Victor. St. Daniel's going to go down, but the bullet time shredding Boise State. 2 kills going to go over to Skull Chaos. Kagan Dopamine is going to go down as well, and a disaster at the Baron Pit for Boise State as Woojin is the only one who survives with his life.
The Baron dance is a dangerous dance to do, and Boise State really doesn't succeed on managing to control the power. They didn't have the Nidalee up, but the rest of the team was still there, was still able to collapse, and Red Hots once again gets caught out by St. Daniel and really hard punished for it.
Yeah, that death sentence has been huge, and now we're going to see Nevada jump onto the Baron. Asura pushing bot lane the entire time. Boise State is not going to have a single way to stop this, as the death timers are just going to say, sorry, Boise State, this is a Baron over to Nevada, and now Boise State, everything flips just like that. The gold lead, the advantage, everything now is on the side of Nevada.
They were in such a good spot, but I disagree with that Baron call in the highest degree possible. That was not a great place to be. You needed more vision, you needed more control, and you needed more eliminations before you could get that. The focus should have been more on objectives, on shoving out lanes, maybe getting that bot lane turret because it is so exposed, or at the very least moving down to make sure that the Akali couldn't shove in your bottom lane.
I do understand you have one member dead who's a jungler, so any smite battle should be yours. You see Asura on the Akali pushing in the bot lane, so any fight should be a 5v3, but we see the power of those Death Sentence on St. Daniel's. He immediately made it a 4v3, just eliminating Red Hots, locking him down the entire time. So Boise State, they've seen a lot of Dean, where Nevada says, if we get hooked by Dean, we're probably dead. At this point, Boise State has to realize anyone who gets hooked by St. Daniel, unless it's a full 5v5, is probably also dead as well. So both of these supports doing a fantastic job of preventing either team from feeling comfortable in any sort of engagement.
Teams now looking around the map, trying to figure out their advantages. Boise State pressuring that mid lane. Bullet time does come out, answered with a decimating smash, but with the shield from the Bloodthirster, not able to do anything. Standing on top of the Lantern, they do stop her. Gimmick ends up picking up the shutdown, so he's going to get that gold for himself, and now Boise State has tower priority. Death Sentence comes out, doesn't find anyone. They do commit the demolish onto the tower and are able to take that mid lane turret and continue to pressure. This Baron being forced to be used defensively, because even though Boise State did lose that Baron, they still had pressure on the map and they still had a gold lead when they were going into it.
That was a great play by Woojin and Gimmick and the rest of the team to make Price pay for being a little bit over-aggressive. He committed the bullet time just to get some poke, and I don't think he expected Boise State to immediately say, we're going to hop onto you, because the rest of Nevada was right there. They all stood on top of the Lantern. That is a fun little counterplay to see. I do think the Lantern should be destroyable, but I understand it would make Thresh incredibly weak. So Boise State does the next best thing and says, try and click on it when a Scion's standing on it.
I mean, yeah, you can auto-attack the Scion, but he's happy to soak up for that on behalf of the rest of his team. And meanwhile, you're in melee range with a Scion, and that's not a place you want to be.
I would say the most improved aspect for Boise State here has been the objectives and the time management. It is so much more even and back and forth than just the snowball Nevada was able to build up in the first round.
Yeah, Boise State has done a fantastic job, doing a great job, and also making sure that that Baron misplay does not end up costing them in the long run. Price doesn't have it anymore, so that means whenever he tries to push a solo lane, those minions will not be buffed. They'll be a lot easier to kill, but Boise State does have to be wary. We're going to see Asura. Didn't know that Dean was there. The Ignite and the Root are going to come out. He is going to hit that Zanya's Hourglass, though, and immediately get away. So Boise State, with the attempted pick, shut down by that Zanya's Hourglass, which can stop a lot of picks here. We're going to see Can't Get Dopamine, the team starting to set up around that Ocean Drake, trying to find who will get the third one there. Skull Chaos going to go right onto Red Hots there in the back line, dropping in very low and just eliminates him. No one else there for Boise State. Now Skull Chaos is in the back line. A fight divided. Dean has to go over the wall, but Roman Nid is going to chase right after him. Skull Chaos just sustaining through that Boise State damage, and now the Broncos are on the run. We're going to see a hook. Asura is going to jump in onto Gimmick and survive as well. We're going to see the undertow, though. That is going to slow him down. Woojin, the tank he is stopping Nevada from another kill in what looked like a Nevada fight. Ends up as a 1-for-1.
A really great pursuit by Nevada, but Can't Get Dopamine is still on the map, still has Guardian Angel up, has the potential to go in, but has decided that they're just going to give this dragon over. It's just safer that way so that they don't bleed off even more.
Yeah, there are no wards up for Boise State around that Dragon Pit. Sacrificing your GA on Can't Get Dopamine is not worth it, because that GA is intended for him to pop Ragnarok and either run down Price or run down Asura, depending on who's in the back line. So he has to save that GA for a team fight. I like what Boise State did. I like that attempted pick. That is why I think sometimes Zanya's Hourglass is the best item in the game. Who cares if you get caught? You pop Zanya's Hourglass and your team's there to stop anything else from coming.
Well, hopefully your team is there if they're doing their job.
That's
keeping
true.
You alive. But in this scenario, we're looking at the items here. Both AD carries have now finished 3 items, had those major power spikes, and as much criticism as I had of this Misfortune because you didn't have anything to combo it with, she's been doing a great job using the bullet time more to zone off fights, to split Boise State apart. And it's paid dividends because of how much damage the few members who get caught in it take just from getting shaved off on the edges.
Yeah, and I think Nevada's done a fantastic job of using Vladimir and Akali as pseudo-tanks, because they're not tanks, but what they're doing is they're jumping on the Boise State backline, and now Boise State says, all right, we've got to turn around. Can't Get Dopamine, you've got to help peel for Red Hots. Woojin, you've got to help peel for Gimmick. And Price basically just says, well, nobody's going to chase after me. I'm going to do free damage. So basically it's these pseudo-tanks that are diving on the back line of Boise State that are keeping Price from really having anyone in his face at all.
If Dean was further ahead, he would be able to shut that down just by being the one to go in, to charge in onto Price and eliminate him, silence him while the bullet time is happening. But he's so far behind it, hasn't been able to get a good angle because the positioning of Nevada has been excellent in all of these fights.
Now both teams are even on turrets, and Nevada has a little less than a 1K goal lead, so what are the first steps Boise State needs to take to try to even this up? Because a good engagement or two are going to put them back in the gold lead.
I think for Boise State, their key here is to get picks, because we've seen in team fights, somebody trains down Red Hot, somebody trains down Gimmick, and it's really not a team fight that breaks out. Boise State has been divided a lot in these team fights. So I think for Boise State, it's getting picks, using Dean to pick off a member of Nevada, maybe Price, or maybe Skull Chaos, someone who wasn't anticipating it. I think that's how you get back in. And there we go. They're going to hook in the hook right on time onto Skull Chaos. The Zanya's Hourglass is going to come out. He's going to flash into Boise State, and he's going to pick up a kill onto Gimmick. The Ragnarok's going to come out, but a double kill for Skull Chaos. Another kill there for for Nevada. It's going to be the GA that gets popped on Can't Get Dopamine. Now he goes down. Woojin's going to join as well. Dean now is the last member left. And while Skull Chaos is the easy target because he's doing so much damage, killing of Vladimir is one of the hardest things to do in this game, Glovely.
Zonya's Hourglass doing so much work, popped in the middle of that fight. Boise State's entire engage came to a screeching halt just because of that one item being used in the middle of that fight, denying so much damage. And as a result, Nevada is able to just turn around and have their way with Boise State.
Yeah, once again, I think Boise State, you love the pick there, but you have to pick Skull Chaos but you want to pick Skull Chaos when he's alone. You can't pick Skull Chaos into a team fight like we saw right there. I do think that was a great job by Boise State starting it that way, and we see he's 7-1-12. You have to shut him down, but if you find him with his team, which Skull Chaos has been doing a great job sitting there in with his team, it's so hard for Boise State to kill him.
Boise State now, they do have the mid lane pressure, but Baron buff is on the other side, and they're in such a dangerous situation because they do have some pressure on the map, but they have to maintain that pressure if they're going to cause that Baron buff to run out. And if they get caught out in a fight, that Baron buff is going to be used to punish them. It looks like they're going in looking for this Vladimir again, but we've seen what happened the last time. Unstoppable Onslaught comes through, ends up whiffing, but Boise State does have multiple members in the area. They do get the shutdown. They pass it over to Red Hot. He's going to be more than happy to get a little extra gold, and that's one less Baron buff that they have to worry about as the Dragon is preparing to spawn.
Those are the kind of picks Boise State need. There was no other member for Nevada there. You saw the Lantern off screen, but Skull Chaos was pulled away from it, and it despawned before he could get back to it. Zanya's Hourglass was on cooldown. It just came up after he died, so those are the kind of picks Boise State needs to be looking for if they're going to pick onto Skull Chaos, because we saw even without Zanya's, he survived for so long with the pool, with the additional healing he has. So for Boise State, if you find Skull Chaos and he's not alone, you immediately disengage. You can only pick him when he's isolated by himself like he was right there.
Baron being used defensively once more as Boise State sets up around the Dragon. But Nevada does have the pressure and the ability to shove these waves. Red Hot's really the only one able to answer. Boise State may be looking for something on the sides as they roam around. Decimating Smash does manage to land onto Akali. Death Sentence answered in response. Wujin is very tanky, but there's 3 members. Blue team actually ends up stealing the Ocean Drake, so Nevada is going to pick that up. Unstoppable Onslaught used to disengage just to try and get away from the fight. Ragnarok pop to do the same, and it's not going to be enough as Skull Chaos manages to pop down, can't get Dopamine. Wujin caught out by Azura on the backside, so can't get Dopamine, or no, pardon me. Dean does manage to get the revival there, does get the shutdown, but now there's only 2 members of Boise State and the entirety of Nevada's line with the exception of Price. That's a price you're willing to pay.
That is a price you're willing to pay there, Glovely. Boise State letting Wujin sort of tank the damage, trying to pick up that Ocean Drake. Unfortunately, the off-screen smite battle was won by Roman Nid, and I think that is what Boise State had the biggest fear about, because not only is we're going to see 2 inhibitors picked up there by Nevada, they also have the soul point there, so they are going to get that Ocean Dragon soul, which is going to provide them with more healing, which is just going to make them basically more tanky, and that's exactly what they wanted on a squishy team.
So credit to Boise State, they did manage to keep their carries alive throughout the entire fight. But if those carries aren't getting eliminations, if they're not able to convert that damage onto the opposing team, that doesn't really matter. It just means that you're sacrificing your tanks for nothing.
Yeah, and the problem was there for Boise State, I think, is Wujin is your tank. He was being used as a distraction. We saw 3 members of Nevada basically just putting damage into him, and it was really inconsequential. But off-screen, Roman Nid steals that Dragon. As soon as that happens, then Nevada just says, all right, we're charging on that fight. So I think Boise State might have committed too much to that Dragon. We're going to see the Ragnarok come out there from Can't Get Dopamine. He is going to get picked off there. Red Hot's trying to do what he can to Roman Nid. Blast Cone is going to save that Nidalee, plus a little bit of extra healing. So Boise State still back on their heels now in a 5v4, trying to protect a base that is slowly falling apart.
Plasma Storm used as well, so that's an ultimate down for Boise State and a crucial area of a fight one if they choose to clear out waves or pick a fight within them. Now there's 5 members of Nevada, and they do have pressure on this top lane. They have the vision, and they have the ability to take this tower at their leisure.
Yeah, Boise State smartly going to give up that tower. The tier 2 towers aren't the most important. That inhibitor turret is the one you want to fight over. That is your live or die tower right there. We're going to see Skull Chaos. He's going to flash it on the back line. Bullet time isn't going to connect on anyone. Wujin trying to peel. Meanwhile, off screen, Skull Chaos is going to get a kill. Now he's right back there. He did a fantastic job diving onto that Boise State back line and really preventing any sort of re-engage. And now it appears that Nevada is going to get a free inhibitor turret, a free inhibitor as well, and Boise State is on their last stand here. Wujin going to go in. He's going to land it just on the Skull. Daniel Price is going to pop that GA on the Can't Get Dopamine, who is now all alone. Meanwhile, Red Hot's trying to shut down Roman Nid. He's going to get rooted. Curtain Call is going to come out. That's a dead kitty cat, but unfortunately for Boise State, that is not going to be enough. That is going to be one Nexus turret down. Trying to peel off the rest of Nevada, but it might not be enough damage for Boise State. We're going to see Wujin dropping very low. Price going to pick up that kill. Second Nexus turret is going to go down. Price taking very low. He's going to use his stopwatch there. Wujin trying to get there with his passive. Cannot do it. The Nexus is the target for Nevada, and the Wolfpack win game 2.
An amazing showing from Nevada, to be sure. Really setting the stage for why they came here, why they want to make their presence known. And this is just the start of the day. We've got so many other games lined up for them to show, hopefully, for their side, how much better they are than Boise State, at least here for League of Legends. But this is one match. Boise State wants to meet this team again, hopefully in Las Vegas. This might be a time for the Broncos to sit back and reflect, learn what they did wrong, and be prepared to meet this team again and maybe get a little revenge.
And really, in the end, this is just going to be another note in the rivalry between these two teams. There's a lot that both sides can learn, and I think that we've seen that Nevada knows how to take away those strengths from Boise State. So that's going to give them some opportunities to identify, hey, this is what happened, this is what went wrong, this is how we're going to change things in the future so teams can't do that to us again.
Yeah, I think this has been a great learning experience for Boise State. I think every match they can play against anyone is going to be so important. When you have a guy like Can't Get Dopamine who's still new to jungling, still expanding that champion pool, we saw a lot of Ivern. Nevada took that away, so I think if he can find comfort picks, something that he can sneak up on a team, I think that is huge for Boise State. So the more games they can play against good competition like Nevada, I think is going to be huge for them in their eventual goal to get down to Las Vegas.
Alrighty then, that should do it for League of Legends, but we certainly have a lot more coming in today. We are going to take one final look at that report card before we head out here. Anything we want to change? I would probably bump up the objective control to a C, because they did a little bit better in that second round, but still Nevada a lot more dominant.
Yeah, I would bump up my objective of control to a B as well, or up to a B, I should say. I thought they did a great job there. They had really control of all the objectives, just sometimes fights or smites didn't go their way.
I think they picked a lot smarter team fights over the course of this game. I'm going to bump it up to a C+, but I still don't think they did enough to turn things around in their favor.
I'll bump it up to a C-. Anything for you, Fish, or is everything looking hunky-dory?
I don't know if I can say it's hunky-dory. That's not a great report card to bring home to Mom and Dad. It is barely passing, but based on what I saw, I have to say Mom and Dad might be in your ear, Boise State, because there's some room for improvement. Focus needs improvement right there. That's that checkbox I'd check as well.
Well, definitely some room for improvement. Boise State is going to have to take those notes, but there is still a lot more left today. We have, I believe, Rocket League coming up next. We'll see if Boise State can gain some momentum in that game. For now, though, we're going to take a short break. Be sure to stay with us throughout the day, because we'll be back with more. Our last round, and an example of Nevada really being shrewd in their counterplay and finding specific strengths of Boise State's players and how they take those away from them.
This looks like a game coming up in the top lane. Can't Get Dopamine and Dean are both trying to find Asura. He's going to commit that Twilight Shroud very early. Try and get away, gets hooked in. He's going to get the Ignite, and Dean is going to pick up the kill.
University of Nevada to see, and they do drop a Vision Ward. This Dragon is getting very
for
low.
A possible steal here. We see Skull Chaos is able to slay Dean, and Boise State is going to be able to get the Mountain Drake right there, and the Ocean Drake is going to be the third one to spawn, so that's going to be the one to affect the map there. But Nevada was able to shut down Ivor.
They have vision around that dragon, but they're in a dangerous situation as there's a jump over the wall with the blast cone. Gimmick has been caught out and is unable to get away.
Going to be there as well, so this is a full team engage right there. We see the root coming on, followed by the stun, and it looks like Skull Chaos is going to actually be the one to take out Dean. A great engagement. Red Hots is going to slay OBV instead, and now the double kill is going to come out on the Thresh, so great job for Boise State, able to turn that engagement round as they can, and they are not done. Skull Chaos is next on their list. He is just going to try to flee, but it is not enough. Red.
It doesn't find anyone. No, it does end up finding someone on the backside, but Nevada ends up picking up the dragon. And now the fight's out. Asura is brought down by, brings down Red Hots. Gimmick is also brought down now in the mid lane, and both teams are struggling across the map.
Now, this is a divide and conquer fight, and unfortunately for Boise State, they were divided. We're going to see a killing spree over there for Price. That is going to be a dragon and 4 for Nevada.
don't know what I'm supposed to say, baby, before you walk away. No, I'm in the war, I'm in the race, chasing the time. I've been meaning to find a way to face that I'm not in the waters every day, trying to keep my head above the waves, staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push you to the side, another line, another lie, you know. So when I leave your shit on red and you're running cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive. I'm not saying you got to go, but it's something you got to know. Stay alive, stay alive. It's just something you got to know. Stay alive. Now lately we popping on the edge, and I kinda regret some things I said. I don't want you to leave, so stay instead, and I pay the price. In the morning we'll both be good and gone, and the world will continue moving on. But I swear that there ain't no other one, just staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push you to the side, another line, another lie, you know. So when I leave your shit on red and you're running cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive.
welcome back to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. It is a very exciting day here with Nevada here in-house, and we just had an exciting matchup with League of Legends. Unfortunately, Boise State did not pull it out, but the last game was definitely a change from the initial one, and so I'm excited to get started with some Rocket League here today. And yeah, what do you guys share my Rocket League excitement?
Well, I will definitely say, in terms of the general crowd size here that we have tonight, or today, I should say. I'm so used to saying tonight. It's a bit earlier today. But I will say reinforcements have arrived for the Broncos. We saw maybe the Wolf Pack come in and maybe corner the Broncos, but the Herd has come galloping in, ready to hopefully cheer Boise State on to a victory in Rocket League. This is going to be a best of 5. And then we're going to do a best of 5 traditional and then best of 3 snow day. So it should be pretty fun for everyone here involved. Fish, how are you feeling so far?
Oh, I'm feeling fantastic. I do think Rocket League is my favorite when another team comes to visit because Overwatch, League of Legends, we like to share the main desk, but it's 3 people up there from each side. It's not the full team. When you have both Rocket League teams in full, up on the main stage, I think that is by far my favorite atmosphere when another team visits. So I am very excited for Rocket League, even if we have to throw Snow Day in there for Doc's personal preferences, I guess.
He's just using that to make up to the fact that it looked like Annie might have been picked in League, and it turns out she wasn't. So
he's making everyone suffer for his well-being.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
That's probably the case.
So as far as Rocket League, how is the Boise State team doing this season, and how do we guess that they're going to do against University of Nevada tonight?
Well, it's still early in the season. They certainly were a force to be taken seriously. But for right now, it is the Boise State Broncos versus Nevada Wolfpack in Rocket League. This is the second game of the day. Can the Broncos come galloping back with authority and tie it up 1-for-1 in total games played here today on this Saturday? Basically, it's going to be interesting to see how well they have kept their core mechanics up through over winter break. It is still just basically, making sure you're being disciplined in your rotations, making sure you have enough boost. It really still comes back to fundamentals in Rocket League.
Yeah, it really does, and I think getting off to a fast start is nice as well, especially since this is a best of 5, not a best of 7 that we're used to playing sometimes here at Boise State. So I think if you can win Game 1, that'll go a long way to winning the series. So I think Game 1 has to be key for both sides.
Yeah, getting some momentum. Boise State has thrived in momentum. I would also look over to overtime. That has been a general time where Boise State has pulled out a lot of clutch victories. They have generally thrived in that. But if there's one thing that the Wolfpack has been great at so far is that they've been great at taking Boise's strengths and counterplaying against them to really push Boise back on their heels. So it's going to be interesting to see if they have that same general play style here in Rocket League that they had in League.
Yeah, it might be very interesting to see. I'm very curious to see how Boise State's rotations are. Earlier this year, we've seen the rotations maybe just a half second too late, maybe just that one more pass that needs to be made for Boise State. So I do think that rust being worn off a little bit from winter break, I do think making those rotations crisp, making those passes crisp is going to be key for Boise State.
Taking some of the rust off those cars, oiling everything up, making sure everything works in tandem as it should. We are certainly just waiting for a few issues to be worked out in matchmaking, but we should be there pretty soon. I know the audience is really hyped up to see this match. Hopefully a little bit of cheering will help guide the Broncos on, but there is still a lot on Wolfpack, and we still have Tapper here today as the arcade game of choice that people are looking to get a high score in for a special prize.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Doc picked a game no one's ever heard of so that he doesn't have to give out another prize. I mean, I have never heard of my game in this life, and I was born in the 90s. This makes me think it was probably made in the 80s, so it's like the old man video game, and that's probably why Doc picked it today.
Well, the fact that this is the version that's still sponsored by an actual beer company shows that it is a little bit dated.
Yeah, Doc's just trying to save his high score so he doesn't have to get another prize. See, he's going to try and boost his high score up. I'm on to you, Doc. I know technical difficulties means Doc's trying to set a new high score. I'm on to him.
I'm actually super excited that that's there because I have seen it and I have played it before, and it's pretty fun. It gets really fast, really quick, and it's one of those like kind of things. So
That's the thing
It's
about
fun to see
that's
people
the
play
thing
it.
about these old arcade games is they look easy, but they get hard so fast because at the end they are designed to be quarter eaters.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, simple graphics does not mean simple gameplay.
No, definitely not. I played enough pinball. I'm a bit of a pinball fan, so definitely that arcade difficulty really can be infuriating sometimes.
I'm surprised Doc is not charging us to put quarters in there so he can make a side business, so he can go over and grab some food during games. I'm not shocked that Doc is charging us yet, so take advantage of it while it's still free, trust me.
I know we fund scholarships via the Twitch subscriptions we get, but we could fund more if we actually had quarters using that machine.
Exactly, especially if I was out there trying to beat Doc's high score. We could probably give a scholarship to everyone in the crowd by the time I beat it.
But that does bring up a great point about scholarships and how they're funded.
Let me find my... Okay, I don't have the paragraph for that, but the scholarships are funded by Twitch subscriptions, and every subscription we get is a step closer to scholarships for Boise State students. So if you have your eye on going to Boise State, it's best to prepare now. If you subscribe to Twitch eventually, maybe you'll get that scholarship as you graduate from college.
And it is great through the sponsors that we have as well that are allowing those scholarships to come through for the players. I know with all the dedication that they put through, they certainly deserve them. And it's great and really inspiring also in a way to see how much dedication these players give to their games.
Yeah, I mean, in dedication, I just got to give a shout out to not only Boise State there, but a shout out to Nevada for making that trip up to Boise, for making this such a special afternoon. I mean, that is not an easy trip. I've made it before, and it's probably the most boring sights I've ever seen in my life between Reno and Boise. So I just want to give a shout out to Nevada for making the trip up here, making this a special afternoon, surviving that desert drive.
Definitely some appreciation. We love having another team in the game, but as for our team, we have some keys to the game.
Doc's Keys to the Game are brought to you by Boise State University. At Boise State, you can choose from more than 200 areas of study. You'll have the chance to combine minors, certificates, internships, hands-on research, work opportunity, and more, and make your educational experience unique.
Whoa! And hello, Nevada. Before we can even end the read for Boise State sponsorship, Nevada is just going to make their presence known. Ton Loink, I apologize if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Sometimes these gamer tags can sneak up on you, Fish.
Sometimes I wish these players would think of the casters when they make their gamer tags out there. Make it easier for us. But right off the 50-50, Boise State trying to get the answer. Unknown going to get that save, though. The clear, but it's stopped by Boise State. Ton Loink there, able to beat Tacky to the ball, dribble it around one, push it over cross court. He's going to go around the wall. Just able to be stopped there by Ace Pocket. He's got a double commit from Nevada. Boise State not able to take advantage of that. Unfortunately, LC Coro runs into the back bumper of Ace Pocket. Can't quite play it around. Unknown there. So the Broncos, what looked like a good offensive attack, stalls out quickly.
It stalls out, but they are able to get it into Nevada's territory, and LC Coro keeps the play alive. Ace Pocket looking to follow it up, but Thrills is going to contest it. The ball goes high back to the center point. It is going to be passed back over by Ton Loink towards Boise State. It's in front of the net, a scary position, and Thrills is right there to follow it up. 2 for 0, less than 1 minute in. Nevada is here to play.
Just a great play off the rebound there by Thrills. Just gets it under LC Coral. Those are the kind of setups Rocket League teams love.
It is the setups that they love. Now we're going to go into the 50-50. Boise State is looking. It goes right toward the goal from Thrills, and that is another goal. Nevada is now, it only took them 3 seconds to get yet another goal.
50-50 ball is so hard. There's a lot of which way are you going, which way am I going. If a team gets a good bounce, it can be so hard to stop. Boise State went for the boost, couldn't quite get back in time. It's hard to fault them, though. Now we're going to see if the Broncos can stage a comeback. Ace Pocket's going to win that 50-50 ball. Thrills, though, gets the clear. Tacky Doo is right there. Unknown tries to play it around him. Ton Loink going to go for the high shot. Unknown gets a shot as well, but Ace Pocket picks up the save. Thrills demoed off screen as well to slow that Wolfpack attack. There he comes right at the spawn. Shot on goal. Ace Pocket gonna clear that one away. Unknown stops that, plays it off the wall right around Ace Pocket. It's going to be disrupted by LC Coral, but Thrills wins that ball. Full boost picked up by Ace Pocket, so he's gonna be able to play that off the wall, deaden it, and stop in advance. Tunloik gets the demolition there, but Unknown keeps that ball on the Broncos half. Thrills, though, ball bounces right over him. That would have been a great shot on goal if Nevada could have gotten that.
Would have been a great shot on goal. Ace Pocket plays it around the corner. Thrills is there to contest. Goes toward Boise State. LC Coro with the save there, but Tunloik is going to keep it right alive. Goes right to the left of the goal and followed up again by Unknown. Nevada has been unrelenting in these follow-ups. Their rotations have been immaculate, and right there over Ace Pocket, able to make it 4-0.
Rocket League is a game of inches. There's about 2 or 3 goals here by Nevada that Boise State is that close to saving. So you can see that the Broncos are starting to slow down this Wolfpack attack, but at just a couple inches is the difference. Thrill's going to get a shot on goal. Unknown going to get pulled away that time. Tacky going to play it off. Unfortunately, Tunloy keeps it in the Broncos side. A clear going to come out from LC Coro, but Thrills is right there. Plays an awkward off the wall that stops LC Coro from getting in a demo off screen. Means Ace Pocket is down. Tacky is there. Ace Pocket just respawned. LC Coro gets the clear, but Unknown is going to stop that from going into the Wolfpack side. LC Coro pushes it down, but Thrills and Tunloik both there to stop that far clear. Tunloik off the wall. Ace Pocket disrupts it. Here we go. A shot from Tacky is just wide, and Thrills is able to get it clear with some help from Tunloik. Back to Thrills on the give and go. LC Coro's going to race it down. He is going to get the full boost from Thrills. Shot on goal. A collision there by both members is going to make that ball take a very awkward hop. LC Coro's going to push it down. That's right in front of the net, and that's a goal by Tacky Doo.
The Broncos might still have some momentum. LC Curl plays it around the corner, around Unknown. Thrills also came in for a bit of a double commit there, and that allowed Tacky the wide open opportunity, and he drives it home. 4-1, 2 minutes, 20 seconds left to go.
Another 50-50 ball here. Boise State going to take it, going to shoot it off into the Nevada sideline there. Unknown's going to play it off the roll right to Tunloik, but he gets beat to the ball by Ace Pocket, who also gets a demo onto Thrills. Another demo is going to come out on Ace Pocket. There's Tacky and LC Coro to follow it up. Unknown can't quite get to the ball. He's out of the fight now, but unfortunately, Boise State can't stop Tunloik from getting to it. That clear is stopped, and now Ace Pocket gets cleared further than the ball does. LC Coro racing down, beats Tunloik, and time starting to tick away, Gem Mountain. The Broncos are going to need another goal, and they need it quickly.
Yeah, normally we talk about the amount of time that might be comfortable for a goal is 30 seconds, and Boise State really needs to start performing here. Right now, Unknown tried to play it, but LC Curo is going to be able to save it. They are going to try to clear it out of their territory, but for most of the game, Nevada has been very aggressive, keeping it in Boise State's territory. LC Curo is going to try to play it. Unknown now with the contest toward Boise State's goal. Ace Pocket tries to get the save, but Unknown plays it in front of the goal. Tacky was able with a very clutch save there, but now Thrills trying to follow it up. The ball goes long towards Nevada's goal. Can Tacky do it? No, it is saved by Unknown.
Great job there by Unknown, saving that long clear for Boise State. Time is now the enemy for the Broncos. They need a lot of goals, and they need them quickly, but the Wolfpack are content to just sort of keep that ball down to the Broncos side. 1 minute remaining. Ace Pocket going to pick up a save on a shot by Tunloik. Here we see Unknown flying in, and this might be the Broncos' chance. Nobody back in the goal. Ace Pocket says, "Thank you very much," and the Broncos still have some life.
This is a tried and true strategy. Not necessarily a strategy, I would say, but more of a weakness when you're too aggressive and overcommit and don't have anyone back there to save. It's just inviting the other team to drive it in, and that's what Boise State definitely does. Right now, we see 50-50 comes out a little bit in favor of Boise State. Tacky tries to follow it out, but instead it gets pushed right back toward Boise State's corner. Ace Pocket plays it around. It goes toward the center, but Unknown is there. Thrills with the follow-up. LC Kuro wins the contest there. It goes toward Nevada's corner, but Tungoink clears it out toward the center.
We are going to see Boise State on the offensive. Tacky's going to play it off the wall. Thrills is going to beat LC Carter to the ball. Ace Pocket plays it high off the wall. Maybe not the touch he was looking for. Gets run into by his own member. 20 seconds left for Boise State. Tunloik going to get a shot on goal. An interesting roll off the crossbar to save the least. Puts it in for Nevada.
Yeah, I think at this point for Boise State, it is just a time where they need to gather their heads, not get too tilted here. Look at what's not working for them and prepare for the second round. Anything can happen, though, but right now Boise State is definitely back on their heels from Nevada.
If you can find a third goal here in the final 10 seconds, that can go a long way to giving you some idea that this Nevada team is able to be beaten. So I think Boise State looking for that. A demo going to come out from Thrills. 3 seconds left, 2 and 1. That ball is going to touch the ground, and we're going to go in to game number 2.
Nevada coming out on top on that first game, really dominant in their showing and continuing what the League of Legends team laid down for them in that first match. And Fish, if there was anything for the Broncos to improve or something that you saw that they were rusty on, what would you say?
I just think that first minute was a very slow start for Boise State. Nevada put in 3 goals in the first minute. That ended up being your difference maker. So I think if Boise State can slow it down in the first minute, 50-50 balls are also going to be very important. But that first minute, if you take that off, we're still playing for overtime. So I think Boise State really close to being even with Nevada.
Yeah, and especially with that third goal that was right off 50-50, the first contest. Sometimes you just can't be prepared for that. Everyone's trying to go for their boost, getting their rotations, and if you just get the perfect shot right there into the goal, it can take everyone by surprise. But definitely an uphill battle for the Broncos, but they have certainly come back. We are in the middle of this Rocket League match. This is Boise State versus Nevada, the Broncos versus the Wolfpack on this first day of February in this Hardwood Rivals matchup. It definitely is a question if the Broncos can gain some momentum. Certainly the cheering section is a lot more equal for this match, with a lot of supporters of Boise State coming in to show their support. You can hear the cowbells, but right now Thrills is going to go right into the goal, starting where he started, picking up where he left off the last match. And man, this is just rough. You saw Tacky trying to come in there, but just caught off guard again.
Yeah, Nevada's done a great job of playing these 50-50 balls. A lot of times the 2 back members will go for boost. Nevada's had a member follow it up every time. You see Thrills there again with the follow-up. Passes it right to himself. That time it is disrupted by Ace Pocket. So I do think Boise State might have to change their 50-50 ball strategies going forward. Off the wall, unfortunately, Tacky not quite able to get the angle he was hoping for there. He's going to play it off the wall. We see LC Coral waiting for the pass. Going to go just off the crossbar there, and Tacky unable to get that follow-up as well. But the Broncos trying to put a couple shots on the Nevada goal. Demo going to come on to Tunloik, slow that Wolfpack offense down. LC Quirrell going to get the far clear. Unfortunately, Tunloik had spawned just in that side, but another far clear. LC Quirrell tries to tap it in, and Ace Pocket has his back tie.
Finding the equalizer. There is 4 minutes, 20 seconds left in this match. Less than a minute in, and it is very competitive. Ace Pocket playing around Thrills there beautifully, and the Broncos have it all tied up. Maybe this is the momentum that they were looking for. We're going to see 50-50. It goes toward Nevada's side, but Unknown is there to follow it up. Ace Pocket contests, doesn't quite get the hit that he wants. Tunloik plays it in front of the goal. Thrills there to follow it up, but they do not find the goal. Now can Boise State clear this out and try to get some sort of space? Right now we see Ace Pocket right there. LC Coral for the follow-up, but misses it instead. Thrills passes it back toward Boise State's territory. Right in front of the goal, a scary situation there. Boise State is able to clear it back out toward the center.
Now we are going to see a little bit of a contest. There comes LC Carl. He beats it around 2 members, but unfortunately Thrills was there. He's going to play it right off the wall. No one back, and it's another goal for Thrills.
Thrills coming through as a very aggressive offensive player for Nevada, scoring the vast majority of the goals so far in this match. Boise State now needs to find another equalizer.
Yeah, we'll have to see that. For these 50-50 balls have been very scary for the Broncos, so we're going to see another one here. There's the follow-up. Thrills just takes a shot on goal, but Ace Pocket able to get back, just beating Thrills to the ball. Tunlink is going to win that off-the-wall aerial battle there, but Tacky able to stop him. Ace Pocket decommits from the ball. That might have been a miscommunication by Boise State. Unfortunately, Nevada can't quite take advantage. An unknown shot is far left. Thrills plays that one right over the goal. Tacky not there, but here comes Ace Pocket. Unknown slightly beats him to the ball. Ball plays off the wall. There comes Thrills flying in for what would have been the hat trick. LC Coral can't quite get a touch onto the goal, and Unknown's able to get back there and save it, but Boise State was that close to tying the game, Jim Mountain.
They were definitely close, but just a few hits of the ball that just didn't quite go their way. LC Curl passes it toward Nevada's territory. Thrills is there to contest, try to clear this out. Ace Pocket is waiting. It goes toward the front of the goal, but Unknown was able to say it. LC Curl plays it off again, looking for the assist from Ace Pocket, but he doesn't find it. Now Thrills with the offense is going to push it toward Boise State's territory. They clear it out, off to LC Curl. He's looking to set up some kind of play here. Thrills with the save. Thrills has been all over the map. He has just been so amazing for Nevada so far. Tunloik with the save goes back to Boise State's territory. LC Kuro looking for the clear again. Boise State needs his equalizer. Thrills setting it up. It goes above the goal. Ace Pocket there with the save. Pushes it around the corner. LC Kuro there to contend. He tries to play it up and above Nevada. He does. Now Tacky toward the goal. Can it go in? No. Unknown is right there to save it.
Ace Pocket going to go in, try and stop that one as well. The ball will hop into the Broncos half before him being pushed down. Thrills, though, once again, is right there. And a great demo by Unknown gives him the hat trick.
Yes, Nevada fans, throw your hats into the ring because Thrills with a shot from very far away. And that was more of Boise State not being back there to defend. They just weren't quite in the position. They tried to rush in the last moment, weren't able to get it.
That was a good demo, though, by Unknown, stopping Tacky from you trying to say that 50-50 ball once again has been a nerve-wracker for Boise State. Thrills almost had his 4th goal, but the Broncos defense is going to bunker down a little bit. Tunlunk's going to play it. Thrills can't quite get to it. We see Unknown circle off screen. Didn't like that in his rotation. Now he comes in. Shot is going to go just high the crossbar on the Broncos side, at least for now. That one's going to go off the wall. There's Thrills with the centering pass. Tunloink just can't quite get there, so Boise State has to exhale a sigh of relief as Tacky is going to try and clear this one.
Tries to clear it, and he is able to score. He makes it 3-2. The Broncos might still have some life here. They just need to find the equalizer, and this is just great mechanical play from Tacky. Thrills was trying to contest it, but it just didn't work out for him. It goes into an open goal. Boise State is now just one behind from finding the equalizer. Here comes the 50-50. A bit nervous for Boise State with the way that Nevada has been playing it. Right now it gets batted around in the center. Goes toward Nevada's territory. Thrills is there with the save, but Ace Pocket is right there to follow it up. Off to Tacky with the assist. Can LC Kuro put it in? No, Tunlink is going to be able to get the save, driving it back over toward Boise State's territory.
And nearly the equalizer there for Boise State. Now they've got a lockdown on defense. That ball goes off the crossbar, and it's a long clear by Tacky. Unfortunately, nobody's going to be Tunlink to that ball. It takes a high angle off the wall. Tacky can't quite get it. Ace Pocket is there, though. That ball is going to clear all the way back to the Broncos side. A great job there on defense by Tacky. The demo isn't going to slow down Boise State as LC Kuro gets the save, and with just under a minute left, the Broncos need to get on the offensive very quickly. Ace Pocket can't quite get the clear. There's LC Kuro. He's going to push it very deep. Tunloik goes up in the air, stops it, but Ace Pocket is there. Gets batted around, but Tacky can't quite beat Thrills to the ball, so it's going to be another clear for Nevada. There we're going to see a demo onto LC Kuro. That ball does take a Bronco hop, though. Ace Pocket able to get the save there and prevent any more damage. Just 30 seconds left, and Boise State has the ball on the Wolfpack side. Tunloik's going to clear it high off the ceiling, but a great save there by Ace Pocket. Thrills, unfortunately, wins that race to the ball. That ball is still above the Broncos net, and they need a goal, Jim Mount.
They need a goal. It is do or die. 15 seconds. Now they are in Nevada's territory. Can they make a play out of it? But instead it gets cleared toward Boise State. They need to look out for another goal here. LC Kuro with a clutch save. Nevada was looking for a goal to try to drive it home. Now the ball needs to stay in the air. Boise State needs to make a play, but Thrills grounds it and gets the second win for Nevada. And Nevada just all day today has been fierce in their attacks against the Broncos.
Yeah, I mean, Thrills was fantastic in that game, picking up all 3 goals for Nevada, and it really is those 50-50 balls that Nevada, I think, played perfectly. There's a lot of different strategies that go into it, but it looked like the Wolfpack consistently said, we're going to have Thrills follow up our first attacker, and he's going to try and take advantage of members of Boise State getting boost. He did that a couple of times. So for Boise State, you now have to have someone back waiting to try and stop Thrills if Nevada wins the 50-50 ball.
Yeah, they were really able to cheat that ball, and I'm not saying cheat isn't a bad thing. That's the actual term for the strategy. When one player is behind the other player on the 50-50 ball, ready to follow it up if the ball kind of stays dead in the middle. And whether it stayed dead in the middle or not, Nevada was just so good on driving those goals home when they needed to. They always had someone there to follow it up and just drive it home. And that has been paying such huge dividends for them in this round.
Yeah, Nevada's done a great job taking advantage of their goal opportunities, turning their shots into goals. That's something that is sometimes hard to do in Rocket League, so they've done a great job. Every time they get a shot on goal, it's usually a quality shot.
And so we kind of see like an element of like maybe possible intimidation by the first goal. They're just so fast and there's so much instant engage. How does Boise State kind of keep up with that and like keep up the energy and kind of change around so quickly?
Well, it is interesting because Boise State has been a team at times to use that same strategy of getting goals early, starting the momentum, and sometimes it can be hard to, come back from such a A defeat like that, you know, you really just need to focus on the basics of the game. You got to make sure you're not double committing. You got to make sure your call-outs are on point. And you got to manage your boost effectively. That's something that we haven't been talking about lately. It seems like both teams have been good in getting their boost, but if you're not there and the other team is stealing your big 100 recharges, then that allows so much more mobility on their part, and they are able to have so much more utility in driving home those plays that they need to.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything you said there, Gem Mountain, was fantastic, and so we'll see if Boise State can try and stop Nevada. The Wolfpack are on match point in this best-of-5. Tunloik is going to start this game out with a demo, and as we have seen, the ball off the 50-50 is in the Broncos side. Ace Pocket does get a little bit of a clear, tries to play it around Tunloik. He just isn't able to, but Tacky with the follow-up can't quite get a shot on goal. Thrill's going to stall out there, played off the wall, but Elsie Coro was there, but unfortunately, once again, that ball just a little bit to the left, and there we go! Tacky on the third try converts it for a goal.
Tacky has been a savior for Boise State with his follow-ups. He is able to just drive it in there. Now, a little bit of a cause for concern there. I like the goal. A goal is a goal, but we did see what looked like a little bit of a double commit there from Boise as Elsie Curl also rushed in for the ball. So you need to be a bit more disciplined on that if you want to see more goals in the future. Right now, though, it looks like it's hanging around in the center. Goes toward Boise State side. Tacky looking to clear it out, but Unknown drives it around the corner. Setting it up for someone. Ace Pocket wisely puts a stop to that. He's trying to drive it around the wall here toward the center, but Unknown with the follow-up right in there, finding the equalizer for Nevada.
Great job there by Nevada. Looks like they caught Boise State mid-rotation. Tacky had just gotten to go get boost and was coming just off screen, so a great shot by Unknown. Boise State in the middle of their rotation. Gonna let that equalizer in here. 50-50 ball gonna come out. There's Thrills in the back line, but Boise State was ready for it. Elsie Coro this time gonna play it off the wall, but unfortunately just a little bit to the left. So Boise State going to have to reset on the offensive side. Tacky not able to get to it. Ace Pocket though, and Elsie Coro gonna stop that ball from being cleared until Tunloik gets a long clear, and that's gonna go in the goal.
If there's one thing that Nevada's been really good at, it's pulling off these goals where you don't expect them. Whether it be the 50-50 contest at the very beginning or these wide goals from way back in the field, which Boise State isn't able to rush back to defend, they have been making their presence known. 50-50 contest right at the very beginning goes in favor of Boise State. Tunloik is there to try to drive it back, but Tacky is going to try to put it above the goal. Elsie Coro trying with the follow-up, just misses. Ace Pocket now around the corner. Can the Broncos make some sort of other play? It instead looks like it is going to be cleared back toward their territory now. Tacky there trying to look some sort of play there. Gets contested by Tunloik. Back to the corner. Ace Pocket is in front of the goal trying to defend it. Instead goes right off the crossbar. That was scary for Boise State. Now they are looking to do some sort of counterattack in front of the goal. Is there someone there to follow it up? No, unfortunately there isn't.
That was a great feint by Ace Pocket. Made Unknown boost right past him. Unfortunately, that ball just goes harmlessly in front of the net, and Nevada immediately on the counterattack. Shot on goal by Tunloik is denied by Tacky. Ace Pocket going to get bumped away by Tunloik as well. The Wolfpack playing a very aggressive style. That ball right up the crossbar, but Ace Pocket is able to get that clear right over to Tacky. Thrills is going to win that chase to the ball, though. Tunloik can't quite play it off the air, so that is going to be a clear for Boise State.
They are able to clear it. They desperately need to find an equalizer. It is almost halftime, not quite. Ace Pocket way in front of the goal. Tunloik a shot on goal. Elsie Curl is going to be able to get the save. Elsie Curl then proceeds to clear it out. Thrills and Tunloik are back in there. They grab some boost. Tacky plays it around the corner. Tries to get the follow-up. The ball just sits as both teams contest it. Elsie Curl back to the center. Tunloik with the contest is able to clear it out. Tacky there with the save. And now Boise State is in such a familiar position. No matter how many times they try to drive it down to Nevada's territory, Nevada is right there and coming out on top with a contest. Tacky is going to be able to get the dem on Tunloik. That might give them the offensive advantage that they need. Pushes it up toward the center. Elsie Coro with the shot on goal just off the crossbar, but the follow-up from Ace Pocket might do it for them. Unfortunately, it doesn't, but they might be able to keep a play alive here. Tacky looking to contest, Unknown looking to clear. Elsie Coro follows it up. It goes around the corner. Can they get it in front of the goal? It doesn't look like it. It goes back to their territory there.
We're going to see Ace Pocket with a great play around round two. Unfortunately, Unknown was the third member of Nevada, and he was able to stop it. Thrill's going to get his shot on goal, turned away by LC Coro. Tunloik, though, their for the centering pass. No one there for Nevada, though, so that ball will bounce harmlessly over to Thrills. Ace Pocket with a great job contesting with 0 boost. Does manage to grab his own 100, so that is huge for Boise State. Ace Pocket now tries to play it off the wall. Tacky is there right over to LC Coro, who gets a very bad bounce right in front of his goal. Ace Pocket trying to play it around once again. Unknown going up. This ball just bouncing in front of the Boise State net. Finally cleared, and Ace Pocket gets a demo forward as well. He's going to play it off the wall. Here comes Thrills, who will get the save. A great defensive effort by him, and it immediately might turn into instant offense for Nevada, as we're going to see Tunloik down there. He's a full boost if he wants to grab it, but LC Coro able to stop that. Unknown not able to get it, and Ace Pocket going to put a long clear on goal off the crossbar, but unfortunately Chem Mountain LC Coro beat the ball to the goal.
Yeah, unfortunately, he wasn't quite there. A bit of a misjudgment going right into the goal. Right now, there's less than a minute left. Boise State needs to find this equalizer. Goes toward their goal. Ace Pocket was rushing in there to save it. Now he looks to clear it off, but Thrills is there to dunk it back toward Boise State's territory. LC Curl looking to play, but unknown again. There have been these contests where Nevada has just been relentless, trying to get a shot on goal there. Doesn't get the angle that he wants. Ace Pocket there contests it, tries to play it above unknown. Looks like he was able to, but Thrills comes right back in there to follow it up. A miss there allows Boise State to drive it into the open goal, finding the equalizer that they need. This game is still alive.
Something that stuck out to me is even when they have a lead, Nevada has been very aggressive at trying to add to their goal total, and they've opened themselves up a couple of times to where Boise State gets a very long clear, and that time it was for the equalizer here. So I'm very shocked at how aggressive Nevada has been. The 50-50 ball goes in their favor, though. It was too far, though, for Thrills to get his signature follow-up. There comes Unknown right to a clear for Boise State, but there's Tunloik. We're going to see Ace Pocket bouncing around. Can't quite beat Tunloik to the ball with just 9 seconds left. The Boise State Broncos might be playing for overtime here and just trying to survive a last-second Nevada offensive. Here comes Ace Pocket, plays it over Tunloik. We're going to overtime. The next moment, this ball touches the ground. Boise State trying to maybe do that, but Thrills is going to get the clear. There's Tunloik. This ball is still alive, and finally, we reset for overtime.
It has come down to this. The Broncos need this. Watch out for the 50-50 here. It instead goes toward Nevada's territory. Boise State can breathe a sigh of relief. At least they won't be facing any quick goals like that. Instead, they play it right over Nevada's goal. Will someone be there to follow it up? No. Thrills clears it out. Tunloik looking for the goal. A clutch save there by Tacky is going to keep this alive for the Broncos. Now, they have generally thrived in overtime, but if there is any team to take them out right now, it has been Nevada with how aggressive they've been playing. Thrills is looking right there to try to contest the ball. Instead, Tacky is going to drive it up around the corner toward the center. He beautifully plays it around both of them, but is going to get the demo for it. Now it gets cleared back toward Boise State's side. LC Curro is right there looking to the save, and he gets that.
Boise State on the defensive. Tunloik going to try and get that clear. He will be beaten to the ball by Tacky. Unknown can't get it either, and this might be the chance for the Broncos. It is a one-on-one here. Ace Pocket plays it off the wall. Thrills is there, though, and Tunloik gets the immediate far clear and a reset for Boise State. Tacky is there. We're going to see the demolition come out onto Thrills. Boise State in that 3-on-2. Thrills just respawn, but unfortunately Boise State, that ball goes right in front of their goal. Another demo does come out onto Unknown, but Thrills gets possession and is going to clear it down into the Broncos' half.
More than a minute into overtime, and around this time, nerves can start to build up. Thrills and LC Curl looking to contend. It looks like a double commit there almost from Tacky, or maybe they were just rotating. Right now, though, Unknown, the only thing that matters is that he got a shot on goal. It didn't quite go in. Ace Pocket looking to play it around right in front of Boise State's goal. Tunloik looking to follow it up. Will someone from Nevada be there to follow it up? No. LC Curl gets the save there. Thrills passes it off to the corner. Ace Pocket looking to clear. He does right up the... No, Unknown is there to contest it, keeping the play alive for Nevada. Right there, Tunloik keeps the follow-up. Can they get it into the goal? Yes, they can. Unknown driving it home for Nevada in overtime there. A very dominant performance from Nevada. 2-0 in league, 3-0 in Rocket League. They have been dominating tonight. They are having Bronco meat for dinner.
That was a great job there by Nevada, finishing that one off. Boise State, you saw the fight, you saw the spirit, but unfortunately couldn't quite get it done. A great job by Nevada finishing that one out. That overtime was back and forth. There was a couple times I thought either team could have won.
Either team might have been able to pull it out there.
And if you're just watching us, we are
Broncos versus the Wolfpack with University of Nevada. Nevada has been dominating in all the games today, and especially Rocket League as well. But I gotta hand it to Boise State. That last game was definitely closer, and I saw definitely better communication and better some positioning. So I can see Boise State kind of slowly coming around when it came to that.
Yeah, I think it might have just been a factor of getting caught so off guard in that first game with how well Nevada was able to play those 50-50s at the very beginning, scoring those unexpected goals against the Broncos. They did generally improve, not enough, though, to be able to tie it up, and instead Nevada got the full sweep there, 3-0.
Definitely, yeah. And you guys mentioned that they're kind of Nevada seem to be really good at those like kind of unconventional, willing to sneak in there and get those goals. And is that kind of like really good communication, or how does that kind of work for Nevada, do you think?
I think it is good communication. It's good game planning, because I think a lot of teams we've seen in these matches, they'll send one guy in to go for the 50-50 ball because you don't want to give it away, and then two members go for the boost, as we do have the best of three in Snow Day as well. But Nevada did a great job of saying, we're not going to make Thrills get boost. He's going to take a shot on goal, and that worked so many times for them until Boise State finally started to realize that was what Nevada wanted to do every single time.
All right, I have seen enough Steelheads game to get excited for this one right here. Maybe Boise State can find a second win. The puck goes toward Boise State's territory right now. Thrills looking to play it up around the corner. Elsie Kuro with the contest. Right now, Unknown was looking to contest it with Ace Pocket. It goes toward the center of the goal. Tunloink off the ceiling toward the ground. Elsie Kuro pushes it around. It slides up the center around the corner, but Unknown pushes it back toward Boise State's territory right now. A bit of a contest there. Doesn't push it back. Boise State would have liked that right now. And tell us a little bit about how the puck physics are different from the ball in this mode, Fish.
Well, the puck is not a circle, so that it's not going to have as many easy contact points, and it also does not fly as well as the soccer ball does. So you're going to see a lot of ground play. You're going to see a lot of fast-moving pucks that are just going to fly right in front of the goal. So ground play is really what's key in Snow Day, as opposed to the aerial play that you're used to seeing in Rocket League.
And another thing is that since it is Snow Day, this puck is very slidey as well. And Nevada is going to get a goal there, is able to drive it right in there, and just a bit of a demo there actually against Boise State is what allowed them to get that goal.
Yeah, I mean, just like hockey, that was a great offensive forecheck by Nevada, opening the goal up there and allowing just a nice shot on goal for his teammate.
I'm going to call demos now checks now, because that basically is what they are in the equivalence of this game. Right now, it goes around the center. Ace Pocket was looking to test it, but Unknown stopped him. Now Tunloink there tries to play it around. It is in the center. They are trying to push it toward Boise State's side. They are able to do that. It's up on the corner toward the ceiling in front of the goal. Ace Pocket there is stopping that right now, trying to get some sort of clear back toward Nevada's side of the field. The Boise State just still... The story for this whole game, Fish, is that Nevada has been able to consistently keep it in Boise State's territory. So aggressive again, Unknown with another goal.
Yeah, that is the one thing with Snow Day that plays into the offensive team's hands, is because there's not as many aerial plays. I mean, look how that puck just dies. It's very hard to clear it out off the wall, off the ceiling, like we saw Boise State try to do there. So if you're the offensive team and you can keep it on the ground, it's so hard for the other team to try and get the clear. The 50-50 ball goes right over to Unknown. He's going to push it down, try and take a shot on goal. Ace Pocket will get that save. Tunloik going to play it high off the ceiling. Elsie Carl there to deaden it, but it goes right to Thrills. He's going to try and play it off the wall. Ace Pocket can't quite get there, but Tacky is there. He's going to run right into Unknown, who plays it around Ace Pocket as well. Puck doesn't quite come down in front. A great play by Elsie Carl to keep that puck out of in front of his own net and try and get the clear. Unfortunately for him, Tunloik is there. Ace Pocket is going to steal that full boost away. A check coming out from Elsie Carl onto Thrills to stop that, but it's not enough as Unknown gets another one.
MVP during this round has been Unknown. He has just been catching Boise State off guard. You see Tacky trying to rush in to save it, but he just doesn't have the boost or resources that he needs to get up in the air, and he pays for it dearly. Nevada 3-0.
I mean, Unknown's calling card said Blizzard Wizard, and that is definitely what he's been here tonight. In the blizzard, in the snow. He has been excellent for Nevada in this snow day. Going to get a clear for Boise State. Thrills, though, able to play that one off the wall. Ace pocket, can't quite beat Tunloink to the ball. There's Unknown, the Blizzard Wizard himself, can't quite get another shot on goal. Thrills, though, able to get the clear. Ace pocket, can't quite get to it, but there is LC Coro driving backwards because why not? He gets the stop. Ace pocket gets one as well, but you see that 0 boost on his screen means it's not going to be very easy for him to turn it into a far clear, but LC Coro is all alone, and that puck is going to skate in for the first Broncos goal.
They desperately needed that right now. You see Thrills tried to get it in a more favorable angle, but it just kind of bounced off the top of him, and LC Coro widely, and that's a bit of Nevada just being a bit too aggressive, not having someone back there to help with the defense.
Yeah, you have to respect it, though, as that 50-50 takes one of the craziest launch angles I have ever seen. It ends up on the opposite side of the map before anybody else touches it. Ace pocket can't quite play it off the ceiling. Tunloink is going to get a side clear, but LC Coro will win that one. He's going to wait for it to fall off the ceiling. There's Ace pocket down to Thrills. So we're going to see a demolition off screen as LC Coro gets sent to the penalty box. Now we're going to see him respawn in perfect position to get there. Plays it around 1, plays it around 2, and then once again just annihilated by Tunloink. And there's 0 offensive pressure that Boise State can mount right now.
Can they mount that pressure, though? They need to turn it into goals because they need to find not even the equalizer, but just getting one step closer to the equalizer. Right now, Tacky plays it toward the corner. Unknown looking to contest. It goes high, looking to go a little bit in front of Nevada's goal, but the Boise State isn't able to capitalize it. Instead, Thrills plays it around Ace Pocket there toward the corner. Ace Pocket looking for the clear, plays it above Boise State's goal around the corner. Unknown right there with the contest. A perfect hit, and now is someone looking to follow it up. Instead, LC Coro is able to push it back over toward Nevada's territory. Thrills able, looking to clear it out. LC Coro instead dunks on him. Now goes back toward Boise State's goal, and unfortunate! It looked like Tunloink with the goal with an unintentional assist from Ace Pocket, it looks like.
Yeah, it was at first was a great save. Unfortunately, there was no one back there for Boise State. The T-Rex letting everybody know that Tunloink is a foursome fierce to be reckoned with right now. And we're going to see Boise State once again trying to find those quick goals here. Down 4-1 in our best of 3 on snow day in game 1. LC Coro going to play it off the ceiling. There's Thrills right over, but Ace Pocket able to get that save. Tunloink going to get a centering pass. LC Coro able to disrupt it just a little bit, and Ace Pocket wins that fight for the puck. He's now going to play it off the wall. 0 boost means these aerials are going to be hard to continue. It's eventually going to bounce right over to Thrills, but LC Coro plays it around him. Ace Pocket is there, but that puck was bouncing all around, and the aerials just sort of dead in Boise State. Just an unlucky puck bounce for the Broncos.
Not quite lucky enough, though, that they need to score a goal. They aren't able to capitalize on it. Nevada right there with the save now. Thrills is able to try to contest the ball. Tacky plays it out around the corner, but it doesn't look like there's going to be enough time. The puck does stay in the air, but when you're 4-1 behind, it looks like this game is over. Nevada, with the Snow Day series continuing where they left off, gets the first win.
That was a fantastic job by Nevada and Unknown, putting those pucks in the back of the net. And for Boise State, they had a lot of good offensive pressure, but just 1 or 2 things went wrong. Maybe the puck took an awkward hop. It happened a couple times. Maybe they just didn't have enough boost, because Nevada did a great job of denying boost. It felt like any time the camera was on a Broncos member, they were just sitting at 0 boost, and there was no orange pellets anywhere to be found for them.
Yeah, that is one of Boise State's great weaknesses, and if they aren't able to get the boost. It looks like actually that is going to be it. Just one extra match there. Nevada's still certainly having a dominant showing.
Definitely, yeah. It was really fun to see those different mechanics with the puck, and I thought that was pretty cool to see. Congratulations to Nevada. We are going to take a break. We'll be right back, and we will be back with some Overwatch.
Broncos need this. Watch out for the 50-50 here. It instead goes toward Nevada's territory. Boise State can breathe a sigh of relief. At least they won't be facing any quick goals like that. Instead, they play it right over Nevada's goal. Will someone be there to follow it up? No. Thrills clears it out. Tunloik looking for the goal. A clutch save there by Tacky is going to keep this alive for the Broncos. Now, they have generally thrived in
on goal. A collision there by both members is going to make that ball take a very awkward hop. LC Core is going to push it down. That's right in front of the net, and that's a goal by Takidu.
The Broncos might still have some momentum. LC Curl plays it around the corner, around unknown. Thrills also came in for a bit of a double commit there, and that allowed Tacky the wide open up.
Pocket gonna pick up a save on a shot by Tunloik. Here we see Unknown flying in, and this might be the Broncos' chance. Nobody back in the goal. Ace Pocket says, thank you very much. And the Broncos still have some life.
This is a tried and true strategy. Not necessarily a strategy, I would say, but more of a weakness when you're too aggressive and overcommitting.
Just can't quite get there, so Boise State has to exhale a sigh of relief as Tacky is going to try and clear this one.
Tries to clear it, and he is able to score. He makes it 3-2. The Broncos might still have some life here. They just need to find the equalizer, and this is just great mechanical play from Tacky. Thrills was trying to contest it, but it just didn't.
Pack offense down. LC Quirrell going to get the far clear. Unfortunately, Tunloik had spawned just in that side, but another far clear. LC Quirrell tries to tap it in, and Ace Pocket has his back tie.
Finding the equalizer. There is 4 minutes, 20 seconds left in this match. Less than a minute in, and it is very Ace Pocket.
Popping on the edge, and I'm gonna regret some things I said. I don't want you to leave, so stay instead. And I pay the price. In the morning we'll both be good and gone, and the world will continue moving on. But I swear that there ain't no other one. Just stay alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push it to the side. And all the light and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit alright, and you're only cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Just stay alive.
and welcome back to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. If you're just joining us, we have Nevada here in-house. We played some League of Legends and some Rocket League. Nevada dominated in those, but we are at Overwatch now, and I am hopeful. I'm joined here by Michael Fish-Fisher and Colby D'Angelo Alloway, and welcome, Colby. How are you feeling about the energy in the room right now?
I feel like the energy is fantastic, and actually I was talking to some of the players for both teams beforehand, and so I feel like regardless of who wins or who loses, it's actually going to be a really, really fun game.
Definitely, yeah. I'm excited to kind of get a little fresh view on here since Boise State was taking kind of a hit on the last 2 games, yeah.
Yeah, I think the pressure is up on the max for Boise State's Overwatch team because the last thing you want is Nevada to walk into your house and win every single match. So I think not only is there pressure to beat Nevada because they're your rival, they came up here, you can't let them walk out with a loss in the Game Pants Arena. That would be very bad for Boise State.
Absolutely. And so speaking of the Overwatch team, are there any things that you were hoping to see today and hoping to see them kind of work on or have improved on or just continue executing well?
I would say, D'Angelo, my thing would be finding a comp that works. Last night they were all over the place. They'd pick a comp, it wouldn't work, they'd switch, they'd have some success, and they'd switch again. So just finding one comp that they can continuously stick with, have an ultimate charge that's always charging. I think that would be my suggestion for Boise State.
That suggestion is nice unless they get counterpicked.
That's true.
So,
I mean, but if they get counterpicked, maybe it's something they're more comfortable on. I mean, you always have the chance to get counterpicked. You can't just swap and continuously counterpick each
there's
other.
Like
so
2 things that go into team comp. Well, 3 if you count the meta. So there's like comfort on the hero, efficiency on the hero, and then efficiency on that hero in the specific map. And so like comfort is definitely a factor, but if you are comfortable on a hero that is better in that situation or is a counterpick, then it's better to go with that hero, even if you are slightly less comfortable on that than your main. And that's part of the appeal of being on an esports team.
And here we have Boise State Broncos versus University of Nevada Wolfpack here on February 1st in 2020. And we are getting started with some Overwatch. And let me just say, this is my first time hosting during Overwatch, and I am very, very excited.
So hopefully you're the good luck charm we need today then, right?
Let's hope so. Yeah, I kind of haven't been on League of Legends, so I'm still hopeful for Rocket League, maybe a little Rocket League, maybe some Overwatch, throw some else in there.
I mean, if Boise State gets the clean sweep when you're up here, I don't think you're allowed to leave for Overwatch anymore. You have to stay up here.
Yeah.
Just always Overwatch.
I mean, D'Angelo can contest. It's really the casters that do all of the heavy lifting while you guys are playing. It's the players are back there, but it's really us supporting the team to victory. I guarantee you that's what you guys all say in comms when you win. I'm going to take that as a yes. I'm going to take the no answer as a yes.
Oh, yeah. We'll just take the silence as a yes. But, if the casters are doing all of the work, I'm just here and I'm trying to help. So, yeah.
Any way for us to get a win at this point, Boise State desperately needs that. I'm just saying, you can't let Nevada walk in here and walk out and they can just say 3-0, 3-0. That's not what you want to see happening.
Absolutely, yeah. Boise State definitely has the pressure on to kind of show them that, they can't just come in here in our home and completely dominate.
No, they'll start playing home games here if that's what happens. They'll
right,
just say,
absolutely.
hey, we got a match this week. Can we drive up to Boise and just play? We have so much luck here. So I think Boise State has got to be careful that is not trash talk that's being thrown around. I'm just saying, if I was in Nevada and that happened, I would throw that trash talk right in the Broncos' face.
If that did happen, there's kind of the internet joke that Idaho doesn't exist. And so, if this happens, no, come on.
Why would you set us up for failure like that? You just you can't give them. I've already given them enough ammunition. We're just handing Nevada way too much ammunition right now. So Boise State needs to come through with the big win so that we can not get trash talked by Nevada just a little bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, there is an element of pressure of you've done well, so you got to keep it up. You got to do it. It's different players and different games, so they might be feeling the pressure as well.
I would say that they definitely are, but less the pressure to not win and more the pressure to play to the best of their ability. Because at the end of the day, that's what we really focus on in our esports program. It's not necessarily about who wins or loses. It's about whether or not you played the best that you possibly could. And if you end up losing when you played your best, you can still there is solace in that. But even if you win but you don't play your best, there's not.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. When you take it away at the end of the game, in 5 years you played your best, and, they're not going to have the, score looming over their heads forever. So it's definitely, all about individual improvement in the way that your team plays.
Yeah.
I'm just still mad that I haven't got a chance to play on the arcade yet.
I promise you, that one's fun.
You didn't stay late?
No, I mean, I didn't
How
stay.
dare you.
Now I have to. I mean,
You're not committed enough.
these two gentlemen have taken the spot trying to beat the high score, but I mean, it's just unfair as the caster that I never get to play. Doc is protecting his high score. I'm very upset.
You're just not dedicated enough. You could have stayed late.
I guess I could have stayed late last night, but after last night, it was too late. I wanted to go home. I wanted to go home and sleep.
Oh, yeah, you got to have that, work-life balance.
Exactly, yes. Yes. I can only take so many video games in a day.
Absolutely, yeah. You can only talk about it, watch it, play it, It has every faction of life, then it takes over.
Yes, that's exactly the case. You're like, I'm only going to play 3 hours today. And you're like, all right, it's hour 7. I haven't eaten yet. I should probably get my life together.
Yeah.
7 hours? Those are rookie numbers.
We all have to get better at adulting, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm in college. That's what I'm supposed to be doing.
That's what they're supposed to be teaching us, is how to adult.
Hopefully, yeah. Speaking of which, Boise State hopes that every fan will become a subscriber. It brings fun scholarships and currently have 100 subscribers, but we want to get to 500 by the end of the season. And Doc's Keys to the Game are brought to you by Boise State University. At Boise State, you can choose from more than 200 areas of study, and you'll have the chance to combine minors, certificates, internships, hands-on research, work opportunities, and more to make your educational experience unique. Visit boisestate.edu for more info. Let's get into the keys of the game.
Those keys are the right comp, prioritize the target and the pre-fight, stabilize and continue, and track those ultimates. And for that last one, really, D'Angelo, I would say the key is not even tracking your own ultimates. It's trying to the best of your knowledge, track your opponent's ultimates so you can try and play around those.
And making sure that you get value out of your ultimate. Because just because you have it up doesn't mean that you get an auto win. You have to actually, play your ultimate well.
Like Deadeye.
You're so salty.
I just, you know what? I'm never going to end this crusade to stop Deadeye from being used in any competitive match I've ever seen, because I've never seen it used successfully outside of one time I think someone got a triple kill, and that was the most I've ever seen.
Counts as a reload. That's what success.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely is devastating when you build up to that ult and you finally have it, and then there's zero payoff and zero benefit. You let down yourself, the team, your hero you're playing. Come on.
Everyone. If you don't get a kill with an ultimate, unless it's a support ultimate, everyone's disappointed in you. Even your dog. Even your dog is disappointed in you if you don't get a kill with an ultimate.
Your dog doesn't love you enough.
They may be at home, but they know.
They know. You're going to come home and he's just going to look at you and say, you didn't get that kill. You didn't get that kill with that Deadeye. You know what? We're not friends tonight. We're not friends tonight.
Well, maybe they're going to give you that face because you tried to use Deadeye. Anyway.
That is, yes, exactly. Really? You use Deadeye? You use Deadeye? Come on. Just shoot them. Just shoot them. Your pets know. Your pets know everything.
We're trying to get that lobby up, and we're going to go into our Overwatch match pretty soon. If you're just joining us, Nevada did triumph over Boise State with League of Legends and Rocket League, but I'm hopeful for Overwatch. We're getting pretty excited over here. And what do you guys think is going to happen as they first get started? Do you think they're going to kind of go out swinging, or how do you think that Boise State's going to approach the first game?
Well, last night in Game 1, we saw the Broncos run a dive comp against Colorado State, so it would not surprise me if they run a dive comp again on Nevada and force the Wolfpack to counter it on the respawn. That would be what I would assume from Boise State.
And here we have last night's top 5 plays of Overwatch, and we're going to get into that.
Number 5.
We see the Food is able to take out Moira on the side of Colorado State. There was the Zara ultimate is going to bunch them up, but Honk and Pyros are going to take down 2, followed by Honk again coming through for Boise State. They are winning this engagement and are going to run right into the parking spot. It looks like Boise State is going to be in the blue, as they always are. It's going to start off with Dio getting eliminated by the Tracer. That is a great start. Following up with the Moira and just 2 punches to the face right into Colorado State, as if the punches are just a show of force. We are here to play. We're going to take out Treme, the Reinhardt, and then the Diva, one after the other.
not only did Colorado adapt initially to counter our comp, but we also adapted back to that.
Dio's going to be the first one to go down, and Shatter's going to come out from both sides.
Whoa!
No, it's going to clean up the Rams. We're having Ram meet tonight.
Engagement on second point, the more of an advantage the other team has.
We're going to see Pyros is going to start that fight. He's going to take down Pluto with some help from Honk. We're going to see a four-man Tracer Bomb from Modern Frost. And just like that, Boise State is going to get the team kill. And they're immediately going to get the point with 4 minutes left.
Immortality Field also taken out by Honk, followed by the Zarya. Boise State might still be alive. Can they get to the checkpoint? Followed by the Soldier being taken out. Reinhardt, unfortunately, Pyros is going to be taken out, but the Baptiste, followed by the Dio. Honk coming through it, the Soldier in spades for Boise State, allowing them to get the checkpoint and still have a shot of getting 3 points.
Have a complaint. I am filing a complaint now with production. Write them a very very strongly worded postcard will be in the mail to you, production. Get ready.
I have to say I'm not disappointed. I do have a soft spot for Soldier, and I was kind of excited to see that.
So now we know who made the top 5 plays.
Now
we know who made them. We're like, oh, Soldier number 1, and just throw it in there. I'm on to you. I'm on to you.
Well, if I have that much influence over top 5, maybe I'll be a good luck charm tonight.
Maybe. That would be nice. That would be a fantastic thing for Boise State. Still try to get into the lobby here against Nevada. I'm assuming the Wolfpack are just shaking in their boots. We have the huge crowd behind Boise State here. Now they are truly intimidated. Usually in esports, you can't see the opposing crowd because you're just, you're sitting in your dorm room, you're sitting in your esports Game Pants arena. Now Nevada can see the crowd. You can see it on your screen there. They are shaking in their boots. These Wolfpack can't even muster a howl right now.
Absolutely, yes. The tension is building. We got a little update from production over there that they're having some technical issues with the computer. So as soon as we get that figured out, we'll jump into some Overwatch. And the suspense is building and building.
Yeah, I mean, almost intentionally building the suspense at this point. It's like they broke the computer on purpose to build up the dramatics for this match.
It just gives us more warm-up time. It's good.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we won't put that to waste.
No, not at all, not at all. We will.
Pyro's got to practice those environmental kills.
Yeah, and it gives people more time to beat Doc's high score. It doesn't give me more time. I don't care about the crowd getting more time. I want more time to beat Tapper. I am upset. Gonna have to just go into some, top 5 plays so I can go play Tapper. That's what we need to do, production. I need the excuse to go play.
More top 5s. Let's go. We need
top 5.
Top 5 after top 5. Let Fish run back and beat the high score, and then we'll be good to go.
You see, that could just be like a toxic circle. Because what if you don't get the top score? Do we just have to keep going?
Yeah.
When does this end?
It doesn't end until I get the high score. We might not be playing until 9 o'clock tonight, but it will end when I get the high score.
All right, you can stay here. We'll leave the keys with you.
Oh, perfect.
We'll all go home.
Perfect. If I have every high score so Doc can't have them, that would be fine with me. I don't care how much time it takes.
I feel like Doc would intervene at some point because he knows he's that sixth sense. If someone's
He'd find like a hard reset on every high score. Be like, oh, I don't know, the memory failed. I'm sorry, Fish. We have to set all new high scores. Yours are all gone, of course. He would find a way.
Yours
it's his
are all
mission.
gone, but mine are still there.
We
Good
just
luck.
deleted Fish's. Doc's
luck
are
with
still
that.
in second place, so you're sorry, Fish. You're out of luck.
Yeah, it's a computer error. Those things happen.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Mine are still there. So,
Exactly.
just trying,
Here,
buddy.
like we're trying to set up the lobby.
Yes. Yeah, we would be experts of technical difficulties at this point.
Yes, absolutely. It would maybe be believable if he said technical difficulties after, we're facing one here. So, just keeping the ball
Exactly.
rolling. This is all Doc's master plan.
Yes. Doc has a lot of master plans, though.
Yes, master plan not to be defeated in arcade games.
Yeah, I mean, I saw last night the prize that somebody walked out with was really nice. I highly doubt his wallet can afford many more prizes like that. He probably has to protect that savings fund that he's got there.
Oh, yes, not only pride.
Yeah, not only pride, that wallet sometimes is bigger than pride. You're like, I don't want to buy another one. I don't want to buy another one. I don't want to buy anything.
So I do have a question for you, D'Angelo. When you were casting and when you're sitting up here, how difficult is it to not just jump out of the chair, run over there, and just take the controls?
I don't know. I like to consider myself not that much of a micromanager, so I just kind of call what I see. Because honestly, it's a lot like being in the game myself. So like so primary support is usually like the ult tracker, and sometimes we summarize fights and do things like that, which is like my entire job up here. And so there's also the little added aspect of like analyzing everything else that normally I wouldn't have time to in a game, and I actually think it's really, really enjoyable.
Oh, okay, that's
So I don't actually
good to hear.
mind being up here instead of playing. I mean, I like to play, but I also like being up here.
No, that's a good balance too. That's good to see that you're up here and we're getting the best of both worlds from you as a player and you as desk.
It's true. I try to be good at multiple things.
And here we are.
Here
we're
we
getting
got
into
it.
Overwatch.
Look, it's a map, guys.
We've done it.
We didn't think this was gonna happen.
We've done it.
Well, let's see now that we've made it into the game if Boise State can turn that into a victory. I mean, you had a lot of time to prep yourself up for this. You had a lot of time to discuss what strategies. According to my handy-dandy document here, we knew it was going to be Basan no matter how many computers were working today. So Boise State had a lot of strategy. So, D'Angelo, I have to ask, as we get this great flyby, what composition would you expect Boise State to bring out here?
Again, like I said last night, Busan, with the exception of Mecha Base, which is what we're looking at right now, is a very, very open dive-friendly map, and we actually have some people that are very, very comfortable on dive heroes. For example, Pyro on the Ball, Blue on the Ana. They're very, very comfortable on those dive heroes. So I think it would be in our best interest to run that on the more open maps. We also have some pretty comfortable Reinhardt Brawly sort of plays for this Mecha Base, so we'll probably see a Mei on this map.
Do see the Reinhardt and the Diva for one side,
And a Mei.
Mei on the other side. As we get here we go, it is going to be Reinhardt Diva for Boise State in the exact same tank lineup for Nevada. The ice wall is going to come out, locking Boise State, but unfortunately for Nevada, the own ice wall coming up for Modern Frost, preventing any damage, not able to pin anyone for CBMX. The mech is down for Neb right now, so Boise State has to feel very confident. The Immortality Field is going to keep everyone alive from Nerdy Bird, and that might turn the fight around. The Scarl is going to be the first one down, but CBMX follows, so both Reinhardts are down. A Maywall, though, is going to cut off Grant, and he is going to go down. Pyros gets frozen, comes out of the mech, so Boise State still back on their heels, trying to find that one pick as these Maywalls are just keeping people in place. The Death Blossom is up for Honk. Anthem is going to go down.
There we go.
Mooch going to go down, and Boise State, though, a Shatter coming down. Here comes the Death Blossom. One is going to be picked up there by Honk. He's going to get another one shortly after. Implication Matrix means that is going to be a one fight for Boise State.
We actually managed to win that fight without using too many ultimates. We didn't necessarily need the window at the end. We had it, but other than that, we have some huge ultimates. So they have Freeze up, but we have Tranquility up, which is a huge counter to Freeze. So as long as Blue is able to not get frozen in the initial blast, we have a counter to that ult. And we also have our own Freeze, but they don't have a defensive ult for that just yet. But Lucio will probably charge it mid-fight.
See the Shatter coming down. That's on the 5 members of Nevada.
Wow.
4 of them enter a grave, and Boise State has to feel very confident. Nep's going to go down as well. That is a team kill for Boise State. And that's the only ultimate
Shatter.
they committed
yeah,
to.
they
That's
only used
huge.
one, and they got a team kill, so we're still on the ult advantage here. We're still charging some important things. We use Tranquility, though, which is a little bit concerning for that Blizzard that's coming up here.
Well, it doesn't
So
matter.
we're going to rely on the eat there.
Gansum can't even Blizzard. He gets
Can't Blizzard if
immediately
you're dead.
eliminated. Modern Frost did try to Blizzard. It was absorbed by Neb, though. Sound Barrier going to come out by Mucci, though, to try and keep Nevada alive. Modern Frost has to go into his Ice Block, and CBMX, Honk, Blue, and Nerdy Bird have all gone down. The Death Blast, or the Coalescence, sorry, is committed there by Nevada, and the Wolfpack able to win that fight. I think that absorbed Blizzard by Neb was really the game changer.
That was huge. Because the Mei Blizzard can shut down an entire fight, which is why having the Zen and Yada ultimate that counters that is super huge. Having the Lucio ult that counters that is super huge. So when you eat that, it's also super huge. And that just kind of messed up our plans and messed up our push a little bit.
Boise State trying to find their edge here. We're going to see the Diva Bomb is going to come out. Modern Frost, the first one taken down. CBMX going to get pinned by Grant and go down as well. Nevada going to run right through Boise State, and that is going to be a hard reset for the Broncos.
Oh yeah, we've seen some pretty fat shatters come out from both sides.
And Boise State still does have their Shatter, 3 ultimates to 2. Both Death Blossoms up on that side. Gansum does have his Blizzard as well, so it will be on Pyros to absorb it, I would believe, just like Neb did or the Zenyatta Tranquility. Here comes the Pyros EMP on Immortality Field going to come out. Death Blossom and Blizzard committed by Nevada, and that is going to be enough for Boise State to have to go crawling back to their spawn. A team kill for the Wolfpack.
And what we actually did there was actually a pretty intelligent play, because what we did was we did a soft push to pull out the freeze so that we can go in with now literally 4 of our ultimates, and really you only need one really well placed Death Blossom or Blizzard to win this next fight. But that was actually a really good dry push by Boise State.
We're going to see Coalescence immediately committed by Very. Immortality Field going to come out. The Tranquility used by Blue, as well as the Application Major. Death Blossom is going to pick up one. The Shatter is going to land on Mucci. He's going to go down as well, just like you said, D'Angelo. Boise State baits out the ultimates, throws all of theirs against the wall, and is going to get this point back. They will have a Blizzard, though, for the next fight.
Yep, and that Blizzard is a super huge thing. I don't know that we necessarily needed to commit all of those ultimates, but it doesn't really matter in the end because we're still pretty even in terms of ult economy. They're going to have a Shatter coming up, so we'll have to be very conscious of blocking that. And their Blizzard will probably come out later towards this fight, and they'll probably try to use it next fight.
Nevada's going to sneak under right on top of the point. Modern Frost does have that Blizzard, trying to find the opportune time to use it. Shatter and Sound Barrier going to come out from the side of Nevada. There is the Blizzard coming out for Modern Frost. Unfortunately, just going to land on one member. O'Grant goes down. CBMX and Nerdy Bird are down for Boise State. The Scholar is going to go down as well. Quantum goes down, not using his Blizzard. Boise State has Nevada into overtime here. The Wolfpack cannot afford to get wiped. Neb is going to go down. See some swaps out. Wrecking Ball going to come up there. Very going to go down. Can anyone for Nevada get back to the point? Yes, they can. Death Blossom used there to try and shut down the Wrecking Ball. It does take down O'Grant, and Boise State looking for that wipe as Nevada trying to stall out. Once again, back on the point. The Diva Bomb is going to come out from Neb, but he is going to get blown up before it can go off, and Boise State takes game 1.
Round. There were a lot of really solid ults from there, both sides. There was also some really solid counter ults in terms of the Diva eating that freeze. That was huge for them. That's what got them all that percentage on the point, is winning that fight with the Blizzard. So really good job by Nevada's Diva on that.
Yeah, we definitely saw the Blizzards being a very integral part of the gameplay there.
Oh yeah.
And here we are getting into our overview of the new map.
This is the map last night that Boise State brought out that dive comp. Maybe they try the same thing here, try and catch Nevada off guard. Wolfpack might be ready for it here, so wouldn't shock me if Boise State also just goes with sort of a tried and true team fighting comp as well.
It seems like we're actually doing quite well with the Brawl. It seems like we're having a lot more success against the Brawl, but Pyros is a ball god, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's him rolling around over there.
Indeed, that is Pyros rolling around on the ball, going to escape there. Doesn't look like any changes are going to come out on the side of Nevada for Boise State. They are going to go with that more dive-heavy comp. Going to see if they can get a pick. Very dropping low right now. Boise State trying to find the advantage. CBMX going to be taken out of his mech, and Pyros going to be the first one to go down. Boise State at least trying to capture the point. Not able to do that either. Another kill onto CBMX. The Baby Diva goes down. Honk and Modern Frost going to join as well. So Nevada going to start out with the point on this one.
Yep, that was a little bit of normally you don't want to like dive into a brawl, but you can do it sometimes if your dive is like super amazingly clean, but they were just very ready for us to dive into them, and at that point it's kind of hard to go against the Reinhardt in your face if you're just answering.
Boise State going to switch up their comp just a little bit, bringing out the Pharmacy. Pyros taking a lot of damage right now. Modern Frost dropping very low as well. The Nano going to come out immediately onto the Reinhardt there for Blue. Boise State trying to push through this Nevada front line. CBMX is going to get frozen. Coalescence going to come out from Barry. Pyros is going to be the first one to go down. CBMX taking very low as well. Modern Frost is going to fall. The mech is going to go down for CBMX as well. So Baby Diva out on the map. Boise State trying to find an advantage. Honk is going to get Mucci, but go down as well in the process. So Boise State not able to break through that Nevada front line.
I do think the swap to the Pharma was a really good swap there. I think that that's probably going to be one of the DPS combos that they're going to get a lot of value of, and they, particularly teaming the May. I think that Nevada just got some really important picks very early in that fight on Pyros and Modern, and that kind of just completely shut down the push for Boise.
Broncos have to be careful. Nevada has 4 ultimates they can use, and 0 are up for Boise State, though Honk is getting very close. to that rocket barrage. It is now online for him if he can find a good place to use it. Blizzard and Death Blossom going to be committed by the Wolfpack. That's going to be 3 dead Broncos. Add in a 4th mech at least for CBMX. He's trying to get away. Nerdy Bird going to go down. Honk as well. CBMX trying to survive as the Baby Diva finally gets pinned.
Oh, no.
That is an overkill for sure, and Boise State got some ultimates out, but they still have to get to this point, and they have to get to it very quickly.
Nevada's doing a really, really good job of pushing onto us before our Pharma can get value, because that Pharma is our win condition right now. But the Pharma can't do anything if 3 people are dead on the ground by the time they get to the fight.
Those are going to come out from Modern Frost. That was a perfect ice wall there to stop Honk's rocket barrage. Valkyrie comes out from Nerdy Bird as well. Blue and Pyros going to go down. A double kill for Neb with his own mech explosion. CBX tries to answer, not going to get anything. The res is going to go on to Pyros. Modern Frost going to go down. Nevada with excellent defense right now. CBMX trying to do everything he can to keep this point contested, allowing his team to respawn. Going to go into the Baby Diva mode. Going to get eliminated with a 3-man Death Blossom, and Nevada is going to force game 3.
I don't think we were ready for that map, to be honest. And again, that Diva got some huge eats on that freeze, because again, that is a fight-winning ult. But if you're able to just yoink that, and we don't get any value out of that, that's a really big deal. And that definitely, it won them a lot of percent on the first map, and it was very important to winning this map.
I definitely think that the ults played a really big part in the last map. There was a lot of, it was almost there and then it wasn't, and I think Nevada definitely took the better half of using those ults.
And that also just shows how snowbally control could be, because when we got to Boise State just getting wiped on that first fight, they had to reset, change their comp, and Nevada just always had ult advantage almost every time. They could throw ults at the wall and still have more backed up. So Boise State winning that first fight, or at least getting a couple of kills and having your ultimates in an equal charge, going to be huge. It looks like Boise State is going to make a couple of swaps for Nevada, sticking with their tried and true composition. Pyro's trying to put some damage on the back line. CBMX taken very low already. Blue taking a lot of damage as well, but Guanza
that's huge.
Going to be the first one to go down. So Boise State starts off the first fight with the very first kill. Another kill. Oh, Grant is going to go down as Honk is playing the role of sniper now. Pyros doing what Ball does best, just disrupting on the point, making sure you can't feel comfortable where you're standing. And Neb is going to go out of the mech, so a Baby Diva on the side of Nevada. Moochie going to go down. The Scholar will pick up Nerdy Bird as CBMX picks out Neb and a baby form. So Boise State has to feel very confident in this early fight, already having 2 ultimates up.
That was a really, really well executed dive by Boise State, because the whole point of that, trying to come onto a Reinhardt, is you need picks before you go in there. And when you're up, when their Mei is down, that's the primary counter to your comp. And so when they're down, that's the time to move in, and we did a really good job of that. But now Nevada's getting a really, really nice recontest.
Yeah, that was a very good coalescence by Very that turned that fight around. Able to pick off Modern Frost. We're going to see Honk used his ultimate, but Boise State not going to use that to any avail. Oak Grant did switch over to the Widowmaker, so we will have a sniper battle here up on the buildings. If Boise State can try and maybe win that, that would go a long way. CBMX does have his ultimate, so does Pyros. Oak Grant going to go down. Modern Frost jumping on the back line on that Tracer, picking off that sniper. Boise State going to try and get onto the point here. Moochie going to go down to Honk. CBMX trying to set up something, but he's just content just putting blaster shots on Nevada right now. Guantum going to be the next one to fall. Very, and the Scholar going to go down as well, and Boise State blows Neb out of the mech, punches it in the face as well, and the Broncos are going to take control at this point.
That was a nice job cornering their Moira in between the 2 tanks and then going for her and getting her, because that, if you take out that sustain, those tanks are like dead on point.
Great job there by Boise State. Nevada does have a couple more ultimates to use. They do have the Sound Barrier Blizzard and the Shatter, while Boise State just has the Valkyrie and the EMPs from CBMX. We're going to see a sneaky route here taken by Nevada. The Shatter is going to land on both frontline members for Boise State. Valkyrie comes out from Nerdy Bird, but it is not enough. We're going to see Pyros and Nerdy Bird go down. The mech explosion from CBMX to just barely keep himself alive, but he will go down as well. Honk going to get sniped out as well. Boise State maybe snuck up on there a little bit by Nevada, and the Wolfpack going to regain control of the point.
Good job on the Moira for getting the pick on the Valking Mercy. That was a big deal. She noticed that there was a little bit of a an advantage. She noticed that there was an opportunity to go for, like, the Mercy is in my range, I'm going to kill her, and that was a pretty big deal that won them that fight.
Going to use his ultimate, so Boise State has a good idea of
That's
where they
big
are.
pick.
Guantman is going to go down.
Oh, that's a big
Very
pick.
is going to go down as well. Modern Frost in the back line there, trying to find the respawn there. He's going to jump immediately onto O. Grant. He's going to get powered up, but unfortunately, an amazing shot by O. Grant is going to stop Modern Frost in his tracks. Pyros does have the minefield. He's going to commit it right on top of the point. Boise State still trying to find that advantage, and just like that, it started out as a good fight, but Boise State couldn't continue, and Nevada is going to hold for one more Bronco reset.
We had a solid advantage going into that fight, but then we just completely squandered it and didn't take the best advantage of it.
Boise State.
That was a good job on Nevada for sustaining.
Boise State going to have to go with no ultimates available. The Blizzard and the Shatter are up for the side of Nevada. Modern Frost already being taken very low here into overtime. Boise State has to try and contest as long as possible. O'Grant's going to get the first kill. CBMX is going to go down as well. Pyros is going to get frozen in that Blizzard. Honk will get res though by Nerdy Bird to try and keep that pressure up. Blue going to go down. Honk going to go down again. O'Grant has been in Honk's face this entire time. Overtime ticking down, and it looks like Nevada will come back and take game one.
That was a really good job by Nevada.
See the play of the game here as O'Grant on Reaper here. He did a fantastic job and a great Death Blossom here. This really sort of stopped Boise State's push right in its tracks. But it was, as you mentioned, D'Angelo, this was all almost sort of Boise State's plan because they got all those ultimates out and ended up winning that fight and winning that map.
It was a dry push. They knew that they were going to get team wipe going into this. So the idea of a dry push is you go in and see if you can get them to use any of their ults without using any of yours. And yeah, everybody has an extra death to their counter, but that's a really good way to kind of flip ult economy in your favor, which is what we did that fight. And I think we maybe could have used that on the later two maps as well.
And this is Boise State Broncos versus the University of Nevada Wolfpack. And here we are doing some Overwatch. It is Boise State has got the first match and then Nevada the second two. What would you recommend Boise State kind of improves on? We had that momentum at first, and then it kind of died down a little bit.
So we went into some fights with some really, really key advantages. We got picks on the Mei a couple times, which is a really, really big deal, especially if you're running like Ball Diva, mostly for the ball because Mei hard counters him. So if you get that Mei out of the fight early, like that is your time to go in. And you only have a limited amount of time before that Mei respawns and gets back in your face. You only have a very short window of time to win that fight after you have that pick. And so we need to do a better job of like moving in faster and getting those kills quickly after we get that initial pick. Because we have the initial picks, it's just what do we do from there? And you go in and you kill more people.
Yeah, I definitely saw like there was some good disruption from Ball in the last map, but I feel like Boise State wasn't really taking advantage of that to the best of their abilities.
Yeah, as D'Angelo mentioned, it felt like Boise State would get a couple picks, but those members of Nevada would respawn, get back into the fight before Boise State could take advantage and win that team fight and wipe more members off the map.
Yep. We need to have more of like a laser kind of target focus thing, so like pick a person, burn them down. After that Mei's down, go in, pick somebody, burn in. After you've gotten cooldowns, after you've gotten, especially that fight with the Moira and the Mei down, I have no idea how we lost that. I was like, oh man, this is going to be a solid push. Maybe we'll get some percent. And then I was like, what just happened?
So we take a look at some replays there. That was a great Death Blossom. The Death Blossom coming up before the point had even unlocked. A lot of damage there coming out from Honk. This was another great fight by Boise State. Boise State did a fantastic job on this fight, I thought, especially of controlling the ultimates when their ultimate, and this was a huge shatter. That's a 5-man shatter, I think, and Boise State would like to call that a fat shatter because that was impressive and really turned that fight around.
And it was a really big deal because it stopped the Lucio from beating. So if you'll see, he was one of the kills that went up on that, and that was a really big deal. He saw the Rhine charge, and CB is like, now is my time, let's go.
Yeah, Boise State did another great job here, just preventing Nevada from trying to extend into overtime here. Honk putting out a ton of damage onto every member, just like a Reaper should. Blows the Death Blossom here very soon as well to try and keep them off the point. Didn't quite work there, but in the end, Boise State did take this map.
Yep.
Another one here. This is where Boise State really, I think, got in the face. I think Nevada kind of got cornered here. You have 3 members sitting behind a shield. That shield's only going to hold so much when people are just in your face, and Boise State could just sort of bully the Wolfpack and put them in the ground.
And it was pretty lucky that we ended up getting the amount of shots that we did onto that Moira and getting her down first, because if she's phasing in and out of her tanks, she can keep them alive for actually a really long time for them to get back with the recontest, because they were down their May and their Lucio, which is a big deal. But that was actually a fight where we did a really good job of getting in there and getting important kills. We just didn't keep that up, and so we lost the fight later.
Yeah, definitely Nevada. What would you say, the Wolfpack is doing a little bit, better than Boise State that's kind of giving them the edge on these maps?
They have some pretty solid individual play in terms of Nevada. They have a really, really good, their D.Va's really, really good at denying ults, and their Moira is really, really good at sustaining and not dying. It's really, really important as a support to not die and to be consistent, and Moira definitely has all of the tools to stay alive, but also their Moira is doing a really, really good job of getting hard focused and still living.
Yeah, Neb, I think, ate 2 or 3 blizzards in that map alone, so I think he's been doing a great job of eating blizzards and really turning fights around, where Boise State you would think has the edge because they have the ult economy advantage.
Yeah, I think even though Boise State has had their ults, Nevada's done a really good job of countering those.
Because ult economy and ult advantage doesn't do you any good if those ults get countered. So, having the Death Blossom doesn't do you any good if your Reaper either gets killed in the beginning of the fight or their Lucio beats and just negates your Death Blossom.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not only about having the ults, it's also about really effectively using them. And for the defending team, which in this case would be Nevada, it's about how do you shut down those ults. And they've been doing a really, really good job of ult tracking us and making sure that we don't get the value that we need to out of those ultimates.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we hop into the second game here, Boise State needs to turn things around, losing the first match in this best-of-5 to Nevada. It's not Kings Row, D'Angelo, so we have that going for us.
Yep.
But how do you win on this map if you're either side?
How do you win on this map if you're either side? Well, I tend to know the Boise State players and their abilities more, so I think that the key to victory for them would be to run some sort of divey comp on a high ground if Nevada is running the brawl comp. Run that divey comp on the high ground, get those picks, and then move in on them. Just do what they tried to do last time, but just get that laser focus in, which is super, super important. And if I were Nevada, I probably wouldn't run a brawl comp on this, because there's just so much high ground that everybody can take advantage of, and you can't really do anything if you don't have mobility.
We see a quick peek here at the defense. The Winston D.Va tanks coming out for the defensive side. Meanwhile, it does look like we've got the Ana and the D.Va on the offensive there. Oh, Grant going to go with the Sombra, which is an interesting choice there. I do think that the EMPs have been very huge sometimes, either against Boise State or for Boise State, but also that EMP, you have to connect on multiple targets. CBMX dropping very low immortality field, going to keep Blue alive as Hawk is going to get the first elimination there. Guantum going to go down as well, and the Broncos mounting a fantastic early defense there.
That was really well done on the side of Boise State in terms of defense, because we got an early pick and then we trapped their ball, and then you can't really do much if you're body blocked both ways. And so we were able to get him down and then get the initial picks after that, and by that time you're down 4, and it's best to just soft reset, get out or die.
Boise State got to be very careful where Ogran is on that Sombra. Careful for that EMP. We're going to see Neb wants to engage right in the face of CBMX. He's going to leap away. Guantum going to be the first one to be taken down in this fight. So Nevada, once again, cannot find anywhere to connect through this Boise State defense. Multiple ults up on the side of Boise State. The EMP, though, is up for Ogran. If he can make a connection on something, that might be what turns this fight around. The Scholar going to get right in their face. He is going to go down. Does get the minefield off, though. 3-man EMP is going to result in 2 deaths, though, for Boise State. Bob does come down. So does the Pulse Bomb. Not able to pick up any kills. Pyros is dropping very low. He is going to go down as well, and it does look like Nevada has finally found that footing. Valkyrie and Amplification Matrix going to come down on the side of Boise State, but already 2 ticks in onto this payload. Boise State might be best here just to do a soft reset, or even a hard reset at this point.
Right now I just think they're stalling for time, to be completely honest. But what ended up winning Nevada that fight was they used their ultimates very effectively and more effectively than we did, and so that won them the fight. And they did a very good job with that. That was a solid save.
Boise State just trying to kill some time here. Nevada can't quite get that third tick. Modern Frost and Pyros going to go down, and that will be enough. So the Wolfpack going to get it 4 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock for them to start escorting the payload, and also 3 ultimates up for the Wolfpack and just 1 for Boise State. Well, they did also, you said, swapped up some combos.
We're swapping up comm probably for point 2. We're probably going to try to go for a second fight here. That's what I'm thinking. Sometimes it's really, really hard to get a second fight on Numbani once the point gets taken like that. So I guess we'll see whether or not they're able to get everybody in and make sure nobody gets staggered. It looks like they're going for a second fight on second point.
Boise State setting up something here. Has to be very wary of that EMP from O'Grant, especially if they are grouped up. As you can see there as they make it around the corner. EMP going to go out. That's going to land onto 5 members. Dragon Strike going to come out as well. Bob comes out, but he's only able to stop Quantum after he picks up a triple kill. Boise State got caught napping, unfortunately. O'Grant with a perfect sneak around, and that really stopped the Broncos from having much of a push there.
Oh yeah, they were all grouped up and they were prime targets for that Genji Blade EMP, and that was really, really well executed in terms of both of the DPS ults by Nevada.
With that EMP coming out, O'Grant is going to swap over to the Tracer. Boise State, despite that 5-man EMP, did a good job of not completely losing the fight, contesting that payload before it can get around the corner. The Scholar going to try and sneak up on the blue, going to try and drop that minefield right on top of the Boise State front line. Dirty Bird going to use that coalescence to try and keep Boise State alive. Immortality Field going to come out as well. The Scholar going to get frozen, and he's going to be taken down by Modern Frost. Pyros is going to fall as well, though. A couple of ultimates up for Nevada. There comes the sound barrier onto all 5 members, trying to keep this Nevada push alive. We're going to see Neb use his EMP as well. He's going to pick up 1 onto blue. So Boise State down to support. Nerdy Bird going to fall as well, and it looks like this is where the Broncos defense might start to fall apart. CBMX goes down. Modern Frost goes down as well. Hawk doing what he can to get some picks, but for Boise State, no supports and no tanks means it's hard to hold the front line.
Yeah, we had the respawn advantage in that fight, but they did a really, really good job of killing our supports because, I mean, you can't really do much if both of your supports are dead, even if you do have respawn advantage. So I think that's what ended up winning them that point.
And now they're going to move on to the last point with just under 3.5 minutes left. They do have 3 ultimates available. Boise State has a trio as well, so it's going to come down to, can this Blizzard for Modern Frost land? Neb is doing a fantastic job of absorbing those. Grant's going to start the fight, though, with a bomb on the blue. Dragon Strike going to come out. Lucci going to boost up the Genji as well. He's going to pick up a double kill, trying to find Hawk as well. Just can't get there with his ultimate, but he will eliminate him right afterwards. 5 members of Boise State go down, though they do have a quick enough respawn where they should be able to contest this point and at least bleed some time out.
Nevada did a good job of recognizing what Boise State's win condition was there. They got the early pick on our Baptiste, which is huge, and Modern can't use Blizzard if he's dead, so killing him with that Genji Blade is a really, really big deal. And so Nevada did a really, really good job of recognizing what Boise State needed to stop them and preventing that from happening.
And Nevada takes the first run on that one. What would you guys recommend if they were going to change up kind of the hero picks and kind of just, you know, like throw everything off and change it up?
For Boise State, I would suggest running the pharmacy on this map just because, 1, it's open, and 2, Nevada hasn't brought out a hit scan character that can shut down a Pharah, so I would think if you can keep the Pharah up in the air and you can keep Nevada on the ground, I think that might be able to turn some of those fights around.
Or, to be more cheeky than that, you could also run an attack Bastion, which we actually have practiced some on this map. We've also practiced one on defense. And it's actually quite interesting because if you just Immortality Field in that hallway, the Bastion is looking at you and shooting at you and is completely unkillable, and normally is able to pick up a few picks in that time, and then you're going in at a +2 or +3 advantage, depending on how much work that Bastion was able to do. I don't think we'll run that, though, because we haven't practiced that with this specific group. But if we were looking for a comp mix-up, I do think that that is something that could be viable.
We'll have to see.
That's
what
a sick
Boise
little Genji spot, by the way.
That is a very nice Genji spot. So it looks like Nevada confident in running that Genji back again on defense for Boise State. If you take a look, I mean, of course, they can always swap very easily in the spawn. Of course, as a caster, you fall in trap way too many times predicting a comp before they even leave the spawn, but it does look like a Winston Diva, so Boise State almost running back their same defense comp on offense.
Because Numbani is like a map where that's usually the thing, because there's a lot of like high ground that you can take advantage of, and so you need mobile characters to kind of like go up and down and be able to be where they need to be.
Boise State, we're going to see CBMX going to jump right on top of that. Quantum is going to go down thanks to Modern Frost, who actually pulled out the Sombra, giving Nevada a little bit of a taste of their own medicine. Nerdy Bird and CBMX are going to fall, though Pyro's taking a lot of damage. That mech's not going to be able to survive, so it's a Baby Diva out on the map for Boise State. Can Pyro survive long enough? No, he cannot. So Nevada, with an excellent defensive start there, is going to send the Broncos back to base.
That was a really, really good job by Nevada. That Lucio pick is what kind of turned the fight in their favor, because we were even and then we were down one. And Lucio is super important to this comp, being able to speed the tanks onto people and speed the DPS onto people so that they can die and we can get that target focus. And so when you pick off that Lucio early, that was a nice job by their Ana of picking that Lucio and changing and swinging that fight so that we can't get people to where they need to be.
Couple of swaps going to come out here for Boise State. Modern Frost only at 54%, trying to find a good EMP that could turn the fight around.
Huge anti.
I was taking a lot of damage, so Mucci going to go down to the Dragon Strike from Honk. He's going to fall. Tactical Visor comes out from O'Grant, and Boise State might have to turn on their heels. He's going to pick up a pair as well. Boise State with 3 members down. Started out like a good fight for Boise State, but unfortunately did not go in their favor. Nerdy Bird going to pick up Barry before going down herself. So Boise State gets a couple of picks, but not able to do much more than that.
I think some of this is coming down to Nevada is really, really comfortable on the heroes that they're playing. Because Blue had a fantastic engagement nade on them, and then when the Genji went in with the blade, that could have been like a one fight, but Nevada was able to just sustain, and they were comfortable enough on their heroes to know, okay, this is what I do to not completely get messed up by that. This is how I weather the storm, so to speak.
Rally going to come out there. The EMP is only going to land on 2 for Boise State. Quantum going to pop his own Dragon Strike, not able to find any members. Now the Scholar is going to go down. Quantum going to pick one up as well. Oh, Grant picks down Pyro. CBMX will use the Primal Rage to take down the Genji for Nevada. Another Tactical Visor came out here from O'Grant, but it didn't result in much. CBMX dropping very low. So is Blue, and once again, Nevada weathers the storm of Boise State's attack.
That was a little bit of a nice stagger on there. They had everybody was target focused very nicely, but they were killed with relatively even time increments. So it's going to be a while before their Brig spawns back and is able to get to the fight. So that bought them an extra like 5 to 10 seconds, which is super huge if you're trying to defend anything in Overwatch.
How many fights does Boise State have left right now? 2 or 1?
Probably 4 if they're really fast. The speed that they've been going, probably closer to 2. But if they get staggered like that again, it's just going to end up being 1. So like this, if they don't all die quickly, this is going to be one of their last solid coordinated fights. They're not going to.
The Scholar is going to pop his Primal Rage, and he is going to rip apart Boise State with his fists. Boise State maybe has 1 fight left in them. The respawns are going to allow for it. They only have the Rally available from Nerdy Bird. Only 1 ultimate up on the side of Nevada. That's true. The Nano is coming up very soon for Boise State, so Blue is going to have to build that as quick as possible. Nevada is below 80% on everything besides Neb, so that could be an advantage Boise State wants to take.
Our win condition this fight is Nano Blade. If we're able to get that and get a well-executed Nano Blade, that is how we get the point. So that's what Nevada is going to need to stop.
Rally comes out right before Dirty Bird goes down. Honk has the blade but gets stunned and barely survives. Tactical Visor is going to take him down before he can use it. Blue goes down as well before that ultimate can go off. Nevada is going to clean up Boise State here. That's going to be a near team kill, and I don't think Boise State can get back to the point in time. No, they cannot. Nevada will take the map too.
Oh, I wonder which one this is.
It's a Genji. It's probably going to be a Dragon Strike. Yes, it is. This is the final fight. Fantastic job.
It was the one where our win condition was the May Blizzard, so he's like, well, how do we stop that? This is how we stop that.
one-shotting the May. That's
Yeah.
how you stop that, is preventing the May from getting a blizzard off.
It definitely seemed like Genji was an integral player in most of those maps. And how would you recommend we kind of counter them?
So that Genji is very, very aggressive and does a lot of like diving into the team because he's very comfortable on the hero, and that's what you do is Genji, is you dive in, get kills, dive out. We have the heroes to counter him. We had a Brig and we had the Mei. They probably just weren't like focusing on him at the same time, and he was just able to just kind of like slide out because at the end of the day, I think their Genji was more comfortable on Genji than some of our hero counters were. So it's like, it's important to pick the right hero, but it's also really, really important comfort level also factors into that.
Yeah, definitely.
And so I think that was part of the problem that we were having with that Genji.
Yeah, definitely.
He was just very comfortable on the hero.
Yeah, he definitely dominated in a couple of the things. It was, it's sad to see for Boise State, but for Nevada, it was definitely impressive.
Yeah, and they had a lot of really, really good usage of ults. They got a lot of value out of, I can't think off the top of my head of an ult where they didn't get a reasonable amount of value out of. So we weren't the greatest at maximizing our ults, and part of that is like misuse of ults, but part of that is also Nevada's ability to predict and deal with those ults, and they also did a really, really good job of that by being able to completely stop the Mei Blizzard. We just couldn't really hit them with any ults that they weren't ready for. We couldn't really hit them with anything that they didn't know how to counterplay, and I think less than a slight to Boise, that's more of a good thing about Nevada, of something that they did really, really well.
Now, was there anything that would maybe be a weak spot that Boise State could take advantage of, something that may be a little bit subtle that we could exploit?
That Genji did a lot of work. If we had been able to kill him every time he had engaged, because normally he engaged like in the beginning of the fights, and so if you have the appropriate hero counters to him, which we did, and if you're able to pick up that kill on him, they're down a very important DPS that did some very important plays. And yes, Genji can get back to the point faster than some other DPS can, but when you're dealing with first point Numbani, he's not going to be able to get back before your team is able to laser down at least one or two other people if you have the target focus there.
Take a look at some of the replays here for Boise State when they were defending. It looked like a good start on defense for Boise State. They definitely held Nevada for a while, and it was because of fights like this where we're talking about they were able to focus down Quantum on that Genji, and he wasn't able to sort of run through the team. And here, even though he picks up a double kill, he goes down to Bob, and then immediately you can kind of see Nevada's attack sort of starting to fall apart.
Mm-hmm. So we were on the heroes, we just weren't necessarily like executing those plans. And part of that is, again, because the person is really comfortable on Genji. And regardless of what hero you are, sometimes it's hard to pin down a Genji. But that would be something that is definitely exploitable. It was interesting because it's one of their greatest strengths, but it's also would have been one of the easiest things to exploit.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Boise State does on, yes! Yes, it's Temple of Anubis. I didn't even remember this was a map because I've never seen it played here up on the desk. So I am very
about that
excited.
yesterday, yeah.
Yes, we have never, in
great.
my knowledge, seen Temple of Anubis picked by either side in Overwatch when Boise State is playing on stream. I have never seen it. I am so excited. I don't really care the result anymore. We've done it.
We've done it. You get to cast.
Would you even forgive a Deadeye on this map?
Ooh, no, that's the one thing I will not forgive. If a Deadeye comes out and it's less than a triple kill, I will not forgive it.
And this is another one of those 2 CP maps where we're probably going to see some snowballing on either side. We're probably going to have one of the two teams take first point really quickly and then snowball second point, as you tend to do with these 2 CP assault maps.
So I guess then the name of the game is slowing the snowball down as quick as possible.
Yeah, the name of the game is
lose less fast.
Lose less fast, yes.
So we'll have to see how that comes out here for both teams. Nevada, of course, is on match point in this best-of-5 series here, so Boise State is up against it. The Broncos are on attack, and Pyro's doing what he can to try and slow down this Nevada front. Modern Frost the one on the Genji here. Pyros, though, going to be the first one taken down, but Grant goes down as well. Honk going to snipe out his Widowmaker counterpart there, so Boise State doesn't have to worry about that, but they are down a tank, and that is going to slow them down. Modern Frost going to be the next one taken out here, so Nevada going to get up in the face of Boise State when they don't have that front line wall. CBMX being taken up by Nev in a diva fight, trying to jump up onto the point to slow down this Nevada offense. A punch to Guantum as the baby diva picks up a kill for CBMX, and Boise State doing everything they can. Nerdy Bird has gone down. Honk is just barely surviving. Mucci, though, going to pick a kill up onto Blue and Honk, so a double support kill for Nevada, and then Modern Frost will respond, taking him out as well. CBMX going to go down. The Scholar going to go down as well. So Nevada has locked in one tick, but Boise State after that has done a great job on defense.
Honk did a lot of work as Widow there. That was a really, really nice, well-played thing. He got a lot of really, really crucial headshots on the Moira, but at the same time, we were also dying.
That's true.
And so it doesn't matter if you get 2 or 3 headshots consecutively if you're also down.
And this is the sort of snowballing you've talked about. Boise State, a pair of ultimates, one of them already committed from Honk, so they know where the Wolfpack is
they're
going.
Looking at 5 out of 6, and we have possibly 3 or 4 before the fight starts.
Blizzard Coalescence and the Minefield are all going to be committed by the Wolfpack. Modern Frost, the first one to go down. Now another one's going to go down. Nerdy Bird will go down as well. Honk going to swap over to the Doomfist. Blue going to fall as well. Now Honk will pick up a kill before going down. Pyros joins him as well. And we talked about the snowballiness of this map. Nevada right off the first point already has a tick onto the second one. Sound Barrier going to come out from Mucci. Valkyrie and the Dragon Strike going to come out for the side of Boise State, but those extra health bars are so hard for Modern Frost to rip through there. CBMX going to get back into his mech. The Nano going to come out from Blue. They will be the first one to fall, and Nevada is holding strong on this point. Boise State trying to pick them up. Guantum going to get a kill. Nerdy Bird going to go down as well. Honk dropping very low. CBMX dropping very low, and he's going to be first out of his mech. Pyros is going to drop very low as well. Boise State, their one advantage right now is how close they are on the respawns, but 2 ticks already locked in for Nevada. The Wolfpack are 3/4 of the way to finishing this off, and they will with 4 minutes left on the clock.
That was a well-executed snowball from Nevada. Yeah. What won them that point was not only the inherent snowballiness, but the Moira lasered down our Mercy with her ultimate, and that was a really, really big deal because once she got sent back to spawn, she already had Valk, and that was a pretty big pick for them because Mercy can sustain by herself for a good 10 seconds-ish, just for the duration of her Valk, just kind of flying around, not counting like the healing and damage boosting that she does, which is also huge. So it was really huge for their Moira to capitalize on the fact that, hey, I can kill this Mercy. I need to do that.
So Boise State is up against it. They are on match point. They know they have to capture both assault points to get us into overtime. So what kind of comp, D'Angelo, would you think that the Broncos are going to come out with?
I think we're probably going to come out with a dive comp and try to do a similar thing to what they did because that's what we're comfortable on and that's what we've had some degree of success on. I think something that might be another good idea to run would be some sort of a brawl. If Nevada runs dive again, force them to come to you on the point, and dive loses the brawl to brawl, obviously, unless they have a couple picks going in. But it looks like they're not even going to run dive, so...
Well, Boise State knows what's in front of them. They know what they have to get done. The question is, can they get it done? And I think, as D'Angelo's mentioned, these maps can be very snowbally. So, of course, this all starts with Boise State winning an early fight and snowballing it, similar to how Nevada did.
Boise State's win condition right now, since their dive versus brawl, is getting those initial picks so that they can go down and get everybody else in. So a lot of this is going to be on Honk on the Widowmaker and Modern Frost on the, it's down to those two to get some very, very important picks before the fight comes in.
Unfortunately for Boise State, Pyros is going to be the first one who's going to be taken down there by the Junkrat. Guanta putting in a ton of grenade damage onto Boise State, trying to get that splash damage to come out. So Boise State, with the tank down, automatically goes for that soft reset, trying to set it up once again here. Guanta's going to get launched forward, though, right into his team. He's going to use his mind to get back to safety, though. So he's up back on the high ground. Boise State can't quite find a way to pick him off, trying to go for the backwards flank there. We see Pyros up in the front line. He is going to go down there to O'Grant. Modern Frost trying to do what he can to get some picks onto Guantum or any DPS for the Wolfpack. O'Grant is going to get sniped out, though, by Honk, so Boise State has a little bit of that advantage for now, while he will run back to He's going to
Nope.
get rezzed, unfortunately. Not quite. I thought they were going to have an advantage there. He does take in a lot of damage immediately, though. Guatem finally able to get a pick onto Modern Frost. CBMX dropping very, very low. No healer in sight for him to get any healing, but he finally finds Blue. Boise State cannot find their way onto the point, but with Guatem down, this might be the time for attack for Boise State.
That Junkrat pick is huge because now they can actually try to approach the point through the left-hand room. Like, Junkrat spam does so much damage on this map. Junkrat is one of the most important heroes to holding this first point in Anubis, so that was a huge pick, and we're taking advantage of that, and I'm really, really proud to see that we're doing that, honestly.
Just like you said, D'Angelo, right after Junkrat fell, there was nothing Nevada could do. Hawk going to be taken very, very low as Ogrant's going to get a snipe, and then there comes the Junkrat out of nowhere to try and contest this point. He is going to go down, though. It felt like the rest of Nevada had agreed to fall back, and then Junkrat came flying in. We do have all 6 ultimates available for Boise State. Nevada has 3. They are very, very close to a 4th, but Ogrant swapping over to that Reaper means that they are going to be behind. There comes the vision out from Hawk, so Boise State knows exactly where to attack. Minefield going to come out onto the point from Pyros. They're destroying that steel trap. Valkyrie going to come out on the side of Very Coalescence, and Tracer Bomb going to come out, but Hawk will secure the first kill. A revive, though, is going to come up onto Mucci. The Riptire is going to come out. CBMX is going to fall out of his mech. Baby Diva out on the map, able to get the immortality field, but Blue goes down to the Junkrat tire. CBMX is somehow still alive right now, finally going down, so Boise State going to go for that reset. They do have just one ultimate available, and it's the Diva Bomb on both sides.
And that's why it's a really, really big deal. Second point, Anubis. If your Mercy has Valk, it's a really, really big deal to either pick them to not let them get that off. Because if they get that off, not only does everybody have a lot more healing, but she was able to get that critical res off on the Baptiste, which would have been way more difficult if she couldn't do her little strafe thing during Valk, and probably wouldn't have happened if she didn't have the Valk. So that Valkyrie, among other things, managed to save them that push. Really effective ultimate usage.
Great job there by CBMX, preventing Ogrant from sneaking up on the team, and he's actually going to go down for it. So it is a 5v6 now for Boise State. CBMX is going to send the DivaMech into the front line.
That's
He's
huge.
going to pick up Very as the kill. The Scholar is going to go down as well. Mucci and Guantem taking a lot of damage, and this might be the opening that Boise State needed. Neb is in the back line. We're going to see the DivaMech go down for him. Baby Diva is out and now in the grave, so Boise State going to pick up all 3 ticks, nearly just one member able to contest at 99%. Nevada's able to stop this, but Boise State has been able to continuously pick them off, so the Wolfpack are going to have to stop this contest while also coming up with another fight. Boise State just picking off Wolfpack members one by one. The Blizzard going to come down there for Modern Frost. Dirty Bird going to use the Coalescence. Neb going to be picked up. Very as well, and Boise State is going to get both points.
That was a good job on them by Boise State. They had a little bit of a rough time the first snowball because of that really, really good Mercy, Valk, and Rez that saved them that push. But then they were able to come back and win at second point because they weren't able to pull another extremely skillful. Their supports were able to get picked off relatively early, which is really, really good on the DPS for Boise State, and that was really, really critical in taking away their sustain on that point, so that, and then they capitalized on that, because ultimately on second point Anubis, your sustain is going to be back like that. So you have a very, very short amount of time when you could go in there and kill things, which we did, and I think that's actually really, really cool. We didn't get disheartened after our first snowball attempt was shut down. We came back and we did it.
As you can see on the screen there, Boise State and Nevada players both up on the stage. Nevada Esports so gracious to come join us here today, so we'll share the stage with them. 3 members from each team and that nice little cardboard placard there to prevent any screen peeking going on from either side. And I think now it's really going to come down to the time. Nevada's got 4:06, Boise State has 2:52, so Boise State has to be very, very efficient with their time, where Nevada can afford a couple hiccups because they do have nearly an extra 2 minutes onto the Broncos. We'll have to see how the sides want to handle this here. Boise State going to try and get an early pick if they can to stall out this Nevada time. We are going to see the high ground there, but that is a perfect May wall to cut off that side for Boise State. The Broncos trying to run it down right now. Unfortunately, Modern Frost and CBMX going to get caught on the wrong side of an ice wall. They are both going to go down. Pyro's going to get forced out of his mech as well. So Boise State, with time already ticking, is going to have to go in for a reset, and that's a staggered respawn onto Pyros as well. That's going to hurt for Boise State.
That's going to hurt. That's going to take an extra like 5-10 seconds off of their time for when they can group up and when they can get all ready to push. That was a really, really huge May wall by Nevada that took out their our May, which is extremely crucial, and our Reinhardt, which is extremely crucial. And then at that point, the push was kind of like, well, what do we do?
Boise State does able to reset here, just under 2 minutes on the clock. The Scholar, though, going to be taken immediately down. Coalescence going to come out onto Very, though, to try and keep the members of Nevada alive, and also for Boise State's health bar is very, very low. Pyros going to get popped out of his mech, so Baby Diva running around for Boise State. We have seen the Scholar respawn. The Shatter, though, unfortunately for CBMX, is not going to land on anyone. It will pick up a kill on Guantan. The charge not going to land either, though, so Boise State immediately, though, looks like Nevada has surrendered this first point after just one kill. Now here come the Wolfpack after 2 ticks have already gone through for Boise State. We're going to see a couple picks on both sides. A Shatter, though, is going to slow down Boise State. Now we're going to see a couple members falling for Nevada. The Broncos still haven't quite gotten this point. They are going to get it, that 30-second time boost, and they're on to B. But at Snowball, though, what we saw earlier, not going to be a possibility.
Yeah, it's not a possibility. The ult economy is too even. But what enabled us to get that first point was Nevada wasn't able to get those 2 key picks before we came to the point, and so we were able to take first point because we got a pick on their Reinhardt, and they did.
Double infrared sight going to come down here from both sides. Boise State dropping very, very low. Neb going to send the Diva Bomb into the back. It's not going to pick up anyone. Pyros, though, is going to punch down Oak Grant. Modern Frost trying to set it up in ice wall, is able to get away. The Scholar and Moochie both going to go down. Very goes down as well, and Boise State, a perfect ice wall there by Guanta to slow down this push. He is going to go down, though, so Boise State does get onto the point with just under 45 seconds left on the clock. The Shatter from Scholar is going to knock down Modern Frost, but the Blizzard is able to answer. Sound Barrier comes out from Moochie. A nice Shatter there going to come out from CBMX. He's going to pin a couple members down. Pyro's going to use the Diva Bomb. The Coalescence going to pick up a double kill before Honk goes down. So Boise State has to feel very, very confident just trying to get this point. It's being continuously contested by the members of Nevada. Nerdy Bird and Honk both going to go down. CBMX isn't able to land anything. He is going to fall, and this immediately is turned around for Nevada due to those close respawns. The time ticking down. Boise State might have a time for one more fight if they're able to get that. Pyros, as the Baby Diva, doing everything he can. Finally going to be eliminated right before he can call that mech in. We are into overtime, and Boise State has yet to get a tick. Modern Frost going to go down. Honk going to go down on the side of Boise State. This Nevada defense has stalwarted up, and no ticks come out for Boise State, unfortunately.
Our target, we had every advantage going into that fight, but by the time respawns were there, our target focus wasn't, and that's what was able to keep Nevada at that point.
So the Wolfpack know what's in front of them. They have 4 minutes and 6 seconds left on the clock to get that first point and then get 1 tick onto the second point there. So for Boise State, their defense, a little bit of holes last time. So D'Angelo, how do they fix that up?
How do they fix that up? So again, since we're probably going to run the Widowmaker again because we've had a reasonable amount of success with it, and there's not really reason not to because this first point is so open and is a really, really good Widow point. So we're going to need picks with that Widowmaker before Nevada gets there. That's how we've had success winning fights in the past. That's how we should keep having success winning fights, is we need picks on them before the fight actually starts so that we're going in at an advantage.
Well, we just saw the Nevada defense bleed all the time off for Boise State, so we know it's doable. The only problem for Boise State is they have an extra minute and a half that they have to try and burn off, with Nevada sitting at 4:06 on the clock. I think the biggest key also has to be, besides the picks, which a pick will lead to it, is slowing down that Nevada snowball, because last time they got on the point and they just ran to the second point and immediately captured it.
Because they were able to just completely walk over first point, and when you walk over first point on Assault, you go walk over second point. That's just what you do. That's how you win these maps.
So we'll see what the Boise State defense can muster here. The Broncos know what they need to do to force a draw, and that's hold Nevada scoreless. So Boise State trying to do what they can, a little bit of damage. They see Nevada trying to sneak around there, immediately find that one out. The Scholar being taken very, very low right now. CBMX also taking a lot of damage as well, trying to put any sort of damage in as Nevada has gone for this full flank right now. The Maywall, a perfect Maywall though, answered by Modern Frost to slow the damage down. Honk is going to get the first pick onto Ogrant though. Pyros is going to get pinned, fall out of his mech and go into his baby diva form, but Moochie is going to go down as well. CBMX falls for him, for Boise State though. We're going to see the Scholar and Moochie go down. Very is going to go down as well, so Boise State in a very back and forth fight takes down Guantum as well. That is going to be a reset as Neb even falls out of his mech, so that's a staggered respawn for Nevada. A great defensive effort by Boise State.
But we're still waiting for our tanks to come back, so we're not quite safe from this next fight yet.
Grant going down again, so he just finally respawns, so Nevada going to have to wait for him. Already under 3 minutes there on the clock, and they still haven't even looked at that first point. They are going to try for that same flank. Once again, the Dragon Arrow is available for Honk, and it looks like he's trying to set up some kind of sneaky play here, or at least try and find out Grant on his sniper. Grant's right above him. Coalescence is going to come out from Barry. There's the Dragon Arrow. It's not going to do any damage, unfortunately. Nerdy Bird going to use her own Coalescence, and Grant, the first one to fall there. The Scholar is going to pick up Modern Frost. The Diva Mech is going to go down for Pyros as well. CBMX taken very, very low. The Tranquility going to come out from Blue to answer the Blizzard that comes out from Guantum. He is going to fall as well. CBMX barely staying alive with that Shatter. The Scholar goes down. Here comes Neb. He's going to use the Diva Mech bomb. Honk's going to pick up a double kill. Very's going to get pinned against the wall, and Boise State once again on the defensive side holds strong.
Fantastic job by Blue. That Tranquility saved them that push, because that was a fat Blizzard by Nevada. But a fat Blizzard isn't going to do much against a fat Tranquility.
Grant immediately blown off his sniper perch. They're going to have to fall down and receive some healing as Nevada realizes time is of the essence. Grant is going to get a pick onto Blue. Pyros answers with his own pick onto that. Boise State does have a pair of ultimates they can use. The Sound Barrier is available and going to be committed by Moochie there, but Very didn't get it. He's going to go down. Quantum is going to pick up Nerdy Bird. The Blizzard is going to come out from Modern Frost, though, going to get a freeze onto the Scholar. That's going to result in 1 kill for Boise State. Quantum being taken very low. Blue is going to fall, but Boise State gets a pick of their own, and Nevada now has to start pressing. Neb gets forced out of his own Diva Mech and has to run around as Baby Diva. No kill pickup for Boise State, but Nevada has not found a way onto this point yet.
Honestly, that was a really, really good job by Boise State of actually being able to hold that point, and I think the Blizzard was definitely a big part of that, because the pick on Blue was huge, but then the pick on Moira should have ended that fight, but then we had a really, really well-placed Blizzard.
Double Coalescence going to come out. The Scholar going to use the Shatter. Not going to land on anyone, but now Boise State is going to get run through. 5 members have gone down. Honk trying to do what he can to stall up the time, trying to get a snipe onto Grant, going to jump onto the point and get sniped mid-air. So now Nevada should have this point with the respawns coming in for Boise State. We'll see if they want to contest or if they want to set up a defense. So Boise State has about 50 seconds on the clock to prevent 1 tick coming through for Nevada.
They're going and swapping that Widow for Reaper, which is probably pretty good.
So Nevada has
and they're
to
going to a Lucio to speed to that point quicker.
Nevada has to try and find a way onto this point if they want to force a win. Otherwise, we will end up in a draw. The Scholar being taken very, very low right now. That Nevada front line pushing down. We're going to see the Scholar, the first one taken down. CBMX, though, is going to go down as well. So both members are down to tank. Quantum going to drop that Blizzard as we're going to see the Moira go down for Nevada. Nerdy Bird, unfortunately, going to go down as well. So will Modern Frost. The Dragon Arrow going to come down. Not going to land any kills for Boise State. They are going to try and get a respawn as Pyros gets frozen and goes down. Neb going to use the Diva Bomb to try and wall out Boise State. An excellent May wall. Keeps CBMX stuck in a corner. Nevada is so close to capturing that first tick. Honk goes down. Modern Frost commits the Blizzard. Grant goes down. The Shatter comes out from CBMX. That's going to pick up a pair of kills. Coalescence comes out from Barry to keep the team just alive. Neb goes out of the Demon Mech, but does pick up Blue in the process. Pyros is going to punch Moochie down. The respawns are key for Boise State. Nerdy Bird going to commit that coalescence. That's going to pick up a double kill, and Nevada trying to hold on. They are so close to that first tick right now. Very dropping low. The Scholar going to fall. Boise State using these respawns to their advantage. Nerdy Bird goes down on the side of Boise State. O'Grant going to pick up another one, taking down Modern Frost. Neb gets forced out of his mech, and we are going to end no one on the point, and it is a draw.
That was a really good job on Nevada. We almost lost that fight. When they got the pick on our Moira, it was a really big deal, but then they got the pick on our May, and I was like, we're going to have to pull a miracle to turn this into a draw. And we ended up doing it, so that's really, really cool, because respawns on an assault map are really, really quick, but...
The play of the game here on the Scholar, really allowing Nevada to capture that first point, but it is going to be a draw, so we will move on to map 4. Boise State still facing match point from Nevada.
And definitely an impressive job from Boise State. They knew that they were at the match point, they knew they had to pull it out, and they did. And if you're just joining us, it's Boise State Broncos versus the University of Nevada Wolfpack, and we are playing Overwatch right now. It is a definitely nail-biter over here. We had Boise State just pull it out, and we are just playing the 3 games, so we are going to keep that one at a draw.
Yeah, we're going to wrap this one up here. Nevada does have a League of Legends game coming up against Hawaii that we want to allow them to have the advantage to take of being on the stage. So we're going to wrap this Overwatch match up. I know the stakes aren't as high, so we're willing to give Nevada the victory here so we can get their League of Legends team on the stage so they can play Hawaii in a Mountain West esports series event.
Yeah, definitely. That's an exciting thing. We're heading into League of Legends, and it's Nevada and Hawaii, so it's definitely a big face-off. Anyway, so thank you for watching Overwatch, and we're going to head into break, and then we're going to watch that Nevada and Hawaii League of Legends games, and it's pretty exciting, so don't go away.
Boise State Esports is brought to you by Game Pants Arenas and Equipment, Omen by HP, and Archon Clothing, makers of official licensed Boise State Esports apparel.
Frozen in the initial blast, we have a counter to that ult, and we also have our own freeze, but they don't have a defensive ult for that just yet, but Lucio will probably charge it and
see the shatter coming down. That's on to 5 members of Nevada. Wow. 4 of them enter a grave, and Boise State has to feel very confident. Sniper Boise State gonna try and get onto the point here. Moochie gonna go down to Honk. CBMX trying to set up something, but he's just content just putting blaster shots on Nevada right now. Quantum gonna be the next one to fall. Barry and the Scholar gonna go down as well, and Boise State blows Neb out of the mech, punches it in the face as well, and the Broncos are Boise State cannot find their way onto the point, but with Quantum down, this might be the time for attack for Boise State.
That Junkrat pick is huge because now they can actually try to approach the point through the left-hand room. Like, Junkrat spam does so much damage on this map. Junkrat is one of the most important heroes to holding this first point of the Ubas, so that was a huge pick, and we're going to use it.
Great job there by CBMX, preventing O'Grant from sneaking up on the team, and he's actually going to go down for it. So it is a 5v6 now for Boise State. CBMX is going to send the DBMX into the front line.
That's
He's
huge.
going to pick up Barry as the kill. The Scholar is going to go down as well. Mucci and Guantan taking a lot of damage, and this might be the opening land either, though. So Boise State immediately, though, looks like Nevada has surrendered this first point after just one kill. Now here come the Wolfpack after 2 ticks have already gone through for Boise State. We're going to see a couple picks on both sides. A shatter, though, is going to slow down Boise State. Now we're going to see a couple numbers falling for Nevada. The Broncos still does get on to the point with just under 45 seconds left on the clock. The shatter from Scholar is going to knock down Modern Frost, but the Blizzard is able to answer. Sound barrier comes out from Mucci.
Play my video, okay? Play my video, okay? Play my video, okay? Play my video, okay? Maybe I'd fit in if I tried to look like them. Maybe I'd fit in if I tried to be like them.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say, baby, before you walk away. No, I'm in no war, I'm in no race, chasing the time. I've been meaning to find a way to face that I'm not in a waters every day, trying to keep my head above the waves, staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push you to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit on red and you're running cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive. I'm not saying you died, you go. But it's something you got to know. Stay alive, stay alive, it's just something you got to know. Now lately we popping on the edge, and I kinda regret some things I said. I don't want you to leave, so stay instead, and I pay the price. In the morning we'll both be good and gone, and the world will continue moving on. But I swear that there ain't no other one, just staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push you to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit on red and you're running cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive. Thank you.